Welcome to Scary Stories. I'm your old pal Bigfoot. Well, it's time once again to say goodbye to September and hello to October and the Halloween season. This year of 2022, we've got a special treat, as PQ Ribber, the original voice of the channel, will be returning on Mondays through the Halloween month to help welcome in the scary harvest season. We got a bunch of never-before-told and allegedly true Dogman encounters and experiences that we've been saving for the Halloween season for all of you. We've also got new merch coming your way in October, but that all begins with our next episode. This show is our last of September, and we've decided to spend it looking back on how we got to where we are today. We just found an old external hard drive with 50 gigabytes of old 2-hour Dogman and Bigfoot specials on it from 2018. Some of these stories may have been uploaded again, some might not have. We thought you might enjoy them as the nights get longer and colder and darker. Each of these were originally uploaded in the time between January and April of 2018, and I remember that they were compilations of even older shows. I had to take them down in one apocalypse or another for reasons I can no longer recall, but which clearly seemed vitally important at the time. I may delete this in a half hour when I remember why I had to delete them the first time. So, while you can, enjoy this end of summer best of 2018 super mega long special blowout. Up first, from January 27th, 2018, we've got a 2-hour special. Take it away, PQ and Professor Panic.
9 sick Dogman stories. With the entire 3-part Dogman of the Wildwoods Professor Panic saga over 90 minutes, get ready because it all starts now. The Winter of Our Dogman Tent, as told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ Ribber. I grew up in a house with 2 sisters, but every winter my cousin Archie and his parents from the West Coast would visit. Then we would play Army, Kung Fu, Evel Knievel, or any of the other things my sister never wanted to play with me. One winter, in the later 70s, Arch and I saw repeated instances of what we called the Wolf Man. I'm pretty sure it's what you all now call Dogman. It all started one sunny day after it had snowed for 36 hours straight. My father and Archie's father both decided we were all going to have a snowball war. They started building fortifications, which amounted to a small, maybe 3 or 4 foot tall wall on either side to hide behind, while making snowballs to throw at the other side. They gave each other some time limit before the war began to create ammunition and defenses. After a while, we all started rooting for one side or the other, then helping out. Before you knew it, a real snowball fight had sprung out, and we all had a lot of fun and laughed really hard. My sisters gave up first and went inside to warm up, then both of our fathers, until only Archie and I were left, heaving snow at each other's heads. Soon, it was starting to get dark, and my mother called us in for dinner. Being kids, we told her we'd be inside in a few minutes and went back to the snowball war. After she called us a second time, we both saw it. It was a blur in the shape of a hairy demon, a Bigfoot kind of a thing, but angular, with a long snout and pointed ears. We each only saw it peripherally at first, but we described the same thing to each other. These days, there is a picture on the internet taken years after that, which is almost exactly what we saw. Back then, though, it was definitely like nothing either of us had ever seen before. It was an angry dog, but it was a man at the same time. We saw it for only a split second, but we got a definite idea of the direction in which it was headed. Our eyes scanned the trees in that direction, and then, for just another split second, we got a second look at the thing. We both got to stare directly at it as it ran from one patch of trees, over a bit of snowy meadow, and then into the deeper part of the forest and out of sight. It ran on its two hind legs as gracefully as a marathon runner. Somewhat less gracefully, and screaming at the top of our lungs, both Cousin Archie and I raced back to the house, weeping the entire way. Before we got back home, though, Archie caught up to me and got me to promise not to tell what we saw. I asked why. He said that if our parents knew what we saw, we wouldn't be allowed to play over by the forest anymore. I looked at him like he was crazy. Why would we want to play by the forest? We just saw a freaking werewolf over there, man. I really wanted to get inside where it was safe and warm so I could tell my mother what had happened. Cousin Archie then explained his plan, which he had thought up just then for the both of us to camp out over by the forest with his new Kodak flash camera. When we heard the Wolfman, he would flash the camera and we would have proof that werewolves are real. So, I asked him, what good would it be to prove that werewolves are real? Arch said it would make us world famous and rich, and we'd probably get to go on TV with Dr. Spock on In Search Of. I thought about it. A real werewolf would be at least as cool as the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot turning out to be real. Maybe it actually would make us rich and famous. On the other hand, it might get us killed. Let's ask our moms if it's all right, I suggested, trying to push my way inside. No mother in history would say it's okay to camp in the snow waiting for Dogman, he countered, which, I have to admit, was a logical argument. I thought about it and realized that they probably wouldn't believe us anyway. We needed another reason to do it, a reason our fathers would get behind. Raccoons, Archie shouted. Our dads are always both lecturing us to take more of an interest in nature. Let's tell them we saw raccoons and we want to camp out at least part of the night and see if we can get any photos of them. Then they'll sell the idea to our moms for us. His plan worked out just fine. We were in 87 layers of thermal undergarments, winter sweaters and coats crammed into sleeping bags and in our tent by the Dogman forest within 2 hours of Arch having conceived the notion. Our mothers supplied us with large thermoses of hot chocolate, but no food, because they were terrified that the raccoons were going to beat us up to steal our snacks away. Our fathers had practically had to drag both of them back to the house. They were so opposed to the idea of us camping out in the snow to study intelligent creatures with opposable thumbs. Little did they know. Archie was as excited as I've ever seen him, but I was having some serious second thoughts. I told my cousin I no longer cared if I got on TV. I'd rather go inside and watch TV instead. He talked me into staying, insisting that if we don't see anything by midnight, we'd give up and go inside. Everything was quiet, and it was kind of exciting to be out at night away from parental control, so I decided to relax and take it all in, which I did. It was boring, and my nose was getting cold looking out the front of the tent. I pulled myself inside and decided to take a short nap. I have no idea how long I was out when Arch was waking me up roughly, shoving me in the shoulder and whispering something. His camera flashed and he reset it as fast as he could. Then he took a second and third shot with the flash going off each time. After the third one, I heard a terrible scream. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before in my life. Archie's Swiss Army knife was out, and he ripped a long tear in the tent, forcing his way through and running home. I still had not seen what was out there, but I had heard the scream, and Archie didn't have to suggest I join him in running. I did it quite voluntarily. After emerging from the tent, I looked over my shoulder, and there it was, standing right out in the open. It was taller than either of us, probably taller than my father. It was not a man in a costume unless somebody had applied all the fur or hair directly to his body. I know this because I could see things like his nipples and other privates through the fur. Whatever this thing was, it was not being faked in any way. When it stood there, it didn't stand like an ape or a chimp. It stood like a man, like a very large, impossibly muscular man who was absolutely furious for some reason. It had long, tall, pointed ears which twitched violently, and whiskers on the end of its long, growling snout that did the same. It was smelling us and smelling our fear. It looked me directly in the eye. Then it started moving towards us. I turned around and ran like I'd never run in my life. I didn't know how long the creature did or didn't pursue us, as I just never looked back. We made it inside, and I broke down into pathetic tears. Archie didn't laugh, though. He was pretty shaken up as well. While I blubbered deliriously, he told everyone that we saw some kind of large animal, but we couldn't tell what it was in the darkness. He told them he'd tried to take a picture of it 3 times, so maybe he caught something on camera. His father agreed to drive us to Photomat in the parking lot at the next town in the morning. Back then, I think we had to leave it overnight to get it developed. It was a different time back then, that's for sure. When we finally got the photos back, you could hardly see anything in them. The flash didn't extend far enough to really cast much light on the trees. In one of them, there's what might possibly be a blurry line of eyeshine traveling from right to left in the photo. But then again, it might not have been that at all. Without a clear view of the trees or anything else in the shot, there was no way to place anything in the proper context. It's possible that if we had modern tools like Photoshop, that we might be able to do something to study the images better. But my mother threw them out along with most of my childhood belongings when I later went off to college. So we never did get any proof that there was really a werewolf in the woods behind our house, but at least we lived to tell the tale. The end.
Fasten your seatbelts, it's the Dogman car chase.
The Dogman car chase, as told to Peter Bernard, read by P.Q. Ribber. I've got a story to tell you about a monster that might possibly be a Dogman or a Tulpa, or maybe both at the same time. This happened back in the 80s, and I was hanging with my buddies. It was right at the end of the summer, immediately before we all split up and went to college. American Werewolf in London had just come out, and we were driving home after having seen it down at the mall. My brother, Chino, not his real name, was driving. We were all talking excitedly over each other about the special effects and the monster in the film. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. I mean, we thought Lon Chaney Jr. was cool, so this absolutely blew our minds. It was a definite paradigm shift in terms of werewolf movies. We were describing visuals we were impressed by and retelling funny lines from the film when Chino interrupted us and asked us what that thing was alongside the road up ahead. We all stopped talking and stared. It was the American Werewolf in London, except in New Jersey. It looked like an oversized prehistoric wolf. It looked like the movie. It had a long snout. It had immense fangs, the works. We drove by looking at it, and it looked at us in return. Somebody asked if that was a tie-in with the movie or something. Then it ran after us on its hind legs. We screamed. Chino screamed louder. "What's it doing? What's happening?" he screeched in a voice 2 or 3 octaves higher than normal. We all shouted that the thing was chasing us, and Chino hit the gas. I was thinking that it must be publicity for the movie. There was no other logical interpretation. The guy won't be able to chase us once we get up to speed. That's when he dropped to all fours and got serious about running after us. All hell broke loose in that car as we freaked out, insisting Chino drive faster and faster. But no matter how fast he got the car to go, the huge wolf ran faster. I watched it as it ran like a greyhound, but bizarrely faster than any dog or wolf should be able to run. It was catching up with us. There was a huge and long right turn coming up ahead, and Chino didn't think he could make it at the speed we were going. Without any warning, he hit the brakes and we started the long process of skidding to a halt. The Dogman, who was nearly about to overtake us when Chino hit the brake, sped past us on the highway and tried to also put the brakes on. His claws dug into the highway pavement, and I swear I remember seeing sparks shoot out. He spun out over the grass partition between the two sides of the highway and skidded past it and back into traffic directly into the path of an oncoming 18-wheeler. We all gasped in horror at the accident about to happen, then gasped in surprise a second later as the werewolf creature arrested its momentum and gracefully avoided getting hit, easily making it to the woods on the far side and avoiding injury. We once again erupted in shouts at Chino to drive, which he did, and we never saw the creature again. So how did this happen? I used to read Robert Anton Wilson back then, so I chalked it up to the cosmic trickster. Later, I read about tulpas in a book by John A. Keel. That led me to think maybe our intense imagination all focused on the same exact image of the werewolf in the movie, briefly but vividly manifested the creature in the consensual reality of the early 1980s. I mean, I guess it's also possible there's actually a giant wolf that can run either on all fours or on its hind legs like a man chasing cars through central New Jersey. It just seems more likely, to me personally, that something weird happened that night when we drove home from American Werewolf in London. I'll probably never know what the creature was that chased us that day, but in my gut, it was something different than a normal predator in the woods. To me, that was something that, for a lack of a better term, I will call paranormal. Addendum. I told my brother Chino that I had written this story up to be read by you, and he gave me further information that sort of rips my theories all to shreds. He says that later that same year, around Christmas time, he saw the same or a very similar creature on that same highway, but maybe about 10 miles north of where we first saw it. He says this time it was on the opposite side of the highway, and he doesn't think it noticed him. I asked Chino if he had been thinking about the werewolf or dogs or anything like that before he saw it, like we were the first time. He said he was listening to the radio and thinking about how he wished he could date Cyndi Lauper. So I guess the wolf wasn't a tulpa, at least not that second time. I asked Chino why he never told me this story before, and he reminded me that I didn't come back home for Christmas that year. There was all this personal family stuff going on that I'd rather not get into, but anyway, we actually didn't see each other for over a year back then, so by the time we did get to hang out, I guess the second Dogman sighting was old news. It certainly wasn't as memorable as the first one. I asked him if he could describe the creature in any detail, but all he remembered was that it looked to him the same as the first one we saw that chased us. So, who knows? Maybe all Chino saw was the dying reflection of the tulpa we had all generated that earlier day after seeing the movie. Or maybe an upright, walking, carnivorous canid really does walk the woods of New Jersey after all. Don't go away. We've got a story coming up about a cryptid so strange, we're hoping you can tell us what it is. I'd like to take a moment to say that if you have a scary story you'd like to tell us here, you can write Peter at peterbernard.com, or you can call our new Scary Stories hotline number and leave it to us in the form of a voicemail message. It's easy to remember. 804-LESCARY. That's 804-LESCARY, or 804-537-2279. We've got a terrifying Dogman encounter. It's raining.
Dogman!
And now, without further ado, we present what might be the weirdest Dogman story of all time. It's Raining Dogman. As told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ River. The strangest, most inexplicable, and most terrifying things that ever happened to me are all the same thing. Although the entire incident took maybe 30 seconds to 45 seconds to play out in its entirety, it takes me far longer to explain. What I am about to tell you is not only a Dogman story, it's probably the strangest Dogman story you will ever hear. I was out hiking alone on the Pacific Coast Trail in Lassen National Forest up in Northern California near Oregon. It's the kind of place that makes you feel like you're going to see Bigfoot. In fact, that's exactly what I was thinking when this all happened. I was thinking, this is probably where Sasquatch lives, if that's a real thing. A chill went through me, and I looked around. Every leaf seemed to be moving, thanks to the jolt I had given my imagination. Why was that tree shaking? Is it just the wind making that bush sway? Every sound was heightened, and none were louder than my beating heart. That's when I started to hear sounds above me in the tree cover. It was so far up that I made a mental note of it, but didn't really pay much attention. Something was very high in one of these trees. Maybe a bird, maybe two squirrels chasing each other. I didn't care. My attention was on the vegetation all around me, not above me. I had the strangest feeling, and I was interpreting it to mean that I was in the presence of Bigfoot. It was not the feeling that I was being watched, at least not exactly. It was more like I felt as though I were prey. A gentle breeze kept moving things and distracting me from the ever-present sound of branches and leaves being moved about above me, until an acorn hit me on the head. It was just an acorn, and although it hit me square on top of the head and hurt pretty badly, it was more the unexpected nature of it happening that freaked me out. That acorn almost gave me a heart attack. I spun around and around thinking someone had thrown a rock at me. Then a couple more acorns fell around me, narrowly missing me, and I realized what had happened. A huge sense of relief washed over me as I suddenly came into the realization that I had been imagining the entire thing. There was no Bigfoot stalking me. I nearly laughed, but then something loud went crack directly above me. A logical person would move away from the sound of something about to fall onto him. Me? I stood my ground and looked up, like an idiot. And it was all for naught. as I absolutely couldn't understand what I was seeing. It was like a large branch was falling directly onto me, but it was more than that. I swear that was my first impression. If that sounds too weird, maybe it was someone holding onto it as it fell, but honestly, it seemed like someone sort of surfing, or maybe skiing this branch down right on top of me. I'm not sure how much time I lost in amazement, but I did manage to move my body out of the way in the last few instants before it fell, whatever it was. I fell sideways, partially landing on a log. I knocked the wind out of myself, which was quite painful in the short term. There was dust everywhere and leaves in the air floating back down, making it hard to see. I desperately tried to inhale the dirty air into my lungs, and then I tried again. Finally, I got a breath or two, then proceeded to have a choking fit, leaving me dizzy. I was panting for oxygen and lying on my side when I finally saw it. I saw what had fallen on me. Now, you might have noticed that I'm telling you a story that makes no sense so far. I hope you don't mind if the next part doesn't make any sense either. The branch that had fallen had to be over a foot thick. If it had landed on me, I doubt I would have survived. But the thing that climbed up behind it, the thing that had surfed it down almost on top of me, was a dog. A dog. A dog that fell out of a tree. Okay, dogs don't go in trees. Cats go in trees. Snakes, maybe, not dogs. And this dog had not fallen from a low branch. This dog fell from a huge branch that had to have been at least 30 or 40 feet up there on this ancient tree. It was not a rotten branch. It was a large, healthy-looking branch. Don't ask me to explain how a branch that thick and that healthy broke off the tree, because I can't even imagine how that could have happened. Nothing I was looking at made sense, but I stopped wondering what was happening when the dog locked eyes with me. Now, I've looked into the eyes of a mountain lion, and I've looked into the eyes of a black bear. I'd far rather be eye to eye with either of those predators than this canine that was looking back at me. Its eyes were colored wrong. They were yellow and red and maybe black. The thing about them that grabbed me was the look, which was not like the look that the eyes of any other animal had. I almost want to say they had intelligence, but it wouldn't be the right word. They had anger in them, but to such a degree that the anger seemed to almost exist on its own, like a form of consciousness of its own design. Maybe that's what the word evil really means. I always laughed at that word, as it seems simple-minded and silly. What's evil to one person is good to the next. How could there be such a thing as absolute evil? There couldn't. Just like there couldn't possibly be a dog who fell from the sky, glaring at me with yellow eyes. The dog lifted its head to get a better look at me. Then it began to growl. It was the strangest growl I'd ever heard from a dog, like that of a beast much larger. And so, for those of you still with me, fasten your seatbelts. Here's where the story gets really insane. The dog stood up. Now up on all fours, he looked down at me. I carefully but quickly stood up, not wanting a predatory animal to feel it had a size advantage over me. Suddenly I realized that this had only brought me eye to eye with the animal. That didn't make sense, and I felt the world spin inside me counterclockwise. dogs don't stand as tall as me on all fours. Not even big dogs. This impossible tree dog was impossibly as tall as me. I hope you're sitting down, because the next thing the dog did was it stood up. Yes, I know, it was already standing up, but now it continued to stand up. It stood on its hind legs and looked down at me. Utterly astonished, I just sort of looked at the thing. I don't mean looking in its eyes. I'd done enough of that already. I mean, I started finally scoping this thing out. It had dark brown or gray sort of hair, straight. Not long but not short. It had a long snout like a wolf or coyote or German shepherd, and pointed ears as well. Its teeth were much larger than a real dog's teeth. I don't know what this was, but it was not a dog in the normal sense. Maybe it was a prehistoric kind of a dog. Maybe this was a survivor from antiquity, or maybe this was a mutant. It definitely had a chest the size of the rocks, or maybe bigger, and arms to match. The front legs definitely seemed like arms when he stood up, not like front legs. I honestly don't remember what they had looked like before he stood up, but I remember that I didn't notice anything strange about him other than his size and eyes before he rose up and became bipedal. The hind legs were much thicker than a dog's legs normally would be. He had to be standing at least 3 feet taller than me, judging by how far back I remember craning my neck to look at him. I'm 6 feet tall, so do the math. Let's recap, shall we? I'm hiking through a beautiful forest in Northern California. I start thinking about Bigfoot and get paranoid. Then, a freaking werewolf rides a huge falling branch down, almost killing me. Now, I'm standing, looking up at a literally impossible monster. Just in case you didn't believe me the first time, yes, that's my story. And no, I'm not sure if I'm sane. All I know is I was standing up as high as I could just to see this creature's chin. And then, the next second, I was looking eye to eye with him again. Why? Because the giant wolfman thoughtfully bent over to lean directly in my face. He began sniffing me all around my face and hair. I froze and stood as still as I could manage. When he got to my neck, I saw my entire life from when I was very young, straight up to that moment in time. There were a number of people I regretted not saying goodbye to, but for the most part, I made peace with my life and prepared to move on to whatever comes next. Then, the dogman started licking my throat and my cheek. It tickled, and I let out a laugh. This was getting like mad monster party. I think what I mistook for playfulness was just him tasting me before deciding if he would eat me. So it turned out that laughing was a bad idea. This wolfman was a sensitive monster. He didn't like to be laughed at, and he let me know with a savage bark that was half scream. He lunged forward at me, and I collapsed to the ground in a quivering, whimpering mess. Any liquid that had once been inside me exited and was now pooling up around me. My body's organs were preparing to be torn apart and eaten, and I admit, I cried like an infant. He screamed. The dogman screamed. And then he ran away. Just like that. I saw this thing run away on all fours so quickly that it seemed like a special effect. It was a big ooh effect. I could practically hear the audience in the IMAX theater wearing their 3D glasses, oohing and eyeing at what I had just witnessed. But this was real. At least I think it was real. Or a very vivid hallucination, at least. Dogs don't jump down 40 feet out of trees. Dogs don't stand over 9 feet tall on their hind legs. And besides all this, dogs are pack animals. Thank God this one wasn't. But basically, what I'm trying to say here is none of this is something that could possibly have ever happened. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was somehow broadcast into my brain. Maybe I got too close to a secret military installation and they scrambled my head to scare me away from the area. And if this really did happen, was the creature trying to land on me when it came down out of the tree? Had the branch broken accidentally, or had the creature broken the limb off deliberately? Was this an accidental occurrence, or was this an attack on me? If so, then why did the creature run away after it had me in its clutches? It was 3 feet taller than me and fast. It could have killed me and eaten me without extending much effort, so why didn't it? And if the branch broke off accidentally, how did it break? It was a thick, heavy branch. Besides, what was this creature doing way up in a tree in the first place? Did it climb up there? Did it drop there out of a UFO? At this point, I'm open to even the weirdest suggestions. I can't really explain anything about this story, so your guess is as good as mine. All I know is, even though I stayed in a heightened state of alarm, the rest of my hike was utterly normal. I never saw anything like this ever again. If you can tell me what happened to me, I'd be delighted to learn. I might be the only person who ever came face to face with Dogman who still isn't sure if Dogman really exists.
I dream of Dogman. As told to Peter Bernard. Read by Madeline Starr. Sometimes a dream can seem real, because maybe it is. Before I even begin, I want to point out that although this narrative starts out talking about weird dreams I had, the main story is about the stuff that happened to me in real life after the dreams. So be patient, because it won't make any sense unless I describe the dreams first. When I was a teenager, my family would drive south each winter to visit relatives. In my parents' minds, we were avoiding the cold weather in New York City, but actually Tennessee gets just about as cold as New York, so I don't think they thought it through very clearly. My 2 female cousins would take me hiking, which was really just wandering around the cedars of Lebanon State Park, trying to avoid our respective parents. Independence is so important to you when you're a teenager that you're willing to freeze your butt off all day just to get a little of it. My brother mostly stayed back in the house watching our cousin's VHS video collection. I think this was around the time DVDs had just come out, but the people we knew were still mostly watching VHS tapes. That year, my brother was on a werewolf kick, and it seemed like every time I was in the house, he was watching something like Wolfen or The Howling or one of those kinds of horror movies. Then one night, I had this weird dream. In the dream, I was out in the forest, but I wasn't hiking. I was alone and off trail. I felt at home in the bushes and moved through them with ease and grace. I felt super powerful and strong, like I could do anything I put my mind to, even impossible things. I came out of the brush into a clearing. I knew exactly where I was. It was the intersection of Cedar Forest Road and Sioux Warren Trail. I was just off the road looking down the trail in the direction of Hurricane Creek. Just then, I saw a very familiar car driving up. It was my parents' car. I saw my mother driving and my father in the passenger seat. Studying the scene a little more closely, I could swear I saw my 2 female cousins sitting in the back, along with me. I stepped all the way out of the brush to get a better look at the car, which was now idling by the stop sign. Everyone in the car made eye contact with me, and then they all screamed in horror. That's when I woke up, my heart beating fast like I had been running a marathon. It was the most real-seeming dream I had ever lived through. When I went down to breakfast and my brother was watching yet another werewolf picture on TV, I realized he had probably inspired my nightmare. I asked him if he had any comedies on that VHS pile he could put on, and he said he was running Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein next. That one's got Lon Chaney Jr. in it as the Wolfman, he told me excitedly. Fine. That meant another day of hiking for me. I think I had that dream 2 more times. It was getting so I had a hard time falling asleep at night because I didn't want to deal with the dream. I was in the forest in the snow. I see my family in the car and they are all terrified of me. Why are they afraid of me? And how can I be me, but also in the car? One night the dream started and I saw my family's car pull up. Instead of revealing myself this time, I hid in the bushes and watched. When they drove by, I followed them. I knew I could run as fast as I wanted to. I had outrun deer while hunting in previous dreams. I was an apex predator. When we all arrived at my cousin's house, I hid behind a tree, watching them go inside. I stayed up until night observing them, observing myself, eating dinner, then watching TV, then going to bed. After I saw myself in bed, I wandered closer to the house. It was a bright moon out, but no other illumination. As I got to my bedroom window and saw myself sleeping there, I noticed I could also see my own moonlit reflection in the window. But I didn't look like me. I looked like one of the werewolves from my brother's movies. Again, I woke with a start, my head beating like a machine gun. This time I got up quickly and pulled my window shades down. In the dream, I had just looked through that window and seen myself. I didn't want to look out. I didn't want to see what was outside. I didn't want to know. Maybe it was just a dream, but I just didn't want to find out. That morning at breakfast, I started asking my parents when we were going home, and my uncle got kind of insulted. That led to this whole thing, and so my cousins and I split for the forest without even finishing our breakfasts. We got some food at a diner on the way to the state park, and then went back again for lunch to warm up. We had no plans, nothing to do, but we wanted to avoid drama and conflict, so we planned on staying out all day. That evening, we were starting to wander through the park back toward home when we saw my parents' car pulling up. We figured we were going to get lectured, but instead they were apologetic about the conflict earlier in the day and said they'd been driving around looking for us for hours. They offered to take us to the movies, so we hopped in and we drove off. That's when I got the strangest feeling of déjà vu. I looked outside and realized we were driving over Hurricane Creek. That meant we were on Sioux Warren Trail, heading toward... There it was, the stop sign. That meant this was the moment from my dream. I looked across the road and I saw it before everyone else. I saw a dog's head glaring back at me from the bushes. I screamed at the top of my lungs and pointed. Everyone else now looked also as a giant dog walked out of the bushes on her hind legs and stood there staring at us intently. She was definitely female. She had teats like a mother dog, but she had to have been 7 feet tall. Her hair was dark and her eyes were orange-yellow. She didn't seem like a natural creature. She seemed like a demon covered in fur. But when she looked at me, she looked so confused and sad. I knew why. "Drive," I shouted. Then I shouted it again and again and again. To get past the creature, my mother would have to drive closer to it, then turn past it. There was no other way. It was either that or drive backwards down the trail for miles. So my mom hit the gas and we accelerated toward the creature, toward my nightmare. I don't know what happened next because I fainted flat away. We left the next morning. My parents and I were pretty shaken up and the mood in the house had changed. My uncle thought we were making up the Dogman story as an excuse, so there was even more unnecessary drama. It was just time to go. In all the years since then, I've never had a dream anything like that ever again. I have no explanation for what it was that happened. I dreamed that I was the entity that frightened myself. And no matter how confused or sad I was in my dreams, I was still terrified of the female werewolf when I saw her at the crossroads. I would like to say that the dream taught me not to fear and taught me to treat even frightening entities as I would want them to treat me. And yet, I think the lesson I took away from it was more like, even evil creatures have feelings. But it's not a kind of awareness that makes you feel better about life or that causes you to change your behavior. Just because I vividly experienced what it feels like to be a monstrous beast while in my dreams didn't make the beast any less monstrous when I encountered her again in my waking state. We still have to battle the evils in our lives, but now I do so sadly, understanding on a deep level that even those who mean to do me harm or destroy me are real people with the same exact feelings that I have. If you get threatened by a dogman, don't sympathize with him or her because of what I've told you. Yes, I know that they are conscious, thinking people just like us, but they are still evil and they won't hesitate to take you out in a second if you give them a chance. Empathize with them, respect them, avoid them if you can. But if you have to defend yourself, do it unquestioningly. Do it before they do something to you.
Grandma Meets a Werewolf is told to Peter Bernard, read by P.Q. River. My grandmother was in vaudeville back when she was a kid and a teenager. She performed with her parents as a family act. They never rose high in the billing, and by the time she had grown up, the act wasn't getting booked at all anymore. She married an insurance salesman over harsh protests from her parents, and she settled down to raise my mom and then to be the grandma that I knew. Every once in a while, she would pull out an old show business story. The time either Wheeler or Woolsey made a pass at her, the time Chico Marx asked her for a loan and Harpo wanted her not to do it. But my favorite of her vaudeville stories didn't have much to do with show business at all. That's because my favorite story Grandma used to tell was the story of the time in 1916 when she claimed she saw an actual werewolf. When Grandma first started performing, she was only 5 years old. She would do comedy and play percussion when her parents sang. As she got older, the act became more and more about her. The family were often asked to come to dinner and stay over with well-to-do individuals who had seen them perform. It was always much better than the seedy hotels they stayed in when they could afford to stay inside at all, so they always accepted. Because Grandma was a cute kid, people naturally wanted to take care of her, and her parents capitalized on that. As Grandma grew into her teen years, however, they found out that not only did the act not work as well, but they got invited to dinner by the audience members far less often. When they did get asked to socialize, by that point, it was mostly creepy guys looking to get her alone. One night, soon after Grandma's 16th birthday, this guy seemed like a gentleman, invited her dad and mom to dinner at his place, and said the family could stay over. All went well through dinner, but sure enough, he snuck into her bedroom that night and tried to get handsy. Grandma says she screamed for her parents, and the guy got really mad. He threw them and their luggage out of the house, with the three of them still in their sleeping clothes. They got dressed as well as they could right there in front of the man's house, then began the long walk back to the train station. Her father wanted to sleep in the station and get the first train to the next town they were booked to perform in. Her mother wanted them to get a room in the hotel near the station. Their quarreling got increasingly heated, but the night got colder and colder. They had been walking on a dirt road near the edge of a forest. Now Grandma noticed that the forest was still there, but she still wasn't sure in the darkness where the road had gone. Her parents were too busy saying hurtful things to each other to have noticed that they might not be heading in the right direction any longer. She told me this story 3 different times, and the facts were slightly different each version. I would guess I was there for the retelling of this story in 1971, 1972, and either 73 or 74. She died in 1975 at the age of 75, which was old back then. Her memory at the end might have been a little off, and my own memory may be playing tricks on me when I remember this, but in every version of the story, the next thing that happens is she looks towards the woods, and right there, in the first row of trees, she sees an incredibly large, hairy man with the head of a feral dog. She gasped and hid behind her father, who immediately got out the pistol he carried for self-defense. He began shouting toward the forest, and my grandmother realized that her father thought it was a guy from back at the house where they had dinner. She tried to explain to him that it was something else, something larger and more terrifying than that guy. Her father called to the woods angrily, demanding that whoever was there show himself. This was the last thing my grandmother wanted to happen. She pulled her father and mother's clothes, trying to get them to leave that area. Grandma said that they could see a shadow in the trees, and she thought it was going to come out and show itself, as her father had commanded. Instead, it howled. Grandma says her father and mother both went pale when they realized that she was right, and it was not a man at all pursuing them, but a giant carnivorous beast. They tried to move away toward the station as quickly as they could, but they were all carrying luggage, and women wore a lot more clothes back in those days. It was this whole thing. So the going was not very fast. Grandma told us she knew what it wanted was her. She also realized that if a beast that large and savage wanted her, it could have her, and there was nothing her parents could do about it. She was going to have to depend on luck, or the Dogman deciding not to take her for whatever reason. They still had over an hour of walking to get to the train station or any kind of civilization at all. Just then, a voice called out to them from their right. Squinting in that direction, she could make out light from lamps. They quickly headed in that direction and realized the calls were coming from an old man who was driving a wooden cart with his horse. He said he saw they had wandered off the road and wanted to warn them to steer clear of those woods at night. He told them that lots of folks wander off the road at night and are never heard from again. Grandma says she begged the man to give them a lift to the train station, but he had just come from that direction and had no need to go back till the next day. Finally, they offered him the amount they would have paid to stay at the hotel to carry them to safety, and he agreed. The three of them rode in the wooden cart in the back, watching the road behind them. Grandma said the moon was setting behind the trees and it was getting darker and harder to see. After a while, though, she started to hear sounds which seemed to indicate that they were perhaps being followed. It was all on one side, to her right, the side she'd seen the Dogman on. Grandma called to the driver to please drive faster. He argued that he was going as fast as he was getting paid to go, but he was interrupted by a loud growl coming from the darkness.
Yes, ma'am, I'll drive her faster.
They held on tight as the speeding cart bumped up and down and side to side all over the dirt and stone road. Grandma says that as loud as the horse and cart got, she could still hear the thing following them in the woods. And then she saw it. They all saw it. Brazenly running right down the center of the road behind them was the hairy, dog-headed man she had seen earlier. You could see him for a second in the dim light provided by the lamps. Then he'd disappear back into the darkness, only to emerge again as he gained on them. He was even taller than Grandma had realized earlier. She said he was an insane, feral caveman with a dog head. I remember asking her why she called it a caveman. Did it wear clothes? She said, no. Did it have long hair, like a caveman? She said no, it had dog-length hair, whatever she meant by that. Grandma seemed to feel that this was something prehistoric, and it had the basic body shape of a man. So I guess to her, that meant it was a caveman or proto-human. So where was I? Oh, right. The Dogman was now openly running after their cart. She could see it had dark gray fur, darker and lighter in various areas, and that its eyes glowed like they were lit by candles. Even when it would fall back into darkness, you could still see the eye shine for a while after the body was completely in darkness. The monster snarled and snapped at them, making it very clear its intentions toward them were of the worst kind. Grandma said it had claws on its fingers and toes, but seemed like a furry man other than that, and the head. It ran like a man, on 2 legs. She said it never dropped to 4 legs. It was walking or running bipedally throughout the entire incident. One time she told us it had no tail. The next time she said she thought it might have had one. I think I forgot to ask about the tail the last time she told the story. It seems she mainly saw it from the front, and for that reason, I'm not sure she would have seen the tail much, whether it was there or not. So there it is. A werewolf or Dogman. It's gaining on them, getting closer and closer to their cart, and it has such a look of hatred on its face that Grandma said it was all she could do to keep from fainting. She's screaming at the guy to drive the horse faster. All of Grandma's family is screaming at the guy to go faster. Her mom and dad and probably all her dead ancestors too. The theoretical idea of me was probably screaming at this guy too. After all, if Grandma got taken by a Dogman, I wouldn't ever get to be born. So, in the cart, Grandma now saw the lights of the train station. The Dogman did as well, and it ceased its chase, allowing them to rejoin their own kind. Grandma said it just melted back into the darkness as they approached civilization, and that was the last she ever saw it, or heard of it, or anything like it. I asked Grandma if this turned her off to show business or to accepting invitations from the audience. She said back in her day you didn't have the option of being turned off to something. Life was hard. If you had a traumatic experience in the woods, you went back out there the next day as though nothing had happened. If a member of the audience turned out to be a psycho, you were just as friendly to the next audience the next night. There was no other option. It was about survival. Didn't you know, she asked me, I met your grandfather when he was an audience member after one of my last shows. Now that is the real story of why I quit show business, not the werewolf story. The werewolf encounter was just another night in vaudeville. Trust me. Grandma might have preferred to put on a brave face about it, but she wouldn't have retold the story so many times if it hadn't been a shocking and memorable occurrence, as opposed to just another night in vaudeville. She was a tough old lady, but even my grandma would have been no match against the savagery of a feral dogman. We have a second Dogman story in a minute, so an entire pack of Dogman, as told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ Ribber. I'm fascinated by stories of Dogman because of this thing that happened to me when I was young that I'm about to tell you. But in almost all the stories, the Dogman acts alone. The one and only time I saw a Dogman, I think I saw 11 of them all at once. This is the story of that night. Okay, I was around 11, I guess. It was summer, New Jersey, 1970s. Hot, sweaty, boring. The internet hadn't been invented yet, etc. I was hanging with a buddy of mine, getting in trouble out at the edge of Chatham, and we ended up wandering, possibly illegally, into the Great Swamp National Wildlife Refuge. We loved it in there. It was like going back to the age of the dinosaurs. We saw weird birds and insects in there and joked around that Tyrannosaurus Rex and cavemen lived further into the park. Anyway, this one time we were in there, we stayed after it had started to get dark. We hadn't ever done that before, but we really had no sense of the possible dangers that exist after dark for two completely unprepared teenagers in a wildlife refuge. As it turns out, they call it wildlife for a reason. So anyway, my buddy and I are hanging out at a rock behind some trees on the edge of this grassy area that has a wall at one end, just a plain, nondescript wall. I can't tell what's on the other side. I'm not sure if it's a wall of a building or just a wall in the woods. I didn't think twice about it, but then I thought I saw some guy go over, lean on the wall, and light up a cigarette. I say I thought I saw this because I just noticed it peripherally. I was mainly talking to my friend and not paying attention to the wall beyond it. But I remember seeing the smoking guy because it made me think. The wall must be part of a business, and there's an employee taking a smoking break. It helped me define the odd wall, and that's why I remembered it. So then, after a while, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see a bear or a Bigfoot walk over to the cigarette-smoking guy. That immediately draws my attention, and I look directly at the scene. I motion for my buddy to be quiet and look as well. When I squint, I can see that it's not a bear, and it's not a Bigfoot. It's not a man either. It's a dog walking on its hind legs. At first I thought this meant it was a dog doing a trick, and I relaxed, thinking the mystery had been explained. But then my gaze drifted over to the cigarette-smoking fellow, and I saw that he was wearing a dog head mask. That really freaked me out, and I gasped loudly. I was afraid they heard me, so I ducked down behind the rock. We both did. Now we were facing away from the scene, and we were both thoroughly freaked out. I asked my buddy what kind of a nut job wears a dog mask in the woods. My buddy didn't think it was a mask. I started looking at him like he was on drugs or something, but he was shaking all over, and he was convinced we were looking at either werewolves or maybe native shamans or shapeshifters. We sat there silently, and I considered what he had said. Then, slowly, quietly, stealthily, I turned around to face the scene across the meadow again, and I took a peek. The smoking man was now joined by a few more standing dogs. I realize now that the man was not wearing clothes, and that he was, in fact, one of the standing dogs himself. I had thought he was wearing dark clothes, but that was his fur. This was a scene of madness and horror. I whispered to my friend, "What do we do?" He whispered back, "Let's watch them." And so, that's what we did. I'm not sure how long we were there, but it must have been something like 60 or 90 minutes. One by one, more dogmen arrived. They seemed to be separating into groups and having quiet conversations among themselves, although there were also one or two who I remember standing alone by themselves. This just continued and continued as the night came on, and the sky grew darker and darker and darker. There must have been 10 or 12 of them there by that point. And then, all at once, without any warning whatsoever, every one of those dogmen or werewolves or brujos or whatever they were ran off in a different direction. At lightning speed they erupted in all directions. Several of them were heading in our direction. I only remember running after that. I remember running like nothing else existed, like the only reason I was born was to run. I did not see my life flashing in front of my eyes. I was not going to die that day. I ran over, under, around, and through every part of that forest until we reached the edge of the wild area and escaped back to the land of the humans. I never looked back, and we were both lucky enough to have never seen those dogmen ever again. A couple or 3 days later, I was in a newsstand store in town, and there was a new comic book on the stands with a werewolf on the cover. We were both talking about where the artist got it right and where he got it wrong. One of the old guys in the store was laughing at us, this Native American guy. He asked why we thought we knew what real werewolves looked like. Being kids, we just told him. We saw them lining up by the wall in the woods before they went off to hunt. The old Native American guy stopped laughing at us, and he got this weird expression on his face. Finally, he told us that his father always said that the wall in the woods was a gathering place for bad spirits. He just assumed his father was going mental when he said stuff like that, but our story was sort of freaking him out. So, anyway, fast forward to the summer of 2014. My buddy and I decided on Facebook we would meet and try to relocate that old wall in the woods and take pictures of it. During the day this time. We're not as brave as we once were. Okay, so we met and we entered the forest, this time with GPS to help guide our way to where we thought the wall was. Short version of the story is that we never found that wall or even that meadow or pasture in our entire day of searching. Either we were looking in the wrong place or the wall's been taken down. It's possible we walked past the site several times without recognizing it, and it's also possible that we never got close to it. So really, all that I've got in the end is a story. I saw a gathering of dog-headed men at dusk. I saw them disperse. I don't know why either of these things happened or what any of it means. The only thing I know is that dogmen do have a social structure and they do communicate with each other. And that's the true story of the only time I ever saw Dogman.
Don't go anywhere. We've got lots more to go. From March 12th, 2018, may I present The Best of Dogman, number 8.
Best of Dogman, Volume 8. Let's start the countdown with our first story. The Rabid Dogman, as told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ Ribber. When I was a kid, I was a huge fan of werewolf movies. I'm not anymore. These days, werewolf movies bring out the post-traumatic stress disorder in me, and I become unable to function. Sometimes it's just for a few seconds. Other times I can be essentially put out of action for days. I find myself unable to think clearly. My heart beats too fast. I sweat uncontrollably. My hands shake. And I'm just about useless until it passes. The most frustrating part is the feeling that I have absolutely no control over this shell shock when it hits me. I guess I loved werewolf movies because they seemed like fantasies. I could be scared but still feel safe, since everyone knows there's no such thing as a werewolf. Well, maybe there really is no such thing as a werewolf. I wouldn't know. I've never seen one. But I do know one thing for sure. There certainly is something that I call a Dogman. It's difficult even typing about him. I feel painfully ill all over just thinking about him. But I know that the Dogman is not paranormal, and I know for a fact it's a real, natural, organic animal, not something out of my imagination or from another reality. Paranormal things are like ghosts. Ghosts don't get disease. Only real animals do. I know what I'm saying because I almost got killed by a Dogman. A diseased Dogman who clearly had rabies. This was when I was 12. I remember it like it happened earlier today, even though this was 14 years ago. It's the story of how the first half of my life ended and the second half began. This was the day I lost my innocence. I can imagine you in my head saying, "Cut the personal garbage and get straight to the Dogman." Well, if you had gone through what I went through, you'd stall each time before telling this story too. It's terrifying just thinking back on it. Okay, here we go. This all happened between Halloween and Thanksgiving in earlier mid-November. My parents had both gotten 3 weeks off that month, and we were going to drive around, visiting locations, camping on nights when the weather was warm and dry enough. My parents were on a roadside attractions kick, wanting my brother Joe and me to see their generation's version of America before it disappeared completely. Joe and I were more interested in this new TV show called Lost, which we were missing episodes of due to this road trip. So we were miserable, and our parents kept telling us to remember how great this was because life was going to go downhill after this. Little did they know how right they were. So one night, that was really too cold and windy to be camping. We camped anyway, somewhere either in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. We were using old school paper maps, so I was never really sure where we were. I didn't have to know. I was too young to drive anyway. I remember that Joe and I had begged them to get a motel room or two for the night. We both would have preferred sleeping on the rug in their room to the damp floor of this cold, haunted-looking forest. I had to go to the bathroom just as we were settling in to sleep in our large family-sized tent, and I wanted my brother or my dad to go with me. The forest was really dark, and there could have been anything out there, from a bear to a large cat to a sicko to, well, the Jersey Devil for all I knew. Neither of them had to go, so my mother offered to go with me instead. I was 12, so I decided I would rather get kidnapped by Bigfoot than have my mother help me out in this situation. So off I went into the forest alone at night. Like all 12-year-old kids, I imagined I was going to see a monster. Unlike most other 12-year-old kids, though, when I walked between some bushes to find a private place to go, I actually, literally, almost walked into an actual, real-life monster. I have no idea what it was doing there. It was just standing. My first impression was that I had entered a fairy tale. Here was the big bad wolf standing in the forest, and he was shaving. Yes, he looked like he was shaving because he had shaving cream all over his face. That's what it looked like in the dark. What was he doing? He was staring in my direction and twitching. He wasn't staring directly at me. He was sort of staring over my left shoulder into space. I think it had been looking in that direction since before I had come through the bush. Although nothing in the world made sense for me anymore, I made a logical decision for myself at this point. Without reversing direction, I just untook the step I had taken walking through the bush. I realized I no longer needed to go to the bathroom. The sight of that creature had taken care of that for me. I sort of moonwalked back to the tent and got in, shivering and unable to talk to the others. I looked at them and tried to form words. It felt sort of like sleep paralysis when you're trying to speak or scream and nothing comes out. Then someone noticed my aroma. Both my parents combined the lost expression on my face with the ammonia smell and realized I'd just had some sort of trauma in the night. My mother grew concerned, and my father grew annoyed and critical. Both of them were shushed by my brother Joe, who wanted us all to listen to a sound in the woods. It was the strangest sound I had ever heard, like an insane man combined with a giant monster. I knew where the sound was coming from, and I was now openly weeping. The words all spilled out in super fast form like a dam had just burst. I told them it was a big man with a dog's head and he had shaving cream all over his face. My father said, "He's seen a rabid dog or wolf," and began issuing orders to my brother and mom about what to take and what to leave and how we were going to run to the car. He grabbed me and carried me, which I was grateful for. He and I were in the car, and I could hear my mother and brother slamming the doors behind us. We were safe. Or so I thought. Of course, you know the car wouldn't start right away. It was a cold night, like I said before. My father turned the key again and again. I began to relax and close my eyes, looking to escape this nightmare for some good dreams for a while. Then it was there, in my side window, slamming its face against the glass. The Dogman got its foam all over the place as it insanely slammed its head again into my window. The glass cracked. My mother and brother were screaming at my father to start the engine as though he weren't already trying. All I could do was stare directly into the eyes of death. The Dogman was so crazed that its eyes were crossed, its teeth were gritted, and its tongue was caught in the mixing blood into the foam and saliva. Slam! It made the glass crack a little more. Slam! The glass moved. It was barely held together now. Slam! Glass flew into my face and body as I closed my eyes and turned away. I knew what was going to come next. I had seen enough monster pictures. This was about to be the end of my part of the movie. But then a miracle happened. The car started. As far as I can recall, the creature never actually reached into the car after breaking the window. I don't know if there wasn't time for it to, or what the reason, but it smashed the window. My father started the car, and we drove out of there into a hospital where I had all the glass pulled out of me and then had a talk with the hospital shrink. This ended our holiday, and the next day, after the hospital released me, we drove home. Our parents made me join them in rehearsing a lie about how our car was smashed with a rock by rowdy teenagers, so we came home. No monsters, no Dogman, No rabid, upright walking canids. No post-traumatic stress disorder. The hospital had recommended that I see a shrink, but my parents felt that would embarrass the family and cause people to ask questions. So my PTSD went untreated for years, and I subconsciously found other ways to embarrass the family instead. It was not easy for me to tell you all this, so I hope you've been listening carefully. Dogman is a very real animal, but it's so much bigger and stronger and wilder than us that it may as well be supernatural. Don't kid yourself that this is just a creature of myth and legend. If you do, you'll end up traumatized like me. No, you should expect the Dogman. You should prepare for the Dogman. And then, if you're really lucky, you'll never run into him. Don't go away. We've got 10 more scary Dogman stories starting right after this. I'd like to take a moment to say that if you have a scary story you'd like to tell us here, you can write Peter at peterbernard.com, or you can call our new Scary Stories hotline number and leave it to us in the form of a voicemail message. It's easy to remember. 804-LESCARY. That's 804-LESCARY, or 804-537-2279. Vicious Dogman versus Habituated Sasquatch, as told to Peter Bernard. Read by PQ Ribber. My wife and I own land on which a Bigfoot family has become habituated. We are the only family in the area who does not hunt, and so the Sasquatch are safe here and have all the deer and small game they want, so they no longer need to migrate and just stay here year-round. There are also other Squatch families passing through the area, usually in spring and autumn, but there are 2 young adult Bigfoot who live here year-round. Things are usually very peaceful around here, except for the time when a remarkably savage Dogman moved in and tried to take over the area as its own turf. Now, I don't blame you if you don't believe anything I just said. I wouldn't blame you if you thought all Bigfoot habituation people were either crazy or scam artists looking to make a buck. The reason you think that is that some Bigfoot habituation people really are genuinely crazy, and others really genuinely are just looking to make a buck. I won't name names. You can make up your own minds. A third reason that you might legitimately feel I'm just a nut is that, like a few other genuine Bigfoot habituation folks, I view myself as a protector of this possibly endangered species. So, I'm not going to tell you where I live. I'll narrow it down to say we're on the western edge of one of the southeastern states, but that's all I'm saying, because I don't want scientists or TV Bigfoot folk invading my woods. I respect these creatures, and I want them to live in peace. Since I'm not going to give you enough information to check out my story for yourselves, you have every right to doubt me. That having been said, everything I'm about to say is the absolute truth. Oh, I just remembered another reason that even I would think Bigfoot habituation people are Looney Tunes. We think we're receiving mental communications from the Sasquatch themselves. Yes, that's right. And I'll say it again. My wife and I both receive specific mental answers to our questions to Bigfoot, even though we both still to this day wonder how much of that is real and how much is our own imagination. For instance, we both call the male Abel, and neither of us know why we chose that name. We both feel like he told us that was his name. Similarly, we both call the female Keturah or Katara or Kathy. It took us some time to notice that these are both names from the Bible. Wasn't Esau the hairy one in the Bible? Yet we felt the Sasquatch was named Abel. Another odd thing is that when my wife bakes her special rhubarb pie, she always makes two and leaves the extra pie out in the trees outside our property up on the crook of this tree. She says they asked her to. They love the smell of baking rhubarb. I don't know if this is true of all Sasquatches, but ours love sweet things. They always leave us some odd object in return, as though they are paying for the pie. One time they left daisies, another time they left a little plastic ring, and they once left little white eggs that we hatched in an incubator. They turned out to be goldfinch eggs. We raised them and set them free. Now that I've convinced half of you that my wife and I are delusional in imagining things, I'm going to tell you a really crazy story, one that even we have a hard time believing. I'm going to tell you the story of the time I saw Abel the Sasquatch in a ferocious, nasty battle with what I can only assume was an actual Dogman. I've started listening to podcasts about Bigfoot and Dogman in recent times, and I have heard it said over and over that Dogman and Sasquatch don't appear in the same territory. I think that's probably generally true, but I know for a fact, since I saw it with my own eyes, that their turf does sometimes bang into each other, and they do sometimes clash. I think these battles are rare because they're so vicious, and that these few fights are actually how the boundary lines between Bigfoot and Dogman turf are decided. As I said, my land is prime hunting ground, but we don't hunt there, and we've done a pretty good job of keeping poachers off our land, so it's only natural that a predator like a Dogman would see the habituated Sasquatch here as a soft target and think that they could annex this territory without much effort at all. I strongly suspect the Dogman instigated this fight, trying to bully and frighten off the Squatches, not expecting them to fight back to protect their home. But fight back they did, or at least Abel, the male, certainly did. Now, as I say, I came on in the middle of this fight and only watched what I think was part of the middle of this battle. It was late summer, and we were hearing the strangest calls from the woods that I ever heard. It sounded like elk breeding brays, but as far as we know, there are no elk this far east. Also, I thought their mating season was later in the year, in autumn. The sounds grew stranger and closer, and it sounded like some sort of elk orgy was heading in our general direction. We talked about it in a bemused way, but that all changed when suddenly, with a huge crash, out of the bushes spilled two large creatures wrestling, apparently to the death. We had been sitting outside, enjoying the early evening, but this sudden chaos terrified us, and we ran inside to watch the action from our kitchen windows. It was Abel, or a Squatch his size, which at that point was between 6 and 7 feet tall, and he was battling what I at first thought was a large cat, and my wife thought was a skinny bear. They were literally tumbling over each other and knocking small trees over, so violent was the force of their thrusts at each other. They did not fight like men, even though both were essentially man-shaped. Then Abel let out a pained howl, and the two separated. His rival had bitten the Bigfoot on the shoulder, and he whimpered in pain. As I saw the two separated for the first time, we could make out that the creature battling our habituated Sasquatch was not a bear or a big cat or even another Squatch. It was some sort of Bigfoot-like monster with the head of a dog. While Abel whimpered and addressed his shoulder wound, the dog-headed monstrosity, which looked like it had 8 to 10 inches in height over the Squatch, but was much thinner, struck out at the ape-man, scratching it with its long, knife-like claws. My wife shouted and cried, and I had to hold her as she descended into tears. We thought we were about to see the squatch she had baked rhubarb pies for get killed right in front of our eyes. Well, Abel, who had grown used to a peaceful life, finally got mad at the Dogman. After one painful swipe from the werewolf's claws, Abel let out a loud bellow, almost like a battle cry. I saw him use his incredibly long arms to clock the Dogman right in the jaw. Spit and blood flew as the Dogman was lifted off his feet and then down onto his back by the blow. That punch would have ended the life of any adult human. It's important to realize the unbelievable strength that Sasquatch possesses. The stunned Dogman got up, not on its hind legs but on all four, and exited into the woods so quickly it was almost like he had dematerialized. It really was like he was shot from a gun. I've never seen an animal go from standing to running that quickly before or since. Abel also surprised us and chased after his adversary on all fours as well. We had hardly ever seen the Squatches walking on their hind legs before, but I can tell you from what I saw that day, they do drop to all fours when they need to go their fastest. Both massive creatures were soon out of our sight, back in the forest. Although we couldn't see them anymore, we heard the battle continue until long after sundown. There were cries of pain from both creatures, and my wife cried herself to sleep, terribly saddened by what was going on. We didn't see Abel again that year. In fact, we didn't see any Sasquatch at all that winter or the entire next year. We assumed the worst about our old friend. We also didn't see the Dogman again, though, so we never really knew what had happened. Then, and this is the reason I'm writing to you, just last week in February 2018, we saw them again. At least we think it was them, Abel and Keturah. I didn't recognize Abel at first because he had grown much taller, probably 12 feet tall, but Keturah looked the same, and she was carrying a young one with her. My wife thinks that's definitely Keturah, but isn't sure if the male is an older, taller Abel, or if this is a new mate. I suppose we could ask them and wait for a mental response, but once again, we really wouldn't know if we were imagining the response anyway. No matter what it may turn out actually happened, we both are very glad to have these creatures habituating on our property once again. It might sound counterintuitive to be happy about having a family of giant predators living on your land, but if you knew these giants will protect you from the Dogman, you'd be happy to see them, too. Bye for now. I gotta go help my wife bake some rhubarb pie.
Do you have a scary story you want us to read on the show? Just call our voicemail hotline, 804-LIST-SCARY. That's 804-537-2279. And now for something completely scary.
Dogman, Outside the Laundry Room, as told to Peter Bernard, read by P.Q. Ribber. Nothing is more annoying for a teenager than his parents making him do the laundry. But things can go from bad to worse if you look out the laundry room window and see a Dogman. This story happened back in the 70s when I was a teenager. I was camping with my family during the summer of either 1974 or 75, which, for us, meant parking our trailer alongside a bunch of other trailers in a campground we paid to get into. Not exactly getting away into nature, but there were other kids there from the other trailers, so when we went every year, I was happy enough. I was a lonely, only child, and I loved every chance to get to hang out with other kids. By this time in the mid-70s, the campground was starting to get a little run down, and it was apparent the owners weren't doing anything to keep the place up. We didn't know it at the time, but by 1980 the land would be sold to a developer who would build an immense shopping center on the site. Maybe 7 or 8 of the trees were left out of what had once been a small forest, but the stores and parking lot were still surrounded with the larger forest, which stretches on further than the eye can see. But as I said, this story took place when it was still a campground, still isolated, and still a very natural area. My father felt that the point of us doing this camping was to take a break from things. But my mother felt it was a perfect opportunity for me to learn some responsibility. I was always trying to sneak off to play before she got around to assigning me endless chores designed to remove all fun from my life. This one day she caught me before I got away from her and gave me the family's laundry to do. I argued that I didn't want to do it, but lost. My father even took up my side and told Mom she was emasculating me, but he was overruled, and off I was, sent to do the laundry. Now, this was still before sunrise. I rose early when we were camping to get up before my mother did. It was dark out, and I was a bit surprised to find myself spooked to be walking to the laundry building in the dark like that. The one-room structure itself was on the outskirts of the park, set away from everything else, all alone, and by the tree line of the forest. I'd never been frightened there before, but somehow, in some way this time, I sensed something different. Maybe I should say that it felt like something was wrong. I walked to the laundry room, and I swear I could practically hear the horror movie music in my head. I could almost hear the audience in the theater yelling at me not to take a step further. I turned and looked at our trailer, trying to think of an excuse to go back there and wait the extra half hour till the sun was up and it wouldn't feel so creepy. I guess my fear of my mother was bigger than any fear for my life or well-being, so I took a deep breath and continued on my path to the laundry room. When I got there, I could see through one of the windows that it was dark inside. That made sense. Nobody but someone with my mother as their mother would be doing laundry before dawn. The only entrance and exit was the one I would be going through. If something or someone were hiding in the dark inside, there would be no back exit for them to escape through. If I caught something in there, its only means of egress would be through me. Conscious of this, I knocked 3 times on the door asking, "Anyone in there?" and listened. Nothing. I flung the door open and jumped sideways out of the way and waited. Nothing came out. No noise. No anything. I bravely reached in, fumbling around for the light switch. The old fluorescent bulbs noisily started up as loud as a bug zapper. Gazing around in the painfully harsh artificial light, I could see that the room was entirely empty other than 2 washers, 2 dryers, a folding table, some stools, a coin-operated soap dispensing machine, and some spiders in the corners. It was a huge relief to me. Now I could give up being terrified and go back to only being bored and put upon. I started doing the laundry in the way my mother had taught me, separating whites and colors and so forth. I was really nauseated to be handling the laundry of my parents, but my mother always said if she could wash my diapers when I was a baby, I could wash her shorts now. Even then, I knew there was very little logic in her argument, but I also knew I was living under her figurative roof for another few years, and I had no options but to deal with her eccentricities and the chores she assigned me. Now, back then, when I was doing laundry, I wouldn't bring a book. I would just sit there and stare at the laundry going in circles. It all seemed like a story to me. Each article of clothing seemed to have a personality, and I'd watch the drama play out as different articles would come to the front and the back, disappear in the soap suds, reassert themselves in the dry cycle. Washing the dryer was even more fun. No soap in the way. I sat down, watching the action in the machine, which was situated directly in front of a window, looking out into the forest. I began noticing that it wasn't getting any lighter out, and we were already past the time when dawn should have happened. Curiously, I went to the front door and looked out at the sky. It was cloudy and seemed as though it was about to rain. Great. Now it would be dark the entire time I was up there, and it wasn't going to get any less creepy. I silently prayed that someone would need to do laundry soon, just so I wouldn't be alone. When I went back inside, I fiddled with the front door for a while to see if there was any way to lock it. I know the owners used to padlock it in the off-season, but not only did the door not lock, it didn't even close properly. If someone wanted to come into the laundry room while I was in there, they pretty much could do whatever they wanted. This door wasn't going to stop anything. I resumed my position on the stool in front of the machine and watched the laundry drama swirl in circles in front of me, not sure why I continued to feel so nervous. Then I saw it. Peripherally at first. There was a face in the woods, and it was watching me. I looked up, directly at the window, and couldn't see it, but then I looked away and noticed it distinctly in my peripheral vision. It was a hairy face between the trees. Was it Bigfoot? I had seen The Legend of Boggy Creek and was a huge Bigfoot enthusiast. There's a scene in that movie where the Bigfoot reaches into a home and tries to grab a girl, so fear shot through me like I was stabbed with an icicle. If the creature wanted to reach through that window, or if he decided to come in through the unlockable door, I stared out through the glass. I squinted, trying my best to see this thing directly. Maybe it wasn't Bigfoot. Maybe it was a lunatic in the woods. That could be even worse. I needed to know what that was because I had no doubt there was something there. So I did what any really dumb character in a horror movie would do. I shouted through the window at whoever was in the woods to show themselves or go away. That's right. I thought I was being stalked by a predator that might or might not even be human, and I challenged it to show itself. Be careful what you ask for. Out of the woods stepped a hairy thing. It was not a man. It was not a Bigfoot either. It was like a monster dog, but it couldn't be a dog because it walked on its hind legs like a man. I didn't think of a werewolf at the time, but that's what it was, some kind of werewolf. It was giant, like a football player. Like, imagine if Jim Brown were covered in fur and had a fierce dog head. And wow, did he look pissed off at me. He charged the window so quickly I thought he was going to smash through it. I screamed like a little girl and ran all the way back to the trailer, crying. My parents at first laughed at me, then got angry as I refused to go up and put the clothes in the dryer. In fact, I refused to go out again for the rest of the day, even when my friends came and asked me to come out and play. I kept saying there was a dog-headed monster in the woods, and everybody just thought I was nuts. By the morning, Dad had already decided to go home. My mother made it clear how disappointed she was in me, and I still, to this day, feel guilty about us going home, as though I were the one who caused the Dogman appearance. When we went back the next year, I refused to do the laundry alone, only going with my mother to do it. I never saw Dogman or anything strange up there ever again. It was a few years later when I was in a theater and I saw the movie Wolfen. That is a lot like what the creature I saw looked like, the upright walking werewolves in that movie. I hadn't ever seen anything like that before, which is why I didn't think of werewolves when I saw the laundry room monster. To me, back then, a werewolf was a guy in a lumberjack shirt and a hairy face running around in old black and white movies with Abbott and Costello. This creature did not wear clothing. It looked like a beast of the forest, and a predator at that. Most of these woods are still intact these days, even though the park area itself is now covered in concrete and tar. I just have to assume those creatures, whatever they actually are, still wander those forests. I see Giorgio Tsoukalos on TV asking if Anubis in ancient Egypt might have been a real creature, and I think to myself, maybe I should offer to take old Giorgio camping one time. I know just the place.
Beauty Pageant Dogman, as told to Peter Bernard, read by Madeline Starr. When I was younger, my mother was a beauty pageant mom. She would enter me in every beauty pageant she felt we could drive to in her 1976 Cadillac Sedan DeVille, which meant every pageant in the southeastern United States. She wanted me to become a star more than anything. Little did she know her obsession would lead us to coming face to face with a real-life werewolf. These days I work as a waitress, and I don't care what you think about that because it's honest work. I have no interest in show business, and if I ever have a daughter, I'd never push her to do anything she didn't want to do. But my mom had been forced into the beauty pageant world by her mom, and she loved it. I think my mother would have still been entering contests herself if they had them for women her age. She was trying to make me into her substitute. She kept telling me how much fun I was having, but I missed living in one place and having regular friends. I was so unhappy that I was at the point where I was practically missing school. Mom didn't care. Since she started getting Dad's alimony payments, she was a free agent who could do anything she wanted. And what she wanted was for me to win big in the beauty pageant game. This was the 1970s. The absolute low point in beauty pageant history. Women's liberation and feminism declared beauty pageants degrading exploitation of women. Less makeup and more masculine fashions ruled the day for girls and women. Not for me, though. I had to go around dressed like the 60s had never happened. I was personally into rock music and poetry and painting. I idolized Jim Morrison, the free spirit rock singer who viewed himself as a shaman. I felt like an idiot putting Vaseline on my teeth and taping various parts of my body together to live out some weird, delusional 1950s glamour fantasy of my mother. I wanted to be different from her. My entire generation wanted to be different from our parents. Instead, I was a clone of mine. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem with the return to glamour that's happened since then, but I was a kid of my time. Also, I want it clear that I don't disrespect beauty contestants. In those days, they were the closest thing to friends I had. Contrary to the stereotype, there were very few backstabbers in the shows in those days, and we usually pulled for each other. The stage mothers, though, that was an entirely different story. And my mother was a real barracuda. I suppose her behavior sometimes helped me in the short term, but she embarrassed me repeatedly in the long term. I wondered, what did she think would happen if I won some big pageant? Would the Red Sea part and angels sing? And then what would she do after she had caught her figurative white whale? To me back then, her obsession with winning something meaningless and shallow seemed like an illness, and she seemed like a sick woman. So I didn't win any big pageants, and even if you're willing to entirely uproot your lives as we had, there are still only so many beauty pageants to enter. After a while, you've entered them all, and then soon enough, you're getting to be too old to compete. I had felt I had reached that point, and I explained it to my mother. She wasn't hearing it. She kept booking me, but each contest now was cheaper or sleazier than the previous one. Finally, one freezing winter night, I found myself in a bathing suit on a tiny stage with 4 other desperate young women in a country music bar, located off some highway you could barely see on the Hagstrom map. Even with a packed crowd, it felt cold in there. Men pawed at my legs. I looked to my mother for help, but she just gestured at me to smile. Even though I was cranky all night, I won the prize, a big $75. I guess the other girls were even less excited to be there than I was. The MC gave it to me in cash from the door money. When my mother headed over to take her share of the winnings, I threw my overcoat on without getting dressed and exited the establishment for the car. My mother stormed up behind me, still pulling her coat on. I'm not sure what I thought I was doing. She had the car keys. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked loudly. "You know I have the car keys." So my mother and I got into a huge screaming match about the $75 there in the snowy parking lot of the seedy roadside bar. On one side, cars whizzed by, and on the other side, the dark forest loomed menacingly. None of that existed to us because we had reached an impasse. I told Mom I was keeping the $75 and starting a new life for myself. I just needed her to drop me off at some bus depot or train station. My mother screamed how I was killing her, how she couldn't survive without me, but that was all nonsense. She had her alimony. She wasn't going to starve. And she wouldn't miss the $75. If I could have walked to a bus station, I would have. As it was, I had no choice but to get a ride, and so I kept arguing with my mother. And then the outside world interfered in our little argument. I noticed a growling sound coming from the trees that weren't 30 feet away from us. My mother kept arguing in a panicked way, and I told her to shush. This only made her angrier. "Don't you tell me to shush," she bellowed. Then someone, or something, bellowed louder. Whatever it was, its shout was at an even higher decibel level than my mother, and it shut both of us up. Slowly, quietly, we both got into the Cadillac. We watched silently through the front windshield as the branches and leaves parted, and parted, and parted, until finally this remarkably tall, hideously frightening dog beast was standing there, staring at us like it hated us. It was not like a man dressed in a wolfman costume, and it looked nothing like movie monsters. It looked like if a giant bipedal dog had been working out at the gym and had gotten more muscular than Superman. Its ears stuck up in the air like an old Scotty Terrier, but there was nothing cute about this thing. Besides seeming huge, it also gave the distinct impression of being more agitated than someone trying to quit smoking. Like it was nervous or it had too much coffee. Its chest heaved and emptied, like it was out of breath. Its breathing capacity was so expansive that each time it breathed out, it felt and sounded like somebody let the air out of the Hindenburg. I told my mother to drive, and my mother said to me, "Don't you try to tell me what to do, young lady." Or she tried to say it. Because before she could finish her sentence, that dog thing was on the hood of the car with its face pressed hard to the windshield directly in front of my mother's face. The monster seemed to think it could push its head right through the glass, banging its face over and over into the glass. It looked like he might succeed, so I reached over and turned the key in the ignition. "Hit the gas, Mother," I suggested. My mom just sat there, glassy-eyed, looking at the monster drooling all over her front windshield and snarling. So I reached over and stomped on the gas pedal myself, stomping my mother's foot in the process and waking her from her shocked state. We pulled backwards out of the parking lot and directly into traffic. The Dogman charged after us, heading straight towards us. Cars were heading in our direction, probably doing about 60. There was no way they were going to be able to stop in time if we stayed where we were. It looked like my mom, the Dogman, and I were all about to get killed on the highway in a massive collision when my mom switched the car out of reverse and hit the pedal again. The Cadillac sped forward out of the highway, barely missing getting sideswiped, and slammed head first into the Dogman's belly and legs. The filthy creature was sent flying off back toward the trees, landing hard and bouncing on the gravel and dirt. The tires squealing and commotion had drawn a small crowd of bar customers and employees out to see what was going on. I screamed as my mother nearly ran 2 or 3 people over, spinning all over the place trying to get on the highway and get out of there, which we did. We drove for miles silently. But after things calmed down, I stuck to my guns and split off from my mother right then and there. And after the Dogman incident, she didn't even put up a fight about it. Somehow surviving Dogman can put your other problems into their proper perspective. It's one of those things that you would never wish on anyone, yet it's one of those things that made me stronger because I survived it. Although I sincerely hope I never meet Dogman again, I'm pretty sure that my life is better because I nearly got killed and eaten by the terrifying monster that we now call Dogman.
The upright, walking dog on the highway, as told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ Ribber. This is a story that actually happened to me when I was being driven home one night by my ex-wife. She was still my wife back then. This was about 10 years ago. It was my birthday, so she'd agreed beforehand to be my designated driver. That having been said, I wasn't really that drunk, and the coldness of the late February night had helped sober me up a bit more. But we were both relaxed and in good moods when my wife stopped talking in mid-sentence, stared forward, slowed the car down, stopped, and turned off the engine. We had tall bushes to our right that must have been over 10 feet tall and extended for a long ways into the distance. On the left, the bushes stopped, and there was a little green hill and steps leading up to a small wooden house with a covered porch in front of it. There was an old lady, covered in blankets, rocking in her chair, looking right at me. She smiled and waved. I waved back, but didn't smile. My wife was staring directly in front of her, emotionless like a zombie. I almost said something, but that's when everything started. There was the sound of movement through the brush to our right. I could see the bushes swaying and then parting, all the way up out of my line of vision. I gasped so hard that I choked as I saw the feet, the legs, the torso, the long arms ending in claws, but not the head, of an immense, hairy, humanoid creature. The monster took one more step out of the bushes and onto the road in front of the car. I still couldn't see what it was, but I was not thinking Bigfoot. It was something even more disturbing than Bigfoot, and I screamed. I screamed like I did when I was a kid and a spider dropped into my food. I'm not proud of it, but I screamed like a coward. In my defense, none of this felt real. My wife was in a trance. We were parked in the dark in the middle of a highway, and this hairy demon-like thing walked out in front of us while an old lady smiled and watched. And the monster, I found it more frightening than a bear, than a Sasquatch, or anything I could have imagined, precisely because this was something I could never have imagined. Its legs were bent oddly, like the back legs of a deer or a goat. That's what made me think it was a demon or a devil. Also, this thing had a tail. I only caught glimpses of it, but it had a whiptail, long and thin, that looked like it would hurt to be hit by. And, the most terrifying, The most surreal and nightmarish thing about the monster was its size. This was not 6 or 7 feet tall. This felt like a giant monster. It felt like the Hulk from more recent movies where he must be 12 or 16 feet tall. You probably have never seen a man-like creature that is that tall in real life. It's sort of a life-changing experience. It's a diaper-changing experience, at least. I still had not even seen this creature's head. It was too far up and out of my line of vision. I looked over at my wife. She stared blankly forward. I looked toward the old lady on the porch up the hill, and she smiled and waved back again. Then the monster leaned forward, placing its massive paws onto the car hood, and lowered its head into my field of vision. It was a dog. It was an upright, walking dog. It didn't look like a werewolf. It looked like a dog, except it walked on its hind legs. Imagine the largest, blackest dog you'd ever seen. Now, imagine it rearing back and standing up on its back legs. Now, imagine that its 2 front paws spread out, left and right, coming to the sides like human arms. Imagine them bulkier and more muscular than any dog's arms have ever been. Imagine a huge black dog, bigger than a bear, with a chest of a steroid freak bodybuilder from prehistoric times. The paws, or really claws, were so large that they essentially had become hands. It looked like it could pick up a basketball in one of its paws, but it might deflate the ball with those dagger-like, Wolverine-like claws. The monster head had an extra long snout like a Russian wolfhound, but black and with the teeth of an alligator or a tyrannosaur. Its eyes glowed hot, and I swear that in the cold I saw steam coming not just from the creature's nostrils, but also from its red, lit from within eyes. That was what was now staring at my wife, and she was staring back at this thing. The giant Dogman didn't hang its tongue out of its mouth and didn't pant. It seemed to want to breathe through its nose, and it seemed to conserve all movement to only the most necessary. This was not man's best friend, nor was this a savage wolf or coyote. This was some sort of intelligent being, and it seemed to have complete mental control over my wife. Panicking, I looked at the old lady in the distance and signaled for her to call the police. She smiled and waved back. I remembered that I had my Motorola L7 telephone and took it out. I probably should have tried to take a photo with it, but my first thought was to call the police. I saw that I had like 1 bar of reception, but I was about to make the call anyway when the monster slammed its paws on the car hood, causing me to jump in my seat and drop my phone. Then this thing, in a split second, smashed its face into the front windshield directly in front of me, and it screamed. Or barked, or brayed, or scared the living daylights out of me is what it did. I was certain my life was over. Rather than being grateful that I'd gotten to celebrate my birthday before dying, I whined like a little brat that I was too young to go, and that this was unfair. Of course it was unfair, but it's not life's job to be fair. Apparently, it's life's job to get up in your face and scream. So there we were, my wife in a hypnotized trance, and me in a near catatonic state from abject fear. You can laugh at me all you want, but if you find yourself in an impossible situation against an unbeatable, possibly demonic foe, then we'll see how brave you are. The Dogman went back to his former position, leaning over and staring into my wife's eyes. She continued to stare blankly back. I'm not even sure if she was blinking. I heard a strange guttural sound coming from somewhere outside the car to the left. Looking around nervously, I saw it was the old lady. She had fallen asleep and was snoring loudly. This was an insane universe. Was I asleep too, like the old lady, and dreaming this? We sat there for a half hour, according to the clock on the dashboard. If it were a dream, would time have passed in that way? No other cars drove by in either direction during the entire episode. Then, just like that, the Dogman stood up and began walking slowly toward the old lady in the house. My wife, still in a trance, turned the car's ignition and drove us quickly away from there. I strained my neck and turned in my seat to see what the upright walking dog was doing, but we were around a turn very quickly, and I no longer could make out what was going on back there. Was he going to menace that old lady? Did the old lady somehow already know the Dogman? What exactly happened to me? My wife started talking again in mid-sentence, exactly from where she had left off half hour earlier. She seemed normal again. I certainly wasn't. When I told her what happened, she grew cross with me and accused me of making up stories to gaslight her. It led to an argument, the first of many to come after this event. I wanted to know what had happened when the Dogman was staring into her eyes. Was he reading her mind? Was he implanting thoughts or even commands in her mind? I watched her like a hawk and carefully considered every single thing she said and did from then on. I couldn't find anything about her that seemed different than from before the incident, but I had lost my sense of trust in her, and she grew resentful of my newfound fear of closeness. I guess you could say Dogman broke up my marriage, but maybe it was just fate. My current wife doesn't believe in monsters. She laughs at stories of Dogman, saying they're just urban legends and campfire tales. I never argue with her, and I make sure we never drive through the woods. Do you want to meet a real werewolf? It's told to Peter Bernard. Read by PQ River. So it was in the mid-1980s, and I was at some kind of pop culture convention in New Jersey. I want to say Jersey City, but don't quote me on that. I was there with my younger brother, who was a total werewolf nut. We weren't kids, but we were still young, and we shared an apartment together on the outskirts of Hoboken. This was before the internet, so if you wanted to find stuff about werewolves or anything weird, you really had to invest time and money into it. So my brother was interested in buying copies of comic books with werewolves in them, old Mexican Wolfman movies, and any famous Monsters of Filmland issues with anything about Lon Chaney Jr. At one of the video tables, a guy asked my brother if he liked werewolves in this weird way. He was looking back and forth, acting suspicious and guilty. My brother, of course, said yes, he liked werewolves. So the guy leaned in and whispered, "Do you want to see a real werewolf?" Now, I thought the guy was pulling some kind of scam, but my brother was totally hooked in. Yes, of course he wanted to see a real werewolf. The guy reached under the table and pulled out a plastic VHS box with a Xerox handmade cover on it that said, "Real Werewolf," and what was probably meant to be scary hand lettering. The guy asked $20 for it. My brother was reaching in his pocket before he finished his pitch. I stopped him and demanded we get to see some of the video ourselves before any money exchanged hands. So the guy takes whatever movie was playing out of the videotape machine and puts this one in. It starts to play with no titles, and it's very dark and grainy, and I can see a figure in the darkness. We watched it for 2 or 3 minutes, squinting, and I wasn't sure what I was looking at. My brother was satisfied that it was possibly a wolf man, so he bought the tape. "Do you want to meet the guy who made this tape? He says he sees these things around his house all the time. For an additional $5, the weird guy sold my brother the supposed phone number and address of the supposed filmmaker of the supposed video of the supposed werewolf. Okay, fast forward, and we're driving deep into the heart of Jersey in a borrowed car to go ring the bell of a total stranger to ask him about monsters. I felt really stupid, but my brother had called ahead and said the guy sounded happy to have us out. So eventually we got to the place, and it was seriously in the middle of nowhere. It was a bit run down, but a nice-looking house, 3 stories tall. Everything was extremely quiet there. We rang the doorbell and waited. She was a new wave kind of girl, wearing a 60s-style green mini dress and white go-go boots with severe dyed blue hair and makeup. This was my type back then, and I stuttered when I was talking to her. She told us the guy we were there to see was inside, and she let us in. The rooms were large and completely empty inside. Everything echoed. All the way to the back of the building and up the stairs we went, with their loud trash and vaudeville shoes leading the way. Eventually, we reached a room and went inside to find the only furnishings so far in the entire house. This room had shag carpeting and huge speakers connected to a vinyl turntable. There was a skinny guy with long, stringy, brown, greasy hair laying on a couch, reading a music magazine and smoking a Marlboro. He sat up when we came in and looked us over, unsmiling. I noticed his black T-shirt had a picture of Run DMC on it. My brother excitedly told the guy what a fan he was of the Dude's Wolfman video, and T-shirt man grunted in response. The girl asked if we brought money with us because they had werewolf photos to sell. My brother said yes, and the two of them negotiated for a while as the T-shirt guy and I watched. I couldn't help but watch. That girl was too cute. When it seemed she had gotten all he wanted to spend, Mr. T-shirt interrupted. "You want to meet a real werewolf?" he asked in a raspy voice, then hacked out a smoker's cough. He sounded 97 years old, but had to have been under 25 by the looks of him. My brother was already begging him to lead us to the monster. "It's in the forest," the guy warned my brother. That was fine. "We have to wait until it gets a bit darker," the guy added. My brother didn't care. This was a real-life werewolf we were talking about. The guy said to wait, that he had to go in the other room and make a phone call. After he left, I whispered to my brother, asking him why a guy would need to make a phone call before showing us a werewolf. Was he calling the werewolf? I didn't even believe this house had a phone in it. My suspicions were confirmed when I heard the door open and close downstairs. Looking through the window, we saw the guy walk off into the forest. "Is there a phone in the forest?" I asked my brother, but he still didn't want to leave. The girl came back in the room, asking if we wanted anything to drink since we were going to be there for a while. We didn't, but I decided to chat this girl up. As I've said before, she was really my type physically, and my affection for her was genuine. She seemed sort of surprised that I was making it clear how much I liked her, yet I wasn't hitting on her in any way. I think she was used to getting hit on by guys, not being listened to. I, on the other hand, wanted to know every single thing about her. She was slow to open up, but after 5 or 10 minutes, she was laughing and telling me stories about the cat she used to live with. As deliberately artificial as her makeup was, that's how genuinely warm her heart was underneath all that. At least that's how I felt about her in that naive moment in time. The T-shirt guy came back in the room and announced it was time for us to go meet the werewolf, but that he had to use the facilities before departing. As soon as he exited the room, the girl, looking guilty, told us quietly that we'd better leave right away. I was confused and asked her what was going on, My brother wasn't even paying attention to her. He was lost in fantasy werewolf land. She explained to me that the video was a fake and this was a scam. That they were going to lead us into the woods where a bunch of t-shirt guys' friends were going to roll us. They were going to take everything we had, including the car keys to our borrowed car. By tomorrow, there would be nobody and nothing left in this house for the police to come arrest. It took a bit of convincing to get my brother to accept this harsh new reality and to get him heading downstairs with me to make our escape. The girl refused to come with us and also declined my request to get her phone number. She told me I better just forget I ever met her. That wouldn't be easy. To this day, I haven't forgotten her. By the time my brother and I got down to the ground floor, we could hear T-shirt guy coming back from the bathroom. He was going to walk in between us and the front door. There must be a back door, I said, and grabbed my brother, running to the back of the house. I heard T-shirt guy scream something, and we ran faster. Outside, it was late dusk, and it was already getting hard to see. We ran around the house to the front where the car was parked, only to be met there by T-shirt guy plus 2 other young men we hadn't seen before. We ran into the woods, and they chased us. It wasn't long before we were caught, exhausted. The 3 guys loomed over us as we sat on the ground trying to catch our breath. They began telling us the terrible things they were going to do to us because we had made them have to run. My brother was crying. I wasn't too happy myself. One of the guys had some kind of bat or paddle or something. This wasn't going to be fun. But then, the literally strangest thing that will ever happen in history as far as I'm concerned actually happened. We heard a growl. We heard a bellow. The 3 guys fell to the floor next to us, stunned. Behind them, we saw it. It was a huge, man-shaped wolf. It was a werewolf. A gray-haired, pointy-eared, long-fanged, entirely fur-covered wolf-man monster. The 3 guys ran off, and the werewolf ran after them. My brother and I stared at each other in shocked silence for a while. He croaked out a whisper. That was a werewolf, he said to me. Then he thought about it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up brightly. That was a werewolf, he repeated much more loudly. He bounced quickly to his feet and would have gone running after the monster if I hadn't grabbed him by the arm. Fortunately, I am the bigger brother, and I won the struggle. We returned to the borrowed car, I started it up, and we practically flew out of that part of the planet, never to return. I'm very glad this all occurred in the days before TV shows like Finding Bigfoot, because I think my brother would have wanted to go on an expedition to see that monster again. It wasn't really a thing to do that kind of stuff back then, and I don't think it ever occurred to him. I know there's no way I could have ever joined him. In my opinion, seeing a werewolf once in your life is seeing a werewolf one time too many. Dogman versus bodybuilder. As told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ River. I'm a fitness model and bodybuilder, and this is a true story from my life. However, this is a story about when I was younger and I was a complete jerk. I don't want anybody to think badly about fitness models because of this story. Even I'm not as stupid as this anymore, but this story happened years and years ago when I was a noob back around 2013 or 2014. Back then I was so arrogant. I thought I could take on a Dogman. It was a mistake to think that. A mistake that nearly cost me my career and my life. Let me start from the beginning. Okay, you know the rumors that bodybuilders and athletes sometimes do certain things to give themselves bigger muscles, and you know the rumors that doing these things can sometimes put the athlete in question on edge, make them touchier, maybe cause them to jump from normal to rage in less than 60 seconds. Well, sometimes these rumors are true. So now, here I was, an out-of-control ego, an out-of-control body, and an out-of-control temper. Nice combination, right, folks? I'm pretty successful now that I've cleaned up my act and I live my life more respectfully of those around me. But back then, I wore more expensive clothes than I do now. I lived in a fancier place, and I drove a ridiculous sports car whose brand name shall not be mentioned, since everyone would know who I am then. How did I do it? Simple. I just lived beyond my means. So, I had a buddy from back when I was a normal person in high school who would come out to visit me sometimes, and this story starts on one of those days. We were cruising down the highway together, just gabbing, enjoying some tunes, living the life. We started talking about ex-girlfriends, and there was this one chick we both really digged, but never asked out. Let's call her Alice, because when you looked at her, you were in Wonderland. So my bro tells me he's Facebook friends with her, and she's hotter than ever. Plus, she just got divorced. Kids? I asked. Would I even be talking about her if she had kids? He answered. See, now that is a true friend. So, he starts writing her for me online, and before I know it, she's on Skype, eyeing my body as I'm driving from my bro's phone. Needless to say, she gives us her address, and I'm off the highway practically before the exit is there, so I can get over to her new hometown. My GPS in those days was garbage, so we got a little lost on these back roads that claimed were getting us closer to this beautiful girl. We were seeing houses, and we were seeing fewer houses. Then we saw an abandoned factory. Then we saw trees. Lots of trees on either side. Nothing but trees as far as we could see in front of us, too. I was starting to fall asleep, but then the road seemed to narrow, and it started curving. Left and right, and left and right, sharper turns each time. We were lucky to see 200 feet in front of us before the next sharp turn. Anybody else would have slowed down. I, however, was not anybody else. Hey, bro, I asked, how fast do you think I could take this baby through these curves without crashing? He thought about it for a while, then opened his mouth to answer. Then he closed it again and thought some more. Really fast, I bet, he finally calculated. No, give me a number, I asked. 70, 80, 100? He was thinking again. Finally he answered, yeah, man, definitely. Well, which one, I asked. All of them? He said yeah, so I shrugged my shoulders and floored the gas. We really only were beginning to accelerate, so we weren't going all that fast yet, and this rabbit ran out on the road in front of us. That's right, a little bunny rabbit. My friend gasped and screamed like a little girl. A rabbit, don't hit the rabbit. The heck with that. We had a bet going here. I floored it and headed for the little bunny. Go ahead, boo me, I don't care. Doesn't matter anyway, because I didn't hit the rabbit. How did that happen? Well, I'll tell you. In the next maybe 1 second, maybe 2 seconds, about a minute of things happened in front of my eyes. A creature flew out of the woods on our right and grabbed the rabbit. This was not a small woodland creature. This was a huge, bear-sized thing. But it was a fast-moving, huge, bear-sized thing. It was in front of my car before I could even think, and it had the rabbit in its hands. Wait, its hands? Yes, this bear-sized, fur-covered, fast-moving, two-legged thing had the rabbit in its hands. Not for long, though. In the next instant, car struck monster and the rabbit flew out of its hands, landing somewhere outside of my view. Let's say he landed in Knott's Berry Farm, so you can all relax about the stupid bunny. The monster flew to my left, and my car's rear spun to the right, sending us into a spin. We finally crashed sideways into a tree, with my right back taking a beating. Assessing the damage, it looked like my engine and wheels were intact. I could probably still drive the thing. But that's not what mattered to me that day. What mattered to me was that someone, anyone, had dared to interrupt my drive. Someone, anyone, who got in my way in those days paid the price. I screamed. I screamed a battle cry worthy of the ancient Vikings. I got the monster in my sights. It was slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. Maybe it was dying. I decided to help it along. Getting out of the car and slamming the door behind me, I stormed over to the mass of fur and blood laying alongside the road. Cursing and shouting, I told it to get up so I could knock it right back down. I don't know if it understood me, but it complied with my request. Up and up and up rose this thing, whatever it was. I couldn't see its face as it was turned away from me, but then it turned round and looked at me, fury in its eyes and slime dripping from its mouth and nose. I screamed. I heard my buddy scream behind me. This monster had a dog head. It had a dog head but a man's body. Well, a man mixed with a bear. It looked insane. Even I was shut up by this thing when it roared. For the first time in my life, I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, unable to believe what I was looking at. The Dogman had no problem understanding what it was looking at, though. It took one swipe at me, cutting me and throwing my body backward, where I landed painfully on the tar. I got up immediately in my mind, then noticed that my body hadn't responded. Laying there on the ground, looking up, spots began buzzing around the edges of my field of vision, and I saw the Dogman walk directly over me, looking down. I said goodbye to this world, and everything went black. And then I woke up in a hospital. Fortunately for me, it took me a few days to remember all this stuff I just told you. My buddy rescued me by driving the car directly at the Dogman and chasing it off, then calling for an ambulance. I told you, this guy is a true bro. So I learned a bunch of lessons while convalescing for the next 3 months. I learned a lot of humility, for one thing. I learned respect for the rest of the world, and I learned that no matter how badass you are, nobody, but nobody, is as badass as a Dogman. Dogman Cave is told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ River. I just celebrated my 70th birthday last week, but when I was a boy in the early 1960s, I encountered what I consider absolute proof that the Dogman everyone is now talking about is actually a creature from the inner earth. Please allow me to explain. For reasons I will not get into here, neither of my parents were able to raise me and my younger brother Roy. We got bumped around from foster home to child welfare facility until our Uncle Reynard agreed to take us in. Now, Reynard was a confirmed bachelor, and he did not raise us in a typical way. He regarded us as his little brothers and expected us to behave like adults. We had to get ourselves awake in the morning and get ourselves to school on time. We had to make our own meals, clean our own rooms. When the child welfare people came, It was our job to make sure he came off looking like a good parent. We knew that, with all his eccentricities, we were a lot better off with Uncle Renard than any place else the state was likely to place us. One of the weird things about our uncle was that he was an early UFO nut. He read and saved and cataloged every spooky or science fiction publication he could find. His library had very few hardbound books, but a whole lot of tiny digest-sized magazines. He lived outside of a place that I swear to you is called Pig, Kentucky. Yeah, Pig. It was far from the worst place we had lived. In fact, my brother and I really loved it there in Pig. It was a short trot to Cedar Spring Valley and the Cedar Sink Trailhead. We had plenty of nature and walking distance, and those were fairly wonderful times for us. I remember school and making some friends there, but I mostly remember my brother and me exploring nature like we were Lewis and Clark or some other great Americans from the past. We never knew what was around the next corner, but we knew it was going to be exciting, and we knew our Uncle Renard would listen in rapt attention as we related our daily adventures to him over our raviolio dinner. One day, we had a tall tale to tell him that was just so tall that he knew it had to be real. We had both run home crying, so he knew we were definitely not lying about what had happened to us. And what happened was this. We found Dogman's home. Now, I should note that back then Dogman was not yet a thing. Nobody used that term, and nobody thought werewolves were real either. There was absolutely no talk about dog-headed people or upright walking dogs or anything even vaguely related to that yet. So when we told our uncle about what had happened to us, we never used the term Dogman, and in fact we never referenced dogs or wolves at all when describing what we had seen. That's because we thought it was a creature that Uncle Renard had told us about, a monster from one of his old magazines, a creature that lived underground in the hollow earth, a psychic vampire that could fire invisible rays at you and draw your energies from you, a diabolical monster that could exert control over your mind itself, even from great distances and from underground. Uncle had always told us that this creature had a very long nose. When we saw the long snout of the Dogman, we knew, or thought we knew, that we were in the presence of a Diro. The Diro, or detrimental robots, were characters and stories that Uncle told us were true, written by Richard Shaver and Ray Palmer back in the 1940s. We hadn't taken the tale seriously until this one day we were in the park longer than usual, and it was getting late. By the time we were walking home, it was getting a bit dark. We had been getting bullied by bigger kids earlier in the day, so when we heard something moving in the bushes to our left, we ducked down quietly and let them pass. But what walked past us was not a kid, or even a bunch of kids. It was a 7 or 8 foot tall, hairy, two-legged monster. My brother and I both gasped, and the creature spotted us at once. We stood up in terror, intent on running away like fools. The animal, which had to be twice our height, screamed at us in this half-dog, half-human voice that was so loud it felt like we'd been punched hard all over our bodies. Rather than run, We went into some kind of shock and fell to our knees, weeping. The long-snouted, hairy demon turned and ran into a bush, then seemed to just not be there anymore. That's when we ran home, crying like infants. After relating our story to Uncle Reynard through our terrified sobbing, he told us there must be a cave entrance behind or under that bush. The next morning he made us bring him back to the spot of the incident so that we could show him the location. I don't suppose I have to even tell you it took us all some time to get up the nerve to go look at that bush the dog creature had run into. When we did, our bravery was rewarded. There was a crevice under the bush. It was an entrance to some kind of cave. The hole was large enough for us to stick our heads inside, but in no way should it have been large enough for the Dogman to duck in there. We gathered stones and tossed them into the opening, listening to see how deep it was. We couldn't really tell, but Kentucky has so many caves under it, including Mammoth Cave, that it's even possible that all the cave systems down there connect. If there were any place that an underground civilization could exist, it would be under Kentucky. We gathered larger stones to block up the entrance to the cave, which we would call Deero Cave for the rest of my uncle's life. When Uncle Reynard died last year, my brother and I had reason to go out to his old place to wrap up some of his final business. We had some extra time, so we wandered out to the area in which we had seen the Deero or Dogman back when we were young. Surprisingly, most of the landmarks remained intact, and we found the place as though we had just been there the day before. Looking under the bush, we found the entrance was open again. All our blocking stones had been removed. In fact, there were no signs of the stones at all. The place must have been reopened years ago. By now the hole had been enlarged and was big enough for a grown man to climb in there. Of course, my brother and I are too old for such adventures anymore. There were all kinds of tracks leading into and out of that crevice. Some small tracks, some large tracks. It looked like the hole was used regularly and often by a variety of something. I haven't lived in Kentucky for years, even though I spent the best years of my life there. I miss a great many things about the bluegrass state, but one thing I will never miss are the demonic creatures that live under that beautiful place. I will never miss the Kentucky Dogman.
The grinning Dogman.
As told to Peter Bernard. Read by PQ River. I have a strange tale to tell you. Maybe the strangest tale of all. I hope you believe me. I'm not sure I believe myself. It's about me being haunted, or rather my property being haunted, by the oddest and most frightening dogman that I've ever heard of. I don't think this is a natural creature, and sometimes I wonder if it might even be some kind of holographic projection, or maybe an advanced robotic device. I simply cannot explain the things that have been happening, and so I'm turning to you and your audience for advice. When the story began, I was in my late 60s and retired, living in the house my late wife wanted us to grow old in together. She didn't make it, so I'd been trying to grow old for both of us. It's a lovely home and the grounds are beautiful. There is a large yard that costs a lot of money to hire the neighbor's kid to mow, and beyond that is the forest. I'm not going to tell you which forest, but if you walk about 1.5 miles into my forest, you'll find yourself crossing over into national parkland and a very famous forest. It really was the ideal place for us to retire to, but by those days it seemed pretty lonely for me. For a long list of reasons, it felt a safer financial decision for me to stay put there for the remainder of however long the good Lord wants me here on His earth. In the past year, Things have become strange there, though. It started after those kids in the Walmart parking lot made fun of me, calling me terrible things just because I had a bumper sticker supporting a political candidate they don't approve of. They started following me around in the store, threatening to kill my cat. I don't have a cat. I alerted security, but the security guard also dislikes the politician I support, so he basically told the kids to do their worst against me. Our society has broken down into savagely feuding rival gangs. So when I saw the grinning monster leering at me from the woods, I just assumed it was those kids again. I thought about calling the local police, but I thought maybe they would dislike my political candidate and therefore feel I should be tormented and harassed like the security at the store felt. That I no longer had rights because I voted for a different party than they voted for. So I did nothing. The next day, I found him again, standing there in the forest, but in a new place now. He just stood there grinning. It was a ridiculous smile. It looked like a mask. It just stood perfectly still, smiling toward my house, partially hidden by the bushes. I thought about digging out my father's old hunting rifle from the attic, but shooting a dumb kid wasn't going to make the situation any better. So he watched me, and I watched back. And then one day, I saw the creature turn its head. This was the first movement I had seen from it. At least I knew it wasn't a scarecrow now, so I watched. And he turned his head to my right and kept turning his head to my right until it went completely in a circle and he was staring directly toward me again, grinning, wide-eyed like a lunatic. That night, there were lights over the forest. I thought it was a helicopter or a few of them because the lights were very bright. I got out of bed to watch them, hoping that they were the authorities and that they had shown up to get that monster thing out of my forest. Instead, they shone their light in my face and lit up my room blindingly bright. I noticed the helicopters made no sound whatsoever. I don't remember them turning off or flying away. I just remember waking up in bed the next morning, wondering if I had dreamed the entire episode, but I knew I hadn't. I sort of became paranoid after that. I got my food delivered because I was having nightmares that the security guy at Walmart was stalking me. The doorbell rang that night, terrifying me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I went to the door, nobody was there. I went to my back window and looked into the forest. There it was. Even at night, it stood there, grinning at me, leering at me. Some kind of monster in the forest. In the dark, its eyes glowed a sort of ambery color, and it really looked like a space alien or demon or robot or something. Animal eyes don't glow. They don't emit light. This creature, its eyes glowed. At the end of my rope, I grabbed a flashlight and a baseball bat and headed out barefoot and in my pajamas to the forest to have it out with this monster kid once and for all. As I began to draw closer, I could hear the strangest sound. It was almost like laughter, but not exactly. I marched into the forest, no longer seeing the monster there and not sure if I was heading in the correct direction. And then, with no warning, there it was in all its glory. The grinning demon stood before me, and it was most definitely not a kid in a monster mask. This thing was some kind of standing dog, but more muscular. Those were not human legs. In fact, no human could contort his legs to fit into a costume that looked like that. It was not a human, of that I am certain. Its hair, or fur, was messed up, filthy, and matted. The face was insane. But it wasn't a monster or Sasquatch face. Up close, I could see it was a wolf or coyote head, but dark and deranged. Its eyes looked wrong. I had never and still have never seen any sort of thing with eyes like that before. I dropped my baseball bat and flashlight and expected to die right then and there. Nothing happened, so I bent down and picked up the flashlight only to find that the creature was gone. After that, a terrible string of animal disappearances occurred in the area, and I was glad I had no pets myself. I had my suspicions as to the culprit, obviously. It all reached a head one night when the creature appeared at my living room window while I watched television. Imagine looking at the window and seeing a dog standing on its hind legs, an insane look in its eyes, and a huge ear-to-ear grin on its face. Can you even imagine that? Well, I saw it, so I ran to the kitchen where I saw it again. I ran up the stairs to my bedroom, and I swear I could hear the sound of the thing crawling up the back wall of the house. I could hear its nails sliding across the aluminum siding like fingernails on a chalkboard, and I was reduced to tears by the stress of the situation. I closed the bedroom windows, but I knew it could get in when it reached the second floor. I knew the Dogman was going to get in, and I knew my days on Earth were finally over. I called my daughter on the phone to make some final arrangements, and she called an ambulance for me. Now I'm living in the retirement community that my daughter and her husband chose for me. They think I've lost my mind, so they make me talk to weird doctors who ask strange questions, and they keep me too drugged up to complain. But the thing is, this retirement community, it's located to a forest, you see, a very famous forest that you would have heard of. And there's a Dogman in that forest. He comes to the backyard of the retirement home at night when everyone else is asleep. He climbs the wall to the second story of the building, and he stares at me all night. And he won't stop grinning at me. He won't stop grinning at me. Don't go away. Madeline Starr has another Dogman story right after this.
Do you have a scary story you want us to read on the show? Just call our voicemail hotline, 804-LIST-SCARY. That's 804-537-2279. And now for something completely scary.
City girl meets country dog man. As told to Peter Bernard. Read by Madeline Starr. When I first moved out of the city to my own house, I didn't realize how much of a lifestyle change it would be to have to drive for 3 hours every day. But as much as I complained about having to be in the car, I learned the hard way that it's better than walking. And that's a lesson that was taught to me by Dogman. I'm a hardworking executive in a Fortune 500 company, and even though my daddy got me my first job, I still got fired from it and had to start over, competing against my own family's company. I bought them and put them out of business before I was 27. I can say with confidence that everything I have, I earned on my own. Yet I know that won't stop the haters out there from being jealous of me or acting in a spiteful way toward me. We all do what we have to in order to survive. It's just that the way I survive is by being the best in the world. At least, that's how I survived before I met my guy, Danny. He showed me that there actually is a point to relaxation, and there actually is a function for empathy and even love. Danny is the only reason I got the house in the first place. Before him, I thought moving out of town meant moving to Brooklyn. He's an artist. He works at home, and he reached a point where he felt the city had stopped inspiring his art. He was going to move to the country anyway, one way or the other, even if he had to take some place that was really cheap and eat ramen noodles for a year. Buying that house for Danny and myself was really the first time I ever thought about someone else and placed their needs before my own. That is the thing about Danny that terrifies me. He makes me do things that have no profit incentive. I end up doing things just because I hope I can make him happy. How bizarre is that? Obviously, I'm seeing a shrink about it, but we're still going through my childhood and all that. We're not even up to Danny yet. I'm beginning to doubt that even an expensive psychiatrist can help me figure out how to get away from him. He does nothing but cost me money and waste my time with non-work-related activities. If I had met him when I was younger, I might never have become the cutthroat millionaire genius that I am today. So I know I could afford a driver, but as I've tried to make clear, I prefer to do as many things by myself as possible. I took a cab to work every day when I was in the city, and now I would drive myself. I became a fan of audiobooks because they would distract me from the fact that the traffic wasn't moving. In the city, I would move from my safe space at home onto the dangerous streets, but then quickly into a means of conveyance, and then back in a super clean, safe space at work. I barely had a chance to get dirty unless it rained or something. In that sense, very little had changed for me. I would get dressed for work, go into my safe space in my car, drive in comfort listening to whatever might amuse me, and then park in the company garage already inside the building. I remember one time I was stuck in traffic and I was watching some guys working to fix something on the side of the road. They were filthy. It was a hot day. They were laboring hard with their hands in the dirt. And they were a mess. Me? I was sitting in air-conditioned splendor listening to a violin concerto in surround sound, just a few feet away from them. I found I couldn't escape this newfound concept. How different life could be if you were just a few inches away, on the other side of a door. I resolved to try my best to stay on the nicer side of the door. After all, I'd spent my entire life there. And so it went until one night I was driving home after dark. There was so much going on at work that I was lucky to get to leave it all. The late nights were much harder now, having to drive over an hour to get home. I contemplated getting my own place in the city, but every time I started to talk to Danny about it, I chickened out. I was afraid he might take it the wrong way and think I would use it to have an affair or something. In actuality, I would just use it to get a little extra sleep. But I was not secure enough in my relationship, so there I was driving home in the dark. The first thing that made this night different from any other was that I found myself watching these odd, brightly colored lights in the sky. I don't know what they were. At first I thought it was a plane, then maybe a helicopter. They didn't have any blinking lights, though. I think all aircraft are supposed to have blinking lights for one reason or another. This one had red, blue, yellow, and white lights that would flash in a repeating pattern, sometimes making slight differences in the pattern. I was almost tempted to pull off the side of the road to watch them, but that would mean leaving my clean, environmentally controlled safe space and venturing out onto the side of a dark highway in the middle of nowhere with my French designer dress and Louboutin heels. I laughed at the idea. Imagine! Why would I ever do that? This was something that would never, ever, ever happen. And then suddenly, my car engine turned off, and we rolled to a full stop in the middle of the highway. Now, as you can imagine, this was my top-of-the-line Lexus, barely more than a year old, and it just died on me in the middle of the road. So I did what any logical person would do. I threw a temper tantrum, screaming every nasty word I could think of at this overpriced deadweight. I had forgotten completely about the colored lights in the sky. I don't even remember if they were still around or not. I got out of the car and looked around. Recognizing some landmarks, I realized I was nearly home, and just had to walk through a small patch of trees to take a shortcut to the house. It was bright that night, either because of the moon or maybe those lights were still overhead. I was in too foul a mood to look up, though. I had to watch my every step through the forest or I would twist my ankle in my power heels, and that was not going to happen. So step by tiny, careful step, I began my trek into the wilderness. This was the first time I had been out of my comfort zone since the first time Danny asked me on a date. And this wasn't half as fun as that. I was completely absorbed in my troubles and feeling sorry for myself when I heard someone snoring. Snoring? In the middle of the forest? I stopped and listened. And listened. Then finally I heard it again. It wasn't snoring, exactly. It was heavy breathing. It sounded like it was coming from a man, and a very, very big one, too. These were not fun facts to realize. Before taking another step, I decided I'd better be certain which was the shortest way home and then get going, which is what I did. The only problem was that I heard that heavy breathing again, and it was coming from directly in front of me, directly between me and home. I saw Danny in my mind. Would I ever see him with my eyes again? I felt so sad I wanted to cry. Was this going to be the end for me? Would it be quick? Somehow I figured probably not. Illogically, I ran directly toward the sound of the breathing, screaming, bloody murder. Then it stood up and I could see what was making the labored breathing. It was the most terrifying sight I had ever witnessed. It was a man, covered in hair, but his head was not the head of a man. It was the head of some sort of dog or wolf or demon. This was a living abomination. If I had been religious, I think that thing would have made me doubt the existence of good in the world. I was a businesswoman, though, so I recognized this thing for what it was. Pure evil. This thing was so evil it could have headed up any corporation. It was so vile, it could have been a high-powered player in Washington or Silicon Valley. It was so innately wrong that it could have been one of those politicians that takes bribes from companies that profit off of death, then later goes to work as one of their lobbyists. This thing was so evil, it could have been me. I realized the somewhat satisfying nature of this situation. I dished it out for so many years, and now, the first second I step out of my safe corporate bubble, the world decided to see if I could take it. I somehow weirdly felt like I deserved to get killed by this thing. And then I saw Danny's face in my mind again, and I knew that if I were going to go down, it wouldn't be without a fight. I missed him so badly. I needed to get past this monster and see him again. Everything would be okay if I could just see Danny again. I took one defiant step toward the dog-headed creature, feeling that nobody could stand in my way. My determination was too strong. Then, the Dogman roared. I ran. I ran in a stupid direction. Not toward home, and not toward the relative safety of my car. I ran in a pointless waste of a direction, but I ran, and then found myself back on the road. Panting and catching my breath, I saw our house about 150 feet down the road. I started shuffling in the direction of home, trying to get my second wind. The Dogman screamed so loud I fell forward on my face. It was behind me, only about 15 feet and getting closer with each step. It had a sick smirk on its face, and I wondered what it was planning on doing to me. I took off one of my pumps and threw it at the monster. It bounced off his head, and I don't think the creature even noticed it. Getting to my feet, I threw the other shoe and ran. This time the Dogman let out a strange whimper. Looking back as I ran, I saw that my heel had caught the creature in one eye, and it was whining like a puppy. I guess even evil dog demons from hell have weak spots. I'm one of the few people alive who can honestly say that I made a Dogman go, ouch. But the thing about hurting a really mean, cranky monster is it only makes him angrier. Case in point, this particular Dogman who resumed his pursuit of me with great vigor and extreme fervor. That is to say, he was barking and howling or screaming, or however you'd describe that insane noise it made as it chased me. Danny heard the commotion and was in front of the house. As I ran past him, he was asking all sorts of questions, but my only answer was, "Get inside." Danny never saw what was chasing me. He never saw the Dogman. I'm not sure he even believes me, but I know that he knows that something happened that night. I was simply unable to continue to stay out there in the country after that. I'm a city girl. I realized that as much as I love Danny, I did not fit anywhere but inside civilization. I was willing to give up the relationship. That's how deeply I wanted to ensure that I'd never meet another Dogman in this lifetime. And so now, I live in a duplex penthouse apartment on the top of a very, very tall skyscraper. I have the downstairs, and Danny has the roof, where we've planted a small forest for him to paint. It has every kind of tree or plant he could want to draw. But there's one thing that mini forest will never have, and that's Dogman.
There you go. That was 10 scary Dogman stories, and now this video goes to 11. Fasten your seatbelts. We've got one more Dogman story starting now. I've been reading about Dogman online recently because I want to understand an encounter I had. I think I met this cryptid face to face, but this story is so strange and so different from other Dogman stories I hear online that maybe what I saw was something else. Maybe someone hearing this story will know better than I did what happened to me. All I know for certain is that when the weird phenomena all started, it was as far away from a Dogman encounter as possible. It seemed, at first, I was being haunted. Let me start at the beginning, so that this makes more sense. A little while back, the company I worked for decided to relocate my whole department, which meant a promotion and a raise for me, but also meant I'd have to find a new home. I wanted a place that reflected my new, better position at the company, but I really didn't have the savings to get that kind of a house yet. I ended up finding a small but stately little 2-story, 2-bedroom, old-fashioned shingled house a bit out of town at the edge of a forest. It's basically inside the forest, really, and there are no other houses on the block. I was surprised to find it for rent at such a price. And the lease, just pay month to month. That was great for me, because I hope to be able to afford something closer to town in half a year or so. Even though it was in such a rural location, the little house had an ornate chandelier downstairs, a fireplace, and a beautiful staircase leading up to the bedrooms. Each of the bedrooms had fireplaces too, but they looked as though they had been sealed up years earlier. There was central heating. The place had been kept up well, yet still looked old. Everything seemed original if it wasn't actually. It was not what you would expect to find out here, so I guessed it might have been a vacation home for a rich person when it was first built. All the windows on each floor had a lovely view. The woods and the mountains past them mesmerized me day or night. I never went out in them, though. I was too busy, really. This was just supposed to be a place for me to sleep in the short term. Then one night, I was laying in bed, and I heard a voice.
I can see you.
I sat up. Did I really heard that? It sounded like a girl or a woman. I looked around, and I saw nobody. Was that a hypnagogic or hypnopompic audio hallucination? It didn't sound as though it were right in my ear. It sounded like it was at the foot of my bed, to the right. I turned on the light next to the bed and got up to investigate the room. Since I found nothing, I figured it was in my head. Getting back into bed, I heard,
I can see you.
It was coming from the window. I raced over and looked out. Of course, it was the second-story window. There was nothing out there but air. I pulled it open and leaned out, looking down and up to see if anyone could possibly have been there, but saw nothing. I wasn't able to get much sleep that night or the next few nights either. At least once during the night, always at different times, and always sounding like it was coming from different places. I would hear that voice.
I can see you.
Always saying the same thing. My boss pulled me into his office at work. It had become obvious I wasn't getting enough sleep. He was nice to me about it, but I could tell that behind his concern lurked impatience, and that I was messing up my promotion. I couldn't tell him that I was losing sleep because I was being haunted by an invisible peeping Thomasina. I made up some excuse and told him I'd get it taken care of. That day, at lunch, I started looking for a different place to live. I contemplated asking one of my buddies at work if I could stay over for a night, but they're both married, and I knew it would be imposing. Plus, I couldn't think of any good reasons why I would need to be there besides, my house is haunted. On the drive home, I thought about getting sleeping pills, but didn't. It would be better if I could lick this naturally. I decided to try sleeping on the couch downstairs just to vary the routine. Maybe the ghost only haunted the second floor. No such luck. Just as I was falling asleep, I heard it again.
I can see you.
It was definitely from outside. This time I was prepared. I went to sleep with my jeans on. I slipped on my boots and coat and ran out the door around to the spot where I had heard the voice emanating from. There was some old snow around there, but there were no footprints in it. I tried stepping lightly on the snow to see if it was icy or soft, and I easily made a print there with my boot. If someone had been there, they would have left prints too. As I was processing this information, I heard, off in the distance, to my left.
I can see you.
Running, I tried to reach the location of the voice as fast as I could. It was in the forest, past some trees. I ran for a while, then realized I was probably there, or even past the point where it had happened. I still saw nothing. To my right,
I can see you.
again, I ran after the voice. That girl and I were going to reach some closure tonight, no matter what I had to do. My job and my sanity were at stake, so I had to reach her.
I can see you.
To the left, back I ran, retracing steps, then
I can see you.
forward, and to my right. On and on this went, until I realized I had absolutely no idea where I was in this forest, and I was getting pretty tired from the effort. When I reached this next location, if she wasn't there, I was going to have to give up and try to find my way home. Seeing nobody at all, I stopped running and bent down to catch my breath. Then, from just the other side of the large bush in front of me, I heard,
I can smell you.
Well, that was different. Forgetting how tired I felt a second earlier, I tore around the bush with all the speed I could manage, slicing my hands and cheek on some thorns in the process. I got to the other side and found nothing. Once again, Nothing. I would have felt crazy if I weren't so annoyed. That's when something touched me on my back and I heard,
I can touch you.
Turning around, I saw no little girl. I saw no adult woman either. What I saw did not look like a girl or a ghost or even a human. What I saw was a monster. It had a long snout and it had pointed ears, but other than that, it did not match the normal description of a dogman. I'd say its snout was more rat-like than dog-like, but that might be because it constantly was twitching in a way that reminded me of a rodent. The teeth were more like a large canine or even feline, not like a rat or hare. Its eyes looked insane. It looked diseased. Parts of it looked like they were bubbling, as though it were having trouble maintaining its form, or maybe like something was crawling under its skin. Whatever it was, it screamed at me. Its hot, rotting breath searing my skin and turning my stomach. I ran. I ran and I ran. I had only seen it for a couple seconds. I had only seen it from the chest up, really. I ran till I was out of breath and then ran some more because I never wanted to see it again. I could hear the laughter of a girl as though it were echoing from all around me at once. Maybe it was more than one girl. Maybe it was an army of invisible girls. My heart was beating so hard I was convinced I was going to have an attack. And then I saw it. My car, the house, but mostly my car. I ran in the house, grabbed my clothes for tomorrow, my car keys, then drove off into the night. I Googled for a hotel on my phone, and that night I had my first decent sleep in weeks. So what exactly happened to me? Who or what was making that girl voice? Why would it be working with that Dogman creature? Was the Dogman creature itself something projecting that voice? I never saw it actually speak, and I couldn't imagine that rat snout forming words so delicately. Did I encounter one entity or two? Could it have been a shapeshifter, like a shaman or evil wizard from a native culture? Or was it just what it looked like? Some kind of monster dog rat thing. I've read some stuff about infrasound being able to cause hallucinations. Could the creature have been emitting low-frequency sound, and could my own mind have provided the details of what I heard? Or could the creature itself have been an illusion brought on by low-frequency infrasound? My only wounds from the event were inflicted by that unholy bush, so I don't have direct evidence proving that I encountered any physical being. And so, that's why I've been reading about Dogman a lot lately. Is that what I encountered? And if not, does anyone have any idea what this might have been? All I know is, the next time I hear a disembodied voice, I will not, in any way, investigate it.
We're still not done. Fasten your seatbelts. This next one is from April 3rd, 2018, and it's called The Best of Dogman. Welcome to a very special edition of Scary Stories. Amazingly, this is our 10th Best of Dogman collection, something I never thought I'd be saying when we started this channel. Thanks to all of you for helping us reach this milestone. This is mostly an assortment of stories read by PQ Ribber and myself, but if you stay till the end, we have Madeline Starr in Paranormal Supernatural Dogman Ranch. Those of you who don't like these longer best of episodes, please understand that some people only listen to our best of episodes and skip the new ones, especially our subscribers on YouTube Red who get to watch the entire 2 hours commercial free. So if you don't like these, just skip them and watch the new ones, and understand that some people are skipping the new ones to watch these. Now sit back, dim the lights, and get ready for 2 hours of Dogman.
I saw a fox turn into a Dogman, as told to Peter Bernard, read by P.Q. River. This here is a story that happened in 1997 when I was 18. It was springtime, and I was feeling it. All I was interested in that year was girls. Some of my girlfriend's parents referred to me as a wolf, but in actuality, my teenage fascination with girls led to me crossing paths with a real-life werewolf. Okay, spring, warm, free time, wandering around town, looking in stores but trying not to buy anything. Bam, there she is. And our story can get started. There was this girl in this store. She was the most stunning girl my teenage eyes had yet beheld. Even at the time, I could not comprehend her appeal. She was dressed like she had come home from work, but in some way she seemed done up fully. I don't understand the things that women do. Maybe it was her makeup or her hair or her way of standing and moving, but everything about her spoke loudly to me. It said, "I'm too good for you," in the deep male voice of her father or boyfriend. A girl like this was not single, and she almost certainly dated someone with a job. That was the thing that annoyed me the most about pretty girls back then, but still, somewhere in the back of my mind, I wished I deserved a girl like that. I never really had a dream or vision of the perfect life for myself before, but now, suddenly I did. It was me figuring out how to be the kind of guy that went out with someone like her. When she left the store, I noticed she was going in the same direction I was going to go in, so naturally I walked after her. I mean, not after her, just in the same direction. By coincidence. After a few blocks, she turned left. I don't usually turn left for another block, but it was such a beautiful spring day, and I was a teenage boy, mesmerized by a young lady in a tight skirt walking home from work. There was a much lower likelihood of having such an exquisite view on the next block as on this one. Anyway, she made an odd choice at the end of the street, turning right instead of going left or forward. On the right over there is just a lot leading to trees that lead into the natural area. Why would she be going there? I stood and watched her. I was confused. She entered into some trees, and it dawned on me that I knew a shortcut past the trees into the clearing. I ran so that I could reach the meadow before she did. Maybe in there I could get up the courage to talk to her. I reached my destination and tried to pant quietly, catching my breath and trying to look cool in case the girl walked by. I saw no one there. Peeking out from behind a tree and looking to my right in the direction I would expect her to emerge from the woods, I saw nothing. Then, quietly, I heard branches breaking. She was coming. Adrenaline flowed through me, and I decided to go for it. I would walk casually in her direction and casually strike up a casual conversation. Casually. As I rounded the patch of trees I could hear her on the other side of, I saw something I did not expect to see. It was not the pretty girl with the perfect makeup and cute outfit I had seen go into the woods. It was a haint. It was a booger. It was a giant monster. It was like a demon dog, but it stood on its hind legs like the devil and had claws like some kind of giant hairy lizard, if such a thing could exist. Its ears and nose were like a dog or a wolf, but a primitive caveman kind of wolf with ridiculously long teeth. Its eyes looked like those of an insane thing, like it was terrified or furious, and I couldn't tell which. It looked like it was overwhelmed and horrified as it saw me there, no longer looking so casual. I'm Pretty sure I screamed like a girl, and I know I ran out of there back toward the bus I should have already taken back home. I was crying. What a Casanova. The thing lumbered after me, swishing through bushes and cracking down trees, moving like the wind itself. When it would land, it would cause the ground to vibrate so hard that my feet would bounce off the ground. I was weeping. It was going to catch up to me, and whatever happened next was not going to be any fun at all. When I got free of the trees, I could see the bus heading towards its stop. I kept running at top speed. I might be able to make it. I raced frantically wide-eyed toward the road. Behind me, the monster thing roared. It felt like someone had kicked me in the back. The world looked like I was seeing it through jello, and it all vibrated with every footstep I took and every footstep the monster behind me took. I reached the road and never saw the car to my left heading right toward me. I heard it beeping, but it was too late. I was committed to crossing that road and catching that bus. If I didn't, I was dead anyway. So I ignored the impending death, represented by the speeding car to my left, and continued running across the street. I felt the wind and heard the screech behind me. Then I heard the impact as the car met Dogman. Fortunately, the bus driver noticed none of this. I boarded, he drove off, and I took a seat, watching the car accident I had inadvertently helped cause as we rolled out of there. The people in the car seemed okay, which was a huge relief. Unfortunately, I saw the Dogman, who also was still alive. And it was looking right at me. The creature started jogging after us, and I prayed for the driver to speed up. I prayed there would be nobody at the next stop and that we wouldn't pull over or open the doors until I was home. I looked back at the werewolf thing. It dropped to all fours and was now running, much faster. In fact, it caught up with the bus, looked at me up in my window. I was crying looking back at it. I wondered what it would do. Then it surprised me by turning off into the woods and running away. It was gone. I felt the hugest sense of relief I think I had yet felt in my young life up to that point. I couldn't think of any way to defeat this creature. Then it just got bored of chasing me, and it was like, problem solved. Life could be good sometimes. So then, I looked forward and to the right down the road. There, at the next bus stop, sitting there wearing the same cute outfit and the same sweet makeup and same everything, was that girl. The girl I had seen walking into the woods. At first I was glad to see her, but then I realized there was no way she could have gotten to that stop from where I last saw her in that amount of time. Unless... So, as she got on the front of the bus, I exited from the rear door. I knew a shortcut from this stop back to my neighborhood. She would be on that bus for at least 4 or 5 minutes before she reached the next stop, so I had a head start. I knew she was the werewolf. She was the Dogman. She knew I knew, and so now she would stalk me. I got home safely that day, but I became increasingly paranoid about going out and even more about coming home. I got to be like the Will Smith character in I Am Legend, wanting to get home before dark and not seen by that whatever it was. It forced me to get serious about things, and I decided to go away to college. It's not the reason I told my parents that I wanted to attend school in a different state, but it's the real behind-the-scenes reason. I just don't ever want to run into that girl ever again. And I hope that from now till the day I die, that I never see a dogman ever again.
If he studied the subject even a little bit, he would learn that spirits can manifest in various ways in the material world.
Rock'em Sock'em Dogman, as told to Peter Bernard. Read by P.Q. Ribber. This is the true story of the time I saw an actual fight between a man and a dogman. Get comfortable. I'm going to go back to the beginning now. When I was a kid in the 1970s, my parents separated, and for about a year and a half, I lived with my uncle, who I'll call Uncle Popeye for this story. He had lost one of his eyes in Vietnam, and he had a gravelly voice, but he was a former Army guy, not a sailor like the original Popeye. He had also been a boxer when he was in the service before he lost his eye. Apparently won more than he lost. I'm not sure what he supported us on, but he didn't work and never seemed short of funds. He lived very humbly in a tiny house near the Allegheny National Forest, but we ate well, and he took care of all of my needs and wants. My favorite game back then was called Rock'em Sock'em Robots. They have made sporadic comebacks now and then since the 70s. I don't know if they exist currently. It was a plastic version of a video game. You had two plastic robots in a plastic boxing ring with plastic handles on either side that you'd grip with your hands. On top of the handles were buttons you'd jam with your thumbs, which would throw either left or right punches depending which button you pushed. If you got your punch at just the right spot on the other robot's chin, his head would ride up into the air on metal gears that made a quacking sound. Your opponent would issue the traditional admission.
Oh, my block is knocked off.
That meant you won. I got my uncle to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots with me every single night, and he'd tell me stories about real-life boxing matches he'd been in, and dirty tricks that had been played on him and others in the business. He'd also give me tips on how to score more knockouts and how to be a better Rock'em Sock'em robot in general. On weekends, we'd nearly always go fishing and sometimes hunting. I was less squeamish about gutting a fish than skinning a rabbit, so I far preferred fishing to hunting. Fish seemed almost like they were put there to be eaten, but land animals all felt to me like beings with souls, and I was upset about the idea of hunting them, even though we were doing it for food and not for sport. I was obedient to my uncle, so I hunted when he wanted us to, but he understood that this was not for me. I studied fishing, though, both to get better at it and also to encourage my uncle to hunt less and fish more. Back then, one time I caught a steelhead in Lake Erie that weighed almost 16 pounds. Not a record or anything, but a good haul for a kid my age. There was one weekend that Uncle Popeye decided we were just going to hike and camp and not kill anything at all. This seemed strange for him. He liked for his leisure time to be productive, but there were some areas in the national forest nearby he loved that he wanted to show me, so we made a day of it out there, seeing some of my uncle's favorite natural areas. That night, I woke up needing to relieve myself. I prepared to leave the tent I was sharing with my uncle when I heard something or someone moving outside. It might have been a deer, but it might have been a serial killer also, and my uncle had already set down the protocol for such an occasion. I was to wake him up and let him decide what would happen next. So I roused my uncle and explained the situation to him quietly. He put his forefinger to his lips, telling me to be quiet. Then we both listened. Nothing. Maybe what I heard had left, or maybe it was just being quiet, hoping to lure us out of our tent. My uncle, not having heard the movement earlier, decided I had imagined it. I knew I had not. He decided we should walk out to the woods so I could relieve myself and he would stand guard. I told him I didn't really need to go anymore. He ignored my whining and left the tent. I ran after him. We walked from the dark clearing into the darker woods. I couldn't see anything, and neither of us wanted to use our flashlights in case there really was someone or something wandering around here. We were attempting a ninja-style bathroom trip here. The only trouble was I was absolutely terrified. I could hear crickets, frogs, birds that were maybe owls, branches, leaves, and so many other noises that I couldn't name all at once. In my utter, complete fear, my senses were wide open and receiving far more information than usual. I couldn't believe how alive the forest is at night. And I couldn't believe I had never noticed that before. Sometimes when you're literally afraid for your life, every single moment becomes remarkably interesting and wonderful. When you know you might lose something, you start to recognize its value. All I had to do was finish my duty and get back in our tent and everything would be fine. And that's what I would have done if I hadn't been so frightened that I was shaking all over. My uncle told me to hurry up. I explained to him that telling me to hurry up was making it take longer. He thought about that for a while, then suggested I imagine the sound of water running. That's when I heard running, but not water. I heard a man running toward us. Must have been a big man because each time he landed I felt the ground shake through my feet. And each time I felt it a little harder, which meant he was running toward us. I bolted toward the tent, pulling my various wardrobe malfunctions back into place as I ran. I was crying and I remember saying, "Oh no," or something along those lines. This was a worst-case scenario about to play itself out. Some large man was about to attack us in the pitch darkness. I dove into the tent and fished around for my flashlight. I found my uncle's first and spun around on my knees, shining the light out in the direction I had come from. I wanted to at least understand who was attacking us. What I saw made me drop the flashlight. I only saw it for a second, and it must have taken me 15 or 20 seconds to recover from what I had seen, but it'll take me a minute to describe it. My Uncle Popeye was standing there with his shirt torn, bloody scratches on his muscular arms and chest, and he was squared off in a boxing pose against a man who was even larger than the largest man I had imagined when I was listening to those footfalls running toward us. This thing had to have stood 13 feet tall if it stood an inch, and while my uncle had his hands in fists, this man held his out over his head, long fingernails faced out, as though he planned to slash at my uncle, not punch him. The tall man had nails like talons, like claws. He was the hairiest man I'd ever seen, but not furry like a cat or dog or bear. He had very dense hair, but not fur. There were patches where you could see the pink flesh underneath the hair, and there were areas in which the skin was entirely covered. It was much thicker than your average hairy man, but if a bear looked like that, I would think it must have mange. The man had a hairy head with a beard that came up around his nose and right under his eyes, nearly covering his entire face. The end of his dark pink nose was not covered by hair and seemed sort of like a pig or dog nose in that the nostrils faced directly out. The strangest thing of all was that in the split second I shone my life, I could swear that the creature had two large, long horns on its head, like the devil. This is what eventually woke me from my shock. Had I seen the devil fighting my uncle? I grabbed the flashlight and held it back on the two figures in the darkness. Those were not horns on the huge man's head. They were something even stranger. They were dog ears. Was this a mangy dog? Was this a very large, sick dog running around on its hind legs in the dark out of some sort of manic state? Had it been driven into a frenzy by something? My uncle took a few punches at the creature's body, landing each blow with ease, but not seeming to have much of an impact on the giant dog-headed monster itself. Then, Uncle Popeye landed a true rock'em sock'em blast right on this hideous forest demon's chin, and actually set him back a step. Then, the annoyed monster screamed. The Dogman gave my uncle a backhanded slap in a bored manner and sent him flying sideways into a tree. I watched as my only means of support crumpled like Raggedy Andy, and the Dogman wandered off aimlessly into the forest. I guess he forgot about me, which was just as well. It was a while before I could get up the courage to go out and see my uncle. It didn't take much to wake him up, and he was able to walk back to the tent under his own power. We spent the rest of the night in silence. By the morning, my uncle decided we were leaving. He seemed okay, although we really should have gone to the hospital to have him checked out for all manner of things, including a concussion, internal bleeding, and possible infection of all those cuts. But he was Uncle Popeye, and it was the 1970s, so we went home and moved on. One of the big changes in our life that arose out of this occurrence was that my uncle enrolled me in karate classes. He said the reason the Dogman slapped him around was that he was trying to box the creature. If he had been familiar with Eastern fighting techniques, which are more useful against a larger opponent, he might have held his own longer or not gotten hit as hard. He wanted me to know how to fight larger guys than myself, and it was the Dogman who inspired him to enroll me in those classes. I got sick of rock'em sock'em robots after that. My new thing was the Kung Fu TV show, starring David Carradine. Although, I don't think even David Carradine could have won a fair fight against the Dogman.
Dogman at the Comic-Con. This story takes place many moons ago when I was a young man around 22. In fact, I'll go so far as to say I was exactly 22. I only made it to 23 by sheer luck, though, after the day I came face to fangs with an actual, real-life, dog-headed humanoid. Okay, there was and is a comic convention that occurs in my area in a shopping mall located right next to a small woods that connects to a national forest. I don't want to mention the name or even the state I'm referring to since the Comic-Con still exists, and I don't want to make trouble for the owners by saying their con is haunted by monsters or anything. The following story took place outside the con in a forested area I probably was not allowed to be in, so all the responsibility for this falls directly on me and the girl I was seeing back in those days. This was a time when cosplay was only beginning to be a thing at cons. You wouldn't see that many people in costume, and usually they weren't as elaborate in those days. My girlfriend and I were just wearing jeans and sneakers, and she was one of the only females in the entire place. Anime was really only starting to hit America, although it would take over in less than 5 years. In those days, it was mainly about Star Trek, DC, Marvel, and old 60s nostalgia like Batman and Lost in Space. I think the headlining celebrity at the event was Gilligan Bob Denver, who told us a cool story about playing Maynard G. Krebs. He told us story after story, I think partially because my girlfriend was basically the only woman there. Or the only woman who knew who Maynard G. Krebs was, at least. So, Comic-Cons are fun, but after a while you need a break. We didn't want to leave, but we needed a break, so we bought ourselves some junk food for lunch and then snuck out the back where we weren't supposed to go and wandered off into the woods. We found a clearing with 2 logs in it that were convenient to sit on, and we just chilled for a while. I noticed my girlfriend did not seem as relaxed as I was, and that she seemed to be looking at something off in the distance. Then I heard something in the trees and I started looking over there myself. Under my breath, I asked her if she knew what was over there. She said it was a really tall dude dressed all in black, and she wasn't sure, but she thought he might be wearing a mask. Now, to be clear, this figure my girlfriend wasn't 100% certain she had seen was not coming from the direction of the Comic-Con, and to reiterate, we didn't have the expectation of seeing costumed individuals the way we do now. This was some tall, dark figure coming from the forest, walking toward us and the convention. I began to pay closer attention, and our conversation ceased as we both tried to get a better look at whatever was out there. We never could, although we could hear it moving from the right of our field of view to our left, then back again. I'm not trying to say it was invisible, I just mean whoever it was had to have been behind the trees just out of our vision. After a while, my fear and concern turned to annoyance and a touch of anger. My girlfriend said we should go back to the con, but I was young and hot-headed, and I wanted this tall guy to know he had bothered me and my girl. So I got up, but instead of walking back to the con, I walked further into the forest, shouting loudly and dramatically to the figure to show himself and explain himself. For some reason, I was convinced by his lack of reply that I had scared him. Emboldened by this, and against the complaints of my then-girlfriend, I got louder and walked further into the forest, demanding the lurker show himself immediately. I'm not sure how far I walked, but I know I couldn't see my girlfriend behind me anymore. I tromped on and on, shouting rude things to the stalker dude and generally acting like a macho idiot, which I guess is what I was sometimes back then. Don't worry, I learned my lesson about that, and here's how. Satisfied that I had scared off the annoying peeping Tom, I turned to walk back to my girlfriend triumphantly. I had to walk through a narrow passage of trees at one point. As I entered, I shouted out to my girlfriend that I scared the jerk off, and I saw a figure at the other end of the alley of trees appear. I assumed it was her and kept talking to her about what I had seen. Then I heard my girlfriend call out my name. From far beyond the figure I saw in front of me. Studying the silhouette in more detail, I saw that this was not the silhouette of a woman, or even that of a human. It was far too tall, and its legs were all wrong. It looked like it had pointy ears on top of its head. This was not a person at all. This was something more like a werewolf. It was breathing heavily, and my first thought was that this is a movie set. Someone must be filming a movie at the Comic-Con, and I accidentally stumbled into their scene. I didn't see any cameras, but that didn't mean they weren't there. At that point, I heard a strange noise behind me. I thought at first of a motorboat engine, which made no sense since there was no water behind me. Turning around, I saw, maybe 30 or 40 feet away, another one of these creatures. It was a hairy monster with a dog sort of head, and I could see more details in this one. It was incredibly ugly. It definitely had the ears on top like a dog or bear or cat, but the face was not like anything I have ever seen. It had a kind of a dog face if it had been squashed down, but not like a pug dog. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Imagine if a dog's head were a cake, and imagine the cake deflated in places in the oven. It lacked symmetricality somehow. I was looking at it lit from behind, and all of this took place in maybe 3 seconds or 4. It had a mouth like a dog, but also like an ape, I guess a gorilla, as it was dark all over. Both its hair or fur and its skin underneath were ebony black. It was quite a striking and imposing creature, and it looked like it could tear me apart casually. I really am not sure of the size, but it was alarmingly large and tall. So now, I was looking back and forth, seeing identical monsters at either end of this narrow passage, and it didn't seem like my idea that I was on a movie set was really a valid theory any longer. The trees to my left and right were growing so closely together that it didn't look like I could pass through them. I did anyway. I found I could make better time than I thought I could, although the trees were ridiculously tightly packed for the entire beginning of my little adventure. I wanted to run for a while, then turn left and hope I came out somewhere close to the clearing or the Comic-Con. I wanted to get to safety and get my girlfriend out of danger as well, but the main priority at the moment was to not get torn into pieces by those 2 tall fellows behind me. So it was painful going as I got torn up by thorns and banged my head pretty hard on a branch because I was idiotically looking behind myself as I walked.
But I was feeling out of danger as I turned left and headed back in what I hoped would be the direction of the clearing I last saw my girlfriend at. The trees were still dense, but it was more like woods now than impenetrable forest, and I was making better time. Until I heard someone, or something, in front of me. I stopped moving to listen, and whoever or whatever it was heading toward me. I climbed into an oddly shaped tree and hid myself so I could watch and see what or who was about to walk past. If it was one of those dogmen, I was going to hold my breath and hope it didn't hear or smell me. If it walked past me, I would scramble down the tree and run to the clearing. I wondered what I should do if it did indeed detect me up in the tree, and I never came to a decision about that, because it wasn't a dogman walking toward me. It was my girlfriend. As quickly and quietly as possible, I got out of that tree and ran to her, holding my finger over my lips in the universal sign for a shh. And fortunately, she understood my meaning. We beat it back to the con where it all seemed like some sort of dream that couldn't possibly have just happened only 200 feet into the forest around a parking lot. I was kind of shaken up, so we talked about it for a while, and it turns out she never saw what I saw. She never saw anything more than what she had told me earlier, a tall man in black who might have had a mask on. That was a close enough match to what I saw that this had to be what she saw. And since two of them presented themselves to me, the possibility exists that there might have been even more than two of them in the area. So, what exactly happened? Were these creatures just coincidentally in the area engaged in activities that had nothing to do with us? Were they stalking us? If so, for what reason? Out of curiosity or to hunt us? If they were hunting us, then why did they ignore my girlfriend and come after me in the woods? Wouldn't she have been the easier victim? Is it possible again that they surrounded me in the woods as much out of curiosity as for any other reason? I have a lot of questions about that 15 or 20 minutes of my life and very few answers. I'm not even sure what it was that I saw, obviously. I've been reading about Dogman lately, and I guess this was something like that. But most of the descriptions I've read do not involve creatures that were pitch black like these two were. Although I was really in the mood to get far away from there, we hung out for another 2 hours just to see if a couple in very realistic matching animatronic werewolf costumes came through the door promoting some new movie or something. Obviously, none did. So I'm left with a lot of confusion and questions, which bothered me at first. Then, one day I was telling this story to a new girlfriend, and she asked me outright if I would really want to know all the details about what those things were that I encountered on that day. I had a chill go through my entire body just at her asking me that. After reflection, I had to answer honestly that I don't think I do want to know. I mean, if someone captured a living dogman and can prove what it is, I would definitely read every article on that. But on the other hand, I have no plans to go back in the forest and try to find out for myself. The forest is the turf of the dogman, or whatever those creatures are. That's fine with me. I'll stay in the cities and the suburbs, and the dogmen can stay past the tree line. As long as we both stay in our own area, everything is better for both sides. That's why these days, if I want a bit of nature, I go for a walk in the city park.
Do you have a scary story you want us to read on the show? Just call our voicemail hotline, 804-LIST-SCARY. That's 804-537-2279. And now for something completely scary.
Dogman is a mental or holographic projection, as told to Peter Bernard, read by P. Q. Ribber. I am one of the very few people who have gotten to see something I could call Dogman, not once, but twice. The first time, I was convinced I had a close encounter with a predator and that I barely escaped with my life. The second time, I became convinced that Dogman is, in actuality, a mental or holographic projection from a lost high culture. I retired in my late 30s and have pursued my dream since then, which is to hike and camp a full 40% of my time. I alternate between vacations in luxury campers to genuinely extremely dangerous climbs and hikes. I've also gone camera hunting for various rare animals, and I know how hard it can be to get a clear picture of a predator in the wild. I never got a picture of a dogman, but I did get two pretty strange stories. Okay, so I was hiking the Greenstone Ridge Trail in the Isle Royale National Park with three buddies, and we heard something bellowing off in the distance. None of us heard anything like that before in our lives. One of my buddies started pointing, and out of the bushes in front of us runs this giant thing. I want to say it was like a Yeti or a Bigfoot. It was a monster covered in dark brown hair. It didn't have big human feet, and it didn't have a gorilla face like a Sasquatch, though. It just sort of looked like a standing, talking dog from a kid's nightmare. It had hands, and it ran on its hind legs. It was making a growling sound, and it had something in its mouth. I couldn't see what it was, and maybe I'm lucky I didn't see it. It shook its head violently, as though trying to throttle the life out of whatever was in its massive jaws. It gave off every bit of the energy of a killer. This was a carnivore, born to kill and eat everything in its path. All of what I'm describing occurred in a split second, and I'm not sure the animal was even aware of our presence. It ran off up the path and off into the distance without ever acknowledging us. We stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what we had just witnessed. One of my friends noticed it left tracks as it ran off, and for some reason we decided to follow them out of curiosity. They led up the side of a mountain, following a path and walking directly down the center of this dirt path the entire way. Then the tracks ended. They just ended. The creature could have dived off the side of the cliff, but there was nothing below for hundreds of feet, and we didn't see its corpse down there either. There was no place to leap up to either. There was no place to go down from where the last tracks occurred. Also, the last tracks looked the same as the tracks before it. They showed the animal was running, uninterrupted, just as it had for its entire track. It did not look like the animal jumped from this point. It just looked like the animal had run into oblivion. I stated that the ground must just be harder from this point on, and that surely we'd pick up the trail as we headed further upward. My buddies didn't really buy my theory, as we were all still leaving tracks even as we traveled further up. We never saw the Dogman again that day. Fast forward to 3 years later. I'm on the same trail with three entirely different friends. I've told none of them about what happened the last time I was in this location. In fact, I haven't even told any of them that I was ever here before. Our first night camping, we set up tents in a clearing. The entire night we were tormented by someone running through our camp, slapping our tents and running off. It was a stunning concept to us that someone hiking up here would waste his energy like that, running around, risking getting shot, tormenting other hikers. Where was the logic in this behavior? Even though I had gone back to this area hoping to see the Dogman again, it hadn't dawned on me yet that our tormentors might now be human. All of our second day hiking, I had that feeling of being watched. I could see nothing with my eyes as I looked around to support the vibe I was picking up, but I was increasingly certain through the day that whoever was bothering us the night before was now following us. I told as much to my fellow hikers, who told me they did not share my feeling of being watched. That night, however, we were once again plagued by someone running through the camp and slapping our tents. When we would look outside, we would see nothing out of place whatsoever. We became too concerned with this to sleep, so we built a big campfire and spent the rest of the night staring off into the dark, straining to see what was out there. The third day, I once again had that feeling that we weren't alone. After a few hours, I insisted I knew where our stalker was. I pointed to a patch of woods west of us, and I darted directly toward it. This is a very bad procedure on a hike like this, to fly off without the agreement of the others, especially when you might be running directly toward danger. It was a completely illogical thing for me to have done. I think that whatever was in the woods had become a bit of a Moby Dick to me due to my recent sleep deprivation. So there I was, screaming in anger and running toward a monster like I was Mel Gibson in the movie Braveheart. My fellow hikers ran after me, probably unsure what else to do. Then, the thing that had been stalking us, the thing that had been taunting us, the thing that hadn't been letting us sleep, stepped out from the forest. This was the most terrifying thing that has ever existed. This was like a dog version of Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was a 13 or 14 foot tall, prehistoric looking giant with massive claws on the ends of both its thick arms and tree trunk legs. It whipped its tail behind it like a weapon, and it roared. My friends and I turned tail and ran like a scene from a Monty Python movie. There was nothing graceful about our egress. We climbed over each other and through each other like frightened children. The extremely and impossibly large dog thing had put our conscious thinking minds to sleep and had awakened the primal, terrified, pre-lizard fight or flight parts of each of us, and we had succumbed to the lowest aspects of our fear-based ego selves. We would have gnawed through each other to get to safety. There was no humanity left in any of us. That is how effectively the dog monster man was in reducing us to nothing but fear. A scream went up behind me, and when I say up, I mean one of my friends got lifted in the air as he screamed. I tumbled behind some bushes and a large rock hiding and peeking out. What I saw was something from an old black and white Warren horror comic book. This thing with a head like a giant rat, mixed with a giant dog, mixed with a dinosaur, held one of my buddies who had lost consciousness about 5 feet off the ground and inches from its nauseating, drooling, and giant jaws. It was going to eat my friend. I grabbed some rocks and started throwing them at the thing and screaming anything to distract the dog monster from eating my friend. Then the other two joined me, and the strangest thing happened. Something even stranger than this story has been so far. The animal blinked out. It turned off. It looked like someone just turned the TV set off. My unconscious friend slammed to the hard ground from 5 feet up where he had been being held. This woke him. We beat it out of there to the closest ranger station and cut the rest of our hike off. Fact: a variety of Dogman creatures are being reported by more and more people each year. Fact: these creatures can appear and disappear as though they are being projected from some other place. While here, they can leave physical traces like footprints. They can manipulate matter like when my friend got picked up. When they are turned off, it's as though they were never actually there. Fact: Dogman-type creatures have been reported by humans going back to before the dawn of civilization. Therefore, the technology which creates Dogman encounters must predate human civilization. Why was it created, and what exactly is it intended to guard? Is this technology still under conscious control, or has it been left to run in an automated way controlled by bots programmed before the dawn of human culture? What is the true nature and the true mission of the Dogman? The first time I saw one of the Dogmen, we heard this incredibly loud scream.
Werewolf of the Cemetery. My family recently bought a house in a quaint town in upstate New York. We were told that we were also buying this small graveyard that was directly connected to our property. Even though the cemetery technically belonged to us, we still had to keep it open to the public during daylight hours. The most recent burial in that yard occurred in 1859, so we never got surviving relatives visiting. About the only visitor I ever remember seeing among the gravestones was the strange old werewolf I would see there in the middle of the night. I say old because this long-haired beast had gray among his darker fur, not white, but silver. He was not albino, he was just aging. I call him a werewolf because that comes closest to describing his appearance, although I never saw any movie or illustrated werewolf that looked anything like this creature. I would see this thing in the middle of the night as I would get up to use the restroom. One of my bedroom windows overlooked the graveyard, and sometimes this figure would be standing there, staring up in the sky. The most recent time I saw him was at the end of February, and I think that night that he was staring at the moon. I've never heard the animal make a sound. I said before that this whatever it was didn't resemble anything I'd ever seen before, whether in reality or fiction. I'd attempt to describe it, but I'm not sure how clear I can be in this case. I would say that this was a very large and extremely deformed man, except that its tall ears on top of its head were purely formed. They pointed in different directions, constantly moving and hearing things my human ears would never hear. Most times when I see him, the ears are the only part of him that's moving, except maybe his fur blowing in the late night breeze. Underneath the lovely tall dog ears on top of its head, there's nothing but nightmare. This is the face of a monster. This thing has thick, heavy eyebrows, a unibrow really, and these thick, shaggy brows hang down low over two furious-looking eyeballs. It has a nose more like a dog than like an ape, but its lips under the nose were not split like the upper lip of a dog or a cat. It looks like the mouth of an ape under the nose of a dog. I do not know what its teeth are like, as I've never seen it open its mouth. Another odd thing about this is that I have never seen the monster arrive, and I have never seen it leave. I have not heard of anyone else seeing the thing, even though two other houses are positioned so that they could possibly get views of the location in question. There are only two entrances to this small cemetery, and the chain-link fence which completely surrounds it. One gate is on the street and usually kept open. The other is on my property, allowing one to go from our backyard to the cemetery. The fence is at least 5 feet tall all the way around, and the brick wall behind it must be at least 7 feet tall. There is some forest past the house behind the brick wall, but it's not like this monster could have wandered from the woods into the graveyard. If I was witnessing a natural animal, then I have no real explanation of how it could have arrived there, or where it could have come from. This leads me to consider two possibilities. One is that I might be experiencing hypnagogic hallucinations of this creature. In other words, it might not be down in the cemetery at all, but might be only in my head. Maybe I'm projecting the image or idea of the werewolf down there into the graveyard. The other possibility that pops into my mind is that maybe the creature is not natural, but rather some form of apparition tied to that location in some way we cannot understand. In any case, I see a hairy, tall, mutated-looking man who looks like he's half dog standing in the cemetery beneath my bedroom window at night, and it terrifies me. Update. As I was proofreading this to send to you, my neighbor sent me a bit of news I had previously been unaware of. I had been wondering why this cemetery was not adjacent to any church. It seemed so odd for it to be on private ground, especially as we are not in a rural area, but a suburban one. I must have made a comment to that effect to her in an email, and she just wrote me back that the church used to be located where my house currently stands. It seems the church burned down and nobody alive claimed relation to any of the people buried in the yard. The town finally allowed a man to build his residence on the old church property if he took on the responsibility of the cemetery's upkeep. This is why we inherited this obligation. Now that I know that our house is on what was once considered holy ground, I feel more certain that the visions I had of the Dogman must have been paranormal in nature. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Dogman I've been seeing is of an evil or demonic nature. Maybe he's here in a loyal way. Maybe he's the guardian of the graveyard. The ancient Egyptians depicted the guardian of the land of the dead as Anubis, who was shown as a man with a dog's head. I was taught in school that this was meant as metaphor. Maybe it was that, and maybe it was something more literal at the same time.
Are dogmen really Nazi werewolves? As told to Peter Bernard, read by P.Q. River. I have been listening to your show, and some others for a while, trying to come to understand Dogman folklore. I was looking to find anyone who could corroborate the stories my late grandfather told before he died, but so far have not found anyone. For that reason, I'd like to give you a censored version of his story, leaving out certain names and details to protect my family's anonymity, and present it to you to see if any of you have heard of anything even vaguely like this. Here goes. My grandfather was on his deathbed for a few months. We all knew he was not going to get better, and we all grew accustomed to the fact that he would soon be gone. We were grateful that he had remained lucid until the end, and he didn't seem to be suffering from any sort of dementia. Then, suddenly, one day, he began claiming that he was a former Nazi serviceman and had hidden this fact until he knew he was going to die. We suspected he might be losing control of his mind. The more he elaborated on his story, the wilder it got, and the more certain we became that our dear grandfather had already departed in a mental sense. But his eyes still looked sharp, and he certainly put a lot of conviction behind the telling of his tall tales. According to my grandfather, the Nazis didn't just experiment on their prisoners, they experimented on their own soldiers too. He was supposedly part of a group of infantrymen specially selected for an experiment to turn them into super soldiers. Much of the Nazi philosophy was based on the idea of the wolf pack. If you view yourself as a wolf, then it's not evil or wrong for you to kill and take what you want. It's only you following your wolf instincts. So, if you view your movement as a wolf pack, then you feel entitled to run feral over the entire human landscape, killing and eating and ruining all in your path. And this is not evil. This is you fulfilling your biological destiny. It was only a short leap from this twisted philosophy to the idea of creating actual werewolves to serve in the armed forces. Killing machines with no qualms about tearing apart anything and anyone in their path to greater destiny. And so, grandfather and the soldiers he was selected along with were supposedly injected with some kind of fluid that would turn them into half-wolf, half-man monster soldiers. It sounded to me like a nightmare version of the Captain America story. My grandfather said they were all bound to tables by leather straps, and injections, which were extremely painful, were made. All the men were screaming for a few minutes, grandfather included. He told us that the pain subsided in him, and he nearly collapsed into sleep from the stress, but then he heard the strangest sounds. Craning his neck, he said 2 of the men were transforming into what he could only call monsters. One became hairy and mutated right in front of his eyes into something neither man nor wolf. Another man grew large enough to burst his bonds and attacked the medical staff. All the men strapped down to tables were helpless as the medical staff alerted security, and a long battle eventually subdued the monster wolf beast that had once been a man. The description that he gave us about what the man looked like after he had been transformed is strikingly similar to many of the descriptions of the more Anubis-like or Doberman-like Dogman creatures. A massive, muscular man covered in fur with a dog-like head. Its muscular arms ended in immense, sharp claw-like hands. Its legs were as thick as trees and bent backwards on the bottom like a dog's or cat's legs. It had teeth in its mouth like an alligator, mixed with a saber-toothed tiger, yet its mouth was otherwise like a dog's or wolf's mouth. It was dark in color and stood almost twice as tall as the men in the room. It picked up someone in a lab coat and threw them into a wall that had to have been 10 or 15 feet away. Grandfather said all the men were terrified they were going to all be slaughtered while strapped down, unable to defend themselves. The drugs or hormones, or whatever they had been exposed to, affected each man differently. Some transformed randomly days afterwards into similar wolfman creatures. They were all kept in observation for about half a year, then released when the war ended. He said some were reassigned to Argentina and some were secretly moved near us in Michigan. Grandfather changed his name and used some of his secret connections to move to the States, hiding from his Nazi past until this deathbed confession. Grandfather never claimed that he himself transformed into a wolfman, but he was warned by one of the doctors that it was probably going to be a recessive gene he might pass on. So we were all told we might be carrying the Nazi Dogman gene, that one day we might turn into a werewolf or that we might pass it on if and when we had children. Of course, we laughed it off at the time, but it was nervous laughter at best. The thing about recessive genes is that they might never come out again, or they might come out 3 times in a generation. You just never know. So we might never find out if this story has any validity or if it was the ravings of a dying man. But it got me to thinking. If it was so simple for my grandfather to get into America and lead a full life with nobody ever suspecting he had once been a low-level private in the Nazi army, it would probably be just as simple for any of the others mentioned in his stories to have migrated here as well. If even half of those men had families here, it might go a long way toward explaining some of the sightings of Dogman. Grandfather said the Nazis found the werewolves too difficult to control for use as an army, but maybe they found other uses for them to cause chaos or distractions. Maybe the Dogmen people are seeing are not just animals. What if they possess human intelligence? What if they are organized? What if they view themselves as a wolf pack? And what if they view the rest of us as their prey?
The Werewolf of Untermeyer Park. I'm sure you've heard of Untermeyer Park. It's haunted. It's used for ceremonies by cults. There have been reports of sightings of demons and Sasquatch. And every single time I went there when I was a teenager, I would see an upright walking dog-headed man. For my friends and me, going to Untermeyer Park was always an adventure, and always a dare. We had heard friend of a friend stories about people dying there, and we took them very seriously. We all felt that each time we got in my cousin's car and headed out to Untermeyer, it might be our last time ever. One time when we were there, we saw a tall man with a top hat walk past us as though he were in a trance. Some of us giggled, but he never turned to look at us. Almost every trip to the park since then, my friends would call out that they were seeing the top hat man. I would ask where, but I never saw him again. And it was sort of the opposite thing with the Dogman or werewolf. When I would see him, I would sense that it was time to go, and I would insist to the others that we leave. As far as I know, none of the others would ever see the Dogman, but none of them ever argued with me that he was there. We all believed what the other would say in Untermeyer Park because it seemed like basically anything could happen there. In fact, now that I think about it, the first time I ever told my friends that I had been seeing the Dogman was when I told that boss character. I don't know who he was, but one night when we were sitting in the park after dark, a black car pulled up out of nowhere. We didn't have time to run away, and we should have. We should have seen and heard that car approaching for at least 30 seconds. Instead, somehow, we noticed this car pulling to a stop, and an old dude in a suit got out and walked directly up to me. He started quizzing me if I've seen the lupine something or the lupus majoris or some crap. I can't remember anymore. I said no, but we've seen ghosts and we've seen a werewolf. He quizzed me about the werewolf and I gave him the description. All the while, my friends were completely weirded out by this, because they had never seen it and didn't know I had. After I gave the guy the description, he left. No, wait, he told me that I didn't see the werewolf and then he got in his car. I mean, like, he warned me I better act like I hadn't seen it. I don't remember if he drove off in a normal way or vanished or what, because my friends were freaking out and asking me about the Dogman. So okay, here is what I would see on those nights. I would look into the woods on occasion to check for lights. The lights usually meant a bonfire or people with lit torches, in other words, cultists. All sorts of weird ceremonies were performed in those woods in those days. I'm glad that's all I know about that. So, anyway, I would be checking for lights, and then I'd see this face looking out at me from the forest, from between the trees. It was some kind of animal face, like a bear, but not a bear. The first night I ever saw him, he stepped out from the trees and I saw him in his entirety. He was taller than a man, and more muscular too. His hands ended in long claws, almost like the talons of a giant eagle. It had massive, thick legs, and yet it was a dog of some kind. A massive, terrifying-looking dog that walked around on its hind legs for some reason. That first night I saw the dog thing, I heard a voice in my head. It asked, "Do you see me?" I nodded my head yes. The voice in my head resumed. It said, "If you see me, then run." And so, since then, when I see a Dogman, I run.
The Dog-Headed Man of the Woods, as told to Peter Bernard, read by PQ Ribber. I grew up in my grandmother's home. I never knew my real parents. Grandma lived near the woods just outside of a town, and she was very old-fashioned, although it took me a long time to figure that out. We had no real neighbors, and she homeschooled me until I was 13, so I didn't know much about life except what she told me about it. And Grandma's world was full of such creatures as fairies, puckwudgies, Bigfoot, hide-behinds, and Dogman. When I was a kid, we heard a lot of noises coming from the woods. I would look to Grandma, and she would tell me a little story to explain the origin of each sound. Sometimes we would hear wood knocking, and Grandma would tell me it was the wild man of the woods communicating long distance. She said, when I heard that, I better get inside and lock the doors because those tree knockers might be talking to each other about me. Sometimes we would hear speech outside our windows at night, and I couldn't understand what was being said. If the voices were high-pitched, she told me they were fairies, and if they were deeper, more guttural voices, she told me it was the trolls or the hide-behinds, who were both hairy men, but from different tribes than the hairy men of the woods who did the tree knocking. One night, we both heard a noise that sounded like the wind itself calling my first name. Grandma looked utterly terrified, which upset me. She never looked nervous about any of these creatures as long as we were inside and had our doors locked, but whoever was calling my name outside the house that night genuinely frightened my grandmother. I asked what it was, and she at first said she didn't know. She grabbed my hand and we went upstairs to her bedroom, locking the doors and windows and pulling the shades. She told me to stay the night in that room with her, and no matter what happened, to not look out any of the windows. After Grandma was asleep, I heard a tapping on my window just to my right. This terrified me because that window was 25 feet off the ground. I didn't get up, and I didn't look. Not even after whatever it was started calling my name again from right outside that thin pane of glass. I pulled the blankets up over my head, stuck my fingers in my ears, and hummed until it finally stopped, and I fell asleep. Over breakfast, Grandma told me that it might have been a pukwudgie, since they will lure you to your doom. It also might have been a skinwalker or evil magician from one of the native peoples. Might have been a ghost too, she said. Sometimes ghosts get hungry, and they try to lure you out of your home and eat your soul. Then again, maybe it was just a crazy stranger, I thought, but Grandma never mentioned that possibility. Everything in Grandma's world had a magical or supernatural explanation. And so, when we heard dogs howling in the night, they were only rarely coyotes or wolves. More often, they were the dog-headed man of the woods. She would never look frightened when we heard them, but she would lock the house up and we'd spend the rest of the evening upstairs on nights when the dog-headed men were on the hunt. Sometimes, on those nights, we heard horrible sounds that Grandma wouldn't explain to me. I could only imagine what had fallen prey to the Dogmen that time. Grandma said that both the dog-headed men and the hairy men were tribes of other kinds of humans. They didn't like us but respected our boundaries as long as they felt we respected theirs. If we were found wandering on their turf, that very well could be the end of us. As long as we were locked in our homes while they were hunting or bringing their young through the area, they would usually tolerate our presence. The things that knew your name, though, those entities made Grandma genuinely uneasy. I don't think she understood what they were or what their intentions or capabilities were, although she tried her best not to let me know that at the time. So I grew up, went away to college, where I learned that not only were most people not familiar with dogmen and monsters that hovered outside second-story windows calling your name all night, but they didn't even believe such things existed. And you know what? They didn't exist, at least not at the dorms I was staying in. The big world outside was a lot brighter and more fun than living inside the dark, haunted forest of my grandmother's vivid imagination. I found myself, when I thought back on events from my childhood, rationalizing them and explaining them away as different and more normal things. Maybe the sound calling my name was an owl, or a hole in a fence that the wind was blowing through. Maybe it only seemed to be saying my name. Maybe our imagination filled in the blanks. Maybe the tree knocks were natural branch breaks or trees tipping over in the wind. Maybe they were deer hitting their antlers on branches. Everything that had happened before high school now seemed a lot more mundane to me, and this made me glad at the time. It felt a lot less stressful to only have to figure out how to get along with the human species and not to worry so much about Grandma's extended menagerie of intelligent hominids. So, Grandma died, and she left the house to me. I never went back, and I never put it up for sale. I didn't want to think about it or deal with it. Then I went through a rough patch in my adult life, both at work and with my significant other. I needed a break from both, so I decided to finally go out and check on the house. I could clean the place up and try to not think for a little while. When I got to the old house, the nostalgia was intense and almost overwhelming. It felt like someone put two backpacks on my back at once. I realized that it was my responsibility that I was avoiding by not coming to this place. My responsibility to wrap up the loose ends of the life my grandmother, who had raised me as her own and got nothing in return for it but to be left to die alone. It was responsibility and guilt I was hiding from. So, like a worker who hates his job, heading back to the grind on Monday morning, I trudged inside and rummaged around for the mop and the broom. No vacuum cleaner, of course, as Grandma had never had electricity run out to the house here. I wondered if there were cell reception and checked my phone. It looked like I was getting a little, but there was no Wi-Fi in the area. I tried a mobile hotspot, but it kept jamming halfway into loading. Coming to this place really was like stepping back in time. Suddenly, a loud wood knock broke me from my reverie. I stood up at once and wanted to run outside, but I laughed at myself. There would be nothing to see. That had taken place somewhere in the forest. I felt excited with every part of my body and spirit to hear that sound again. Some people tell me about nostalgia for seeing an old TV show or movie from their childhood, and I can't really relate since we didn't have a TV set. But suddenly, hearing that tree knock, I felt like this was the same thing for me as nostalgia for Saturday morning cartoons might be for a city kid. I felt very grateful to have experienced that and said a brief internal prayer of thanks. Something whispered my name. Something outside the window whispered my name. Then it did it again. Could that be an owl? Could that be the wind blowing through a hole in a tree? This only happened one time in my childhood, so why would it by chance happen a second time so many years later on the first night I came back to visit? I heard my name being whispered again, so I opened the window and looked out. I saw nothing. Just the back area of the house and the forest past it. Still, this was my chance to find out what around here makes a sound so close to my name, a thing I'd been wondering about my entire life. So, I got dressed quickly and ran downstairs and out the back. I just stood there and looked around. I could only hear a breeze. I couldn't hear any animals, and I couldn't hear any crickets. That was strange, not to hear crickets in the forest at night. Then I heard it again. I heard my name being called in that exact same voice from my childhood. It definitely came from my right, from within the forest, so I took off in that direction, running as fast as I could. There was something there. I saw the shadow of something standing behind a tree, and I ran directly toward that figure. I no longer heard anyone calling my name. As I got within 5 or 10 feet of the tree, the shadowy figure stepped out into full view. I looked up and saw its massive, muscular, hairy thighs. I looked higher and saw its belly, covered in lighter fur than the legs. Looking up further, there was the chest of a young Arnold Schwarzenegger, blown up to even more giant proportions and covered in dark, thick fur. On top of this massive chest was the head of a very angry-looking dog. It was the dog-headed man of the woods. It had arms on it that looked like they could crush a Buick LeSabre. Not front legs, but arms. It was a hairy man with a dog head. I fainted like a little girl. I'm not proud to admit it, but that might have saved my life. If this creature is anything like a bear, maybe playing dead was really the best thing I could have done. All I know is I woke up at the first rays of dawn sunlight with a headache and smelling an ammonia smell everywhere. It took me a while to comprehend that I was laying on the dirt outside, and a bit longer to understand that the ammonia smell was coming from me. The memory of the dog-headed giant flooded back to me quickly, and I ran back inside the house immediately. I knew in my head that the creature must have left hours ago, but I found myself shaking all over as though the incident were still going on. This thing I saw was much larger than the normal description I've been finding online about dogmen or werewolves. This was like the Hulk in the recent Marvel Comics movies, whereas the normal Dogman report is more of a creature like the Lou Ferrigno version of the Hulk. This thing really seemed like a special effects creation more than a natural animal. I think part of why I fainted was that even though my grandmother told me over and over that these things exist, the actual appearance of it was so over the top and so more than natural that my mind couldn't wrap itself around the existence of this monstrosity. All I know is I had left that house alone for too long. It was a few years. Not only did the creatures around here no longer remember my smell, they had probably forgotten about my grandmother by now as well. They had all reclaimed the house as their turf, and it would be too dangerous for anyone to stay there any longer. The newer generations of the various creatures might not respect Grandma's old turf. They might even come inside uninvited. No, it's too dangerous a place now. That forest is haunted. I'm in negotiations with a nearby wildlife preserve to annex my property, but there's swampland in between us that we're trying to purchase and include in the deal. I told this story to a city friend of mine, and they insisted that the monsters of the woods were all creations of my grandmother's and my imagination. I said, so what? By this point, they're fully real. I don't know if those things were always there, or if Grandma invented them, but either way, that cabin now belongs to Dogman.
Dogman by the Castle has told to Peter Bernard. Back in the early 1970s, I had an aunt who dated an eccentric doctor. Visiting the castle on the beach that strange surgeon lived in almost cost me my life when I met the Dogman by the Castle. The 1970s, especially the early part, were unlike any period of time before or since. The counterculture of the 1960s became mainstream suburban culture in many ways by then. Shag rugs in sunken living rooms, straight normal guys growing their hair longer. Two of the Yankees traded wives. And into this milieu, my aunt, let's call her Aunt Mallory, who had been very straight and proper, started dating this wild, swinging, and very rich surgeon. We didn't expect it to last long, but she and he actually became formal girlfriend and boyfriend, and our family got invited out to the castle to meet the guy. He reminded me of Vincent Price. He was African American, yet he still reminded me of Vincent Price. Maybe it was the smoking jacket and the cigarette holder for his French smokes. He also had a lion as a pet that he kept on a chain. Who would do that? This guy, that's who. I felt really bad for the cat, but I felt more scared of it than bad for it. It looked pretty cranky, as you can imagine. And so my sister and I got out of there as soon as we could and said we were going to wander on the beach. The doctor told us to stay out of the forest. There are wild beasties out there, he assured us. We rolled our eyes and of course made a beeline for the forest next to the beach. It was our obligation as kids to do so. We didn't realize until we were right up on them, but there was a sandy cliff about twice our height we'd need to climb in order to get up onto the level that the forest was on. We headed to the shortest point and started climbing. It was slow going and we both fell back a few times, as the hill was all sand and broke away at the touch. My sister noticed a rope someone had left hanging from the upper level, and we used that to climb up instead. We both attempted to make mental notes of where that rope was when we headed off into the trees aimlessly, looking for the proverbial adventure and whatever comes our way. We got that, and we got more. After racing around for a while and enjoying ourselves and the freedom from boring adults, we came upon something really strange. It was a footprint, but not like a normal footprint. For one thing, this guy had no shoes on. For the second, he seemed to have clawed toes. As my mind spun in circles trying to comprehend what we were looking at, my sister decided it had to be a bear or maybe a very large wolf. Suddenly I could see what she was saying. That made more sense than a barefoot man with claws. We followed the trail through the soft muddy dirt for some time, fascinated. The animal seemed to mainly walk on the balls of its feet, but occasionally would rest on its haunches and leave prints that looked a lot like a giant human print. The thing about that is that it would seem to indicate that it was squatting on its back legs but tilted up. Maybe it was walking bipedally too. That would mean it would have to be a bear unless it was a reincarnated prehistoric giant sloth like we had seen at the museum. This was turning into the best day ever. We followed the tracks until we reached a cave with an entrance large enough that we could walk through standing up. The footprints became jumbled at the cave entrance. Clearly this location was entered and exited a lot lately, and by more than one creature most likely. We found the home of the thing, whatever it was. Now, why this next part made sense to us, neither my sister nor I will ever know, but we decided it would be a brilliant idea to go in the cave, find a good place to hide and observe, and then discover whatever this creature was. That's right, we decided to go in the cave, where we knew strange creatures lived, and try to spy on them. Maybe we thought we could get on In Search Of with Mr. Spock or something. We had no sense at all that we might be entering into a dangerous situation in any way. We'd seen enough Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom episodes to be able to handle ourselves in the wild, we thought. So, we walked into the cave, as quiet as two dumb kids can, and the ground is hard in there. We don't see footprints anymore. It gets dark pretty quick. The smell is terrible, like a whole lot of things died in there. There's a passage where we had to scrunch down and crawl and go slow to get through. If it sounds like we were walking into a death trap, there's a good reason for that. The tunnel opened up into a larger alleyway with tall stones shooting up from the ground everywhere. We heard echoing noises, and following them led us to the edge of a chasm, a large stadium-sized amphitheater under the ground. And down there, here and there, darting about in the darkness, we could make out very large, very fast men. This was the first moment I felt fear. The scene reminded me of Planet of the Apes in some way, or maybe the first sequel. We were in a place that wasn't even supposed to be, with creatures that weren't supposed to exist. "What are they?" my sister whispered. "They're scary," I whispered back. We mutually decided to get out of there while we could, which as it turned out was a time that had already passed. When we got near the passage that we had to scrunch to get through, there were creatures coming out of them. We quickly hid behind the stalagmites growing up all around. One after another, these man-sized things crawled into the cave and left into the larger chamber. We wanted to get a good look at them, and now our wish was being granted. The trouble was, they were also blocking our escape and probably going to eat us for dinner. The things crawling through the holes were, in fact, dogs. They moved gracefully on all fours, then simply got up on their hind legs after exiting the tunnel and exited to the left in one graceful movement. They were equally comfortable on 2 legs or 4. I'm not really sure what was going on. Maybe they were returning from a hunt. If so, they didn't seem to be bringing any food back with them. Even so, they smelled like death and I wanted to vomit. It was a few minutes after they were gone before I got up the nerve to go look in the tunnel and see if the coast was clear. As I got within 10 feet of the hole, I could hear something coming out, and I just barely got behind a stalagmite in time. I was now standing behind a stone, literally 2 or 3 feet from the thing that emerged from the tunnel. I could hear that there was another one coming through now, and another and another. I was crying, but I was trying hard not to make any noise or even breathe out loud. 2 of the creatures got into some kind of argument behind me, and one slammed the other into the rock I was hiding behind. I just held on as pebbles and dust fell from the cave roof on me. I was worried there might be a cave-in when a brand new problem rose its ugly head. All the dust raining on me had made me feel like I had to sneeze. Have you ever suppressed a sneeze? It's not easy to do, is it? Have you ever tried to suppress a sneeze with two man-sized werewolf monsters having a fist fight directly behind you? That's even harder. But I did it anyway. I suppressed the sneeze. The creatures eventually took their troubles to the larger cavern, and I finally had a few seconds to go into a mild state of shock for a while. It seemed long overdue when the moment arrived, I assure you. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly my sister was there to my left, dragging me by my arm and saying the coast was clear. I couldn't really follow what she was saying. I was not fully back to reality yet. As I was midway through the tunnel, crawling on my hands and knees, I woke up and realized where I was. That was bad timing. I was now frozen, unable to move, and weeping all over again. My sister was already out of the tunnel, and she looked back to see me crying. She urged me to get out. She told me we had to go. Nothing worked. I told her I couldn't move. Then, from behind me, I heard a roar. The next thing I remember, we were back at the rope at the edge of the forest, leaping off the edge and jumping the 7 or 8 feet back down to the beach before running back to the relative safety of the crazy mad doctor in the castle and his pet lion. Like a lot of people in that era, we had an adventure and we kept the details to ourselves. We never told our parents, we never told our friends, and after a while it seemed harder and harder to believe that it could have even happened. If there were really that many monster creatures with dog heads running all around, surely they wouldn't get reported in the newspaper. Surely there would be one in the zoo or a stuffed one in a museum. How could a whole bunch of carnivorous man-sized predators live so close to civilization and not be something that everyone was aware of? It's literally just not possible. And yet, this is the true story of the time I nearly got killed in Dogman Cave.
Dogman of the Wildwoods. In the past year, Wildwood, New Jersey made the news because police in the resort community arrested over 200 people during the 2017 Memorial Day weekend. But did you know that way back in 1972, over a 3-day August weekend, that there was a near riot in Wildwood triggered by Dogman sightings and actual physical attacks? Of course you didn't know. Nobody knows about it because it was quieted down and covered up by field agent Herman Bruland, at least according to Professor Panic. Today's story is adapted from the notes and personal diary of the professor's good friend, the late field agent who we are calling Herman Bruland in this series. Bruland's job was to investigate reports of strange occurrences to discover whether they were actually evidence of the use of his company's technology or that of other companies or unknown sources. He would bring all evidence of possible new tech back to the department that the professor worked in for reverse engineering. We're telling this story in the first person from Bruland's perspective, using actual quotes from his notes when possible, and paraphrasing when necessary. Sometimes he would jot down notes in a shorthand, in which case we've expanded it a bit to make it more conversational. Other times, Bruland could get into extraordinarily minute details and references to subjects that neither the professor nor I have any awareness of. In those cases, we may have edited chunks out for the sake of clarity. This sequence of events begins as Bruland takes a rare vacation day, and I'll continue in his words. 0900 hours. The company is giving me the next 3 days off paid vacation time, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, August 11th through the 13th, 1972. Since I've been investigating phenomena in the Garden State, I've decided to take my 3 days in nearby Wildwood, New Jersey. The boss says if I keep receipts, they'll reimburse my hotel and dinners, so I've got myself the finest hotel room I've ever been in. They have a microwave oven in there. It's like the 23rd century. Wildwood is not just a beach. They have an amusement pier that I've wanted to visit for some time now. This is the one with the life-size King Kong on the pier. I've been dying to see that in person, and I want to ride all of their dark rides. Yes, even on my days off, I find myself chasing monsters. $1,400 hours or so. I'm at the park and I must say I'm having far more fun than I could have expected. I've been on a handful of rides and I'm getting a bit of a sunburn. I didn't realize how much I needed a day off. Sitting here eating ice cream, writing in my journal, not being chased by invisible entities and competitors' security or intelligence operatives for a few hours, this must be what life is like for a regular person. Where I'm sitting, I have a nice view of the Kong that's here. It's not like it's a great piece of art or a fine accomplishment for humanity or anything, but that Kong has a presence. As silly as it may sound, that thing chills me to the bone for some reason. It's so hot out today, yet Kong and the general atmosphere of the place carry the chill of a late October Halloween evening with them. Even in broad daylight, this place kind of spooks me out. The Kong doesn't even have legs, yet every time I see it out of the corner of my eye, for some reason it sends adrenaline pumping into me. There's something about Kong that's involved in primal fear in humans. Kong is the Yeti. Kong is Bigfoot. Kong is the other. If he weren't real, we'd invent him. Oh wait, perhaps we already did. Maybe it's heat stroke getting to me, but it almost seems as though this is the most natural place in the world for someone like me to eventually end up. A place superficially seen as an amusement park, yet in actuality is one of the few remaining places left in the world where people could show up to worship gods and monsters. 17:30 hours. I've just had a most educational conversation with 4 young men about a cryptid sighting or possible mind control event which allegedly occurred in Wildwood just last night. I was riding in the dark ride, enjoying all the fake scares, when it broke down and my car stopped. Apparently, the electricity was still functioning behind me, and so after a while I got rammed from behind by 4 cheering boys. They thought it was part of the ride, but when we continued to sit there for a while, I explained the situation to them. They all began shouting for the fellow who ran the ride. They knew him by name since they are locals here. Nobody heard them, however, and so we spent some time in the dark, occasionally being bumped by another new car behind all of us. Somehow it took over 10 minutes for anyone to notice that none of the cars were coming out the back end, but we made good use of the time. I told the boys the story of the Sasquatch I saw in Pennsylvania last year that was wearing a shiny orange coverall and carrying some sort of glowing tablet, which he stared into as he walked through the forest. When I described to them how the creature walked directly into the seemingly solid bark of a large tree and disappeared, I expected them to scoff. Instead, they eyed each other and started whispering among themselves. Finally, they agreed on something and they began talking over each other, telling me about a cryptid encounter their neighbor had. From what the boys tell me, one of their neighbors ran through the backyard of one of these kids the night before, screaming that he had been attacked by a man-wolf and insisting the boys get inside at once. A wolf man? In New Jersey? I asked. Here? In Wildwood? I told you we shouldn't tell him, one of them said to the others. He doesn't believe us any more than anyone else does. I assured the boys I was in fact quite interested and persuaded them to give me more details. They told me all they knew and told me what the neighbor had told them. Then someone arrived to rescue us and managed to start the ride up and get us out of there. I'm jotting these notes as the kids scarf down some hot dogs I bribed them with. Then they're going to guide me to the door of this alleged witness, who apparently lives within walking distance. I am eager to hear the story from this alleged witness's own lips. I'll be quite interested to hear if the adult story bears any resemblance at all to the version I'm hearing from the peanut gallery here.
2000 hours. I've just finished speaking with the witness, an executive working at Cape May County Airport. He was most forthcoming about the event in question. Apparently, being introduced to him by the boys brought me immediately into his confidence, and he told the story easily, with no reservations. He seemed to still be quite agitated from the event, and lifted his shirt to show me bruises and scratches he said he endured in the attack. None of them seemed to me to be readily identifiable as any kind of animal I was aware of. Maybe if he had been bitten, I could identify the teeth and narrow down the type of creature that attacked him, but on the other hand, if he had been bitten, maybe he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. The story begins as the witness, codenamed Mr. D, disembarked from his co-worker's boat. On summer days and nights, Mr. D's neighbor would carpool with him from the airport, and then they'd take the neighbor's small boat back the rest of the way to where the neighbor lived, just off Wildwood Canal at Neptune Avenue. Mr. D would walk the rest of the way home on the western edge of West Wildwood. On this particular Thursday night, because he was enjoying the walk home, he decided to take the longer, scenic route home, walking past the wild area at the edge of town. The wild area that he now believed was the home of a large, hairy, half-man, half-wolf monster. I asked him what he could tell me about the little forest and swamp which the boys showed me before taking me to Mr. D. It's just a few blocks from his home where we were talking. Mr. D said it was famous mostly as an illegal dumping ground, adding that the locals had joked for years that one day the toxic waste in the swamps was going to bring one of the mafia victims dumped out there back to life. He chuckled at his joke, then tears filled his eyes, and he began rambling about how he never expected a real monster to be living in the swamps. He never expected a real monster could possibly be living anywhere. After indulging his emotions for a while, I gently coaxed the witness to continue relating his account. Mr. D says that last night, just on a whim, he walked a bit out of his way to West Pine and made a right. This brought him to one of the undeveloped areas, and a half a block later he reached a path through the little forest that separated the town from the swamps. He told me he rarely neglected to do this on nice evenings. It had become something of a habit. Sometimes he would even make the trip in rain or snow just to see what the area looked like in all kinds of weather. He said he had seen strange birds and small rodents there, which he didn't know the names of. This, however, was the first time he'd ever seen large predators there. I noticed he used the plural, and I asked him to elaborate. The witness then proceeded to describe 2 oversized gray wolves emerging from the trees, which startled him. He had no idea such animals could possibly be here. Mr. D says he froze in his tracks, not wanting to make any sudden moves and alarm the wolves. They sniffed around on the ground and seemed to be ignoring him, so Mr. D slowly returned to walking, never taking his eyes off the canines and making as little noise as he could manage. That was when he heard a great crashing of trees and leaves and claims to have witnessed a 6-foot-tall or taller, upright walking wolf creature emerging from the forest. Again, the witness became emotional and needed a break before continuing. I asked him to please slow the story down to a stop and tell me exactly what the creature was that he saw, with as many details as he could possibly remember. Mr. D said the animal was about 6 feet tall, and in the moonlight it seemed a kind of brownish-gray color, similar to the 2 four-legged wolves there as well. In fact, the 3 seemed to bear a family resemblance to each other. This one, the standing one, was different from the other 2 in a few big ways, though. Besides being able to walk on its hind legs, its chest was also not a dog or wolf-like chest. It looked more like the torso of a hairy man, or maybe some kind of primate, like a chimp or gorilla. But the chest was covered in fur, unlike a gorilla. It had hands in front instead of front paws, or at least its front paws were very hand-like. with thumbs on the sides like human hands. Its ears were pointed and moved around in whatever directions it wanted to listen in. Its eyes were like a dog's eyes. Another major difference between this one and the four-legged ones is that this wolf was not ignoring him. This wolf was looking directly at Mr. D, and this wolf started growling at him. I quizzed the witness and he made it clear he was not saying it was a werewolf like we see in the movies, as it wore no clothes. It seemed to be a different kind of a wolf, one that could stand and walk. Its back legs did not look like human legs, but like dog or wolf legs instead. Its front legs were not legs at all, but arms, ending in hands with immense claws on them. The witness says at this moment, when he realized the monster saw him and was growling at him, baring its huge, terrifying teeth at him, fear overtook him and he began to run away at top speed. Seeing prey attempting to flee, the man-wolf immediately began to pursue him. The Dogman leaped onto Mr. D and the two began to battle for their lives just feet from a quiet suburban neighborhood. Fighting off shock and intense fear, Mr. D attempted to hold off the attacks from the creature, but was obviously losing the fight. All he wanted was to get away, but the wolf was faster than he was, and once he had you in his claws, it was hard to get back out of them. The wolf attempted to bite Mr. D on both arms, one leg, and even on his face, but each time Mr. D was barely able to evade a most excruciating kind of death. The walking wolf dove for Mr. D and knocked him to the ground repeatedly. The only way he could see to survive was to somehow escape the creature, but the wolf could run rings around him, and in fact its two wolf friends were doing exactly that, racing around in circles, rejoicing at the sight of the battle they were witnessing. Even if Mr. D succeeded in getting away from the wolfman, he would then have to get away from the two four-legged wolves, both of whom were larger than any he had ever seen before. Realizing that escape was most likely impossible, Mr. D decided he had nothing to lose by fighting back. Sometimes your only chance to get lucky is to make your own luck. He surprised the creature by actually landing a punch. The wolf monster staggered back, probably more out of the unexpected nature of the punch than its power. Regrouping slowly, the witness says the creature eyed him, and then it began to growl. They all began to growl. This is it, Mr. D says he was thinking. I'm gonna die just a few blocks from my own home. I'm gonna die and nobody's gonna understand what even happened to me. Accepting his fate, the witness says he decided to give the monster the fight of its life. If he was gonna be taken out, he wasn't gonna let it be easy. Mr. D braced himself and got ready. When the Dogman finally sprang at him, rather than fighting back directly, Mr. D reverted to a move he had seen in a jiu-jitsu ad in a comic book. As the monster threw itself into him, Mr. D rolled backwards, equaling the force of the diving wolf. The creature was hurled over Mr. D's head and out of his sight using its own momentum. The witness says he heard the creature hit its head hard on a tree. Its four-legged brothers ran over to comfort him, and Mr. D quickly made his escape while the three were preoccupied. Rather than run down the street, he took a shortcut through the backyards of some of his neighbors to get himself inside quicker. This is when he saw the boys out playing past dark and shouted at them to get inside. Both versions of the story matched exactly. I have to say I'm surprised that the kids' version had no differences at all from the original witnesses. None of these folks had ever heard anything about such a creature before. There were no local legends about it, and no rumors about it at all that I've been able to discover so far. This might be evidence that the creature is being artificially generated in some way, or is brought here from somewhere else through company technology by one of our clients. The printed out database I carry in my car lists no clients of our services in this region, but I've put in a call to headquarters and they're searching to see if any new information has come in. Suffice to say my vacation is cut short, but I will be staying in this area. There's a Sly and the Family Stone concert tomorrow night that I would like to haunt the aftermath of, and 2 David Cassidy concerts on Sunday. In other words, plenty of witnesses driving around on roads cutting directly through the wild areas in question. If there's a werewolf-type monster actually physically lurking through the swamps and forests outside Wildwood, New Jersey, this weekend might be the perfect time to flesh it out. And the notes do actually go on to describe some pretty incredible things happening to concert goers on both of the next 2 nights in 1972. In part 1, we followed the undercover field agent we're calling Herman Bruland as he took a day off at the Wildwood amusement pier in August 1972. We detailed how he accidentally got stuck in a dark ride with some of the locals, who proceeded to tell him of a neighbor's Dogman sighting, which had happened just the night before. The locals brought Bruland to meet their neighbor, who proceeded to tell him that he not only encountered the werewolf-like creature near the woods a few blocks from his home, but he also fought for his life against the creature, who was guarded by 2 large but normal 4-legged wolves. Herman's interest in these occurrences was not personal, but professional. The company that he and our source, codenamed Professor Panic, worked for created devices and equipment capable of inducing fear and even creating very specific hallucinations. They also had equipment which could open portals between different realities. Bruland's job was to quietly investigate the use of his company's products, and to locate and steal equipment manufactured by their rival companies or by unknown entities. First, he had to figure out what was actually going on here. Was this a real cryptid? If so, did its creation or existence have anything to do with his company's product? If it's not an actual physical creature, was it a hallucination caused by technology? Or, if it came from another reality into ours, what means of travel between dimensions was being employed? Was it their own tech in use here? Or if not, was this tech that might be useful for Bruland to capture and bring back to the professor for reverse engineering? Bruland's hopes for a weekend off were dashed, but he didn't seem to mind, judging by his field notes. The professor and I have adapted this episode from Bruland's original field notes. When he writes incomplete sentences, we quote him directly. When he just jots down bits of information, we extrapolate his notes into full sentences and complete thoughts, even though it requires us to paraphrase and guess at what he was intending to say. Now I'll begin reading part 2, dramatizing the original notes, but sticking as close to the known facts as possible. The Dogman of the Wildwoods. Part 2. Sly Dogman haunts the family alone. Saturday, August 12, 1972, 0900 hours. I've decided to drive along the likely most popular routes to and from the Sly and the Family Stone concert scheduled for tonight at the convention hall. If the Dogman and wolves sighted 2 nights ago are real, and if they aren't migratory animals just passing through the area, then they must live inside the swamp just to the west of town. I purchased a map of the area from a tourist shop in town, and there's no way a creature like that could subsist on the game in such a small area. I reasoned that it either must have been an illusion, a visitor from another reality, or else it must control a larger bit of turf than just the one small island. It must control the entire swamp area between Wildwood and the Garden State Parkway. Route 47 cut right through the area, and people attending the Sly Stone show tonight who live further into New Jersey would be taking this route both ways. If any of them saw the creatures tonight, I would need to set up a way to find that out. 1000 hours. Driving the road back and forth, comparing reality with the map, I've made notes and corrections in ballpoint pen onto the original. If things happen tonight as I expect them to, there should be a lot of traffic heading east on 47 before the concert, and then west afterward. My main target was the long stretch of highway that ran through the swamp. There was no civilization in that stretch and no way to get off the road. It seemed the most likely place to see the monster, if it were a real flesh and blood animal. I located the first rest stop after the stretch on the eastward heading side and the first on the westward side. My plan was to occasionally drive the road, looking for anything strange either in the marsh or in the behavior of other drivers. Then, for the most part, I'd haunt the eastern rest stop before the concert and the western one afterward. I'd keep my eye out for anyone who seemed to be panicked or in shock, anyone speeding into the stop and running to the telephone. Sometimes monster hunting works best if you approach it backward. If you saw a monster, where would you go next? What would you do next? Well, go to that place and watch for someone doing that thing, and you may find information about your monster. $1,100. I traveled back to the amusement pier since I have 7 hours to kill before I really need to get focused. Unfortunately, everything is still closed down. I've arrived too early. I must look silly, a grown man in a business suit staring in forlornly at the rides he isn't allowed to ride. Actually, I probably look like a government or insurance inspector. I'd better move on or I'll draw attention to myself. 1,800 hours. Enjoyed myself thoroughly again today at the amusement pier. The Family Stone perform in 2 hours, and some people might arrive an hour early, so I'd better get my eyes and ears on the road now. 1845. 2 distraught teenage girls race into the rest stop and are crying as they speak on the telephone. I've utilized the unidirectional microphone in my wristwatch to listen in on the phone conversation, but the crying of the girls was so heavy as to make them difficult to understand. We'll have to attempt a face-to-face interview. 1855. Presented my company ID quickly and impressed upon the girls that I was there in a capacity of authority. I asked if I could be of any assistance, and the 2 of them let loose with a long story of how one of them had been betrayed by her boyfriend, which for some reason had rendered both of them inconsolable. I tried to politely extricate myself from the conversation, since this had nothing to do with my business, but eventually I had to pretend I heard someone calling my name to get away from them. Time to do another highway patrol and have a look around. 1930 hours. Nothing so far. I think I may lurk around the entrance to the facility and look for anything out of place. 1955. Had a conversation with someone working security at the show. He says there's some kind of conflict backstage and that the band is going to go on late if they perform at all. He's hardly someone in charge, so this is at best a rumor, but I'm starting to wonder when I'll finally get to sleep tonight. It's getting a little bit darker. I'll go for a patrol down the highway through the swamps and see if anything is stirring. (2030) Witnessed very strange phenomena to the north of the highway in the swamp, but it was not a werewolf or a wolf of any kind. It was a strange, glowing light that hovered over the swamp, flitting around as though it were under intelligent control. I pulled off to the side of the highway to study it with my binoculars. Before I could lift the glasses to my eyes, however, I saw the light blink out. It was there 1 second, then not there the next. I waited for a few minutes before getting back into my vehicle, but no other strange lights appeared. I wonder if these lights would even be viewable during the daytime. I think the only reason I saw it was that darkness is setting in now. Those things could flit around all day long, and who would even notice them? 21:30. I think the concert was supposed to be over by now, but I'm not certain if it's even started. The parking lot still seems full, so the audience hasn't walked out. My guess is that they must be performing right now. All quiet out here on the highway. 23:30 hours, bingo. At approximately 22:30 hours, I was driving west on 47 when I saw a sports car racing erratically, driving eastward in my direction. For a moment, I actually thought it would swing over to my side of the highway and run into me head on, but it barely managed to keep its wheels on the road and it sped past behind me. There was almost no other traffic, so I made an illegal U-turn and followed the black convertible. They pulled into the rest stop and 4 young-looking individuals stepped out. They ran to the phone and began screaming something about a monster. I approached the group and presented my ID, querying them for information about what had just happened to upset them so much. They seemed reticent to talk to me, and after a bit of conversation, I gleaned that they were concerned I was some sort of law enforcement or maybe the Vice Squad. I could smell exotic aromas on this bunch, so perhaps they had reason to be nervous about who I represented. To put them at ease, I told them I was a writer who wrote about weird lights in the sky and monsters in the swamps. Their eyes lit up, and the oldest one started calling me Kolchak as my new nickname. I knew now I had gained their confidence and would get the complete narrative of this occurrence. I offered to buy them all dinner if they would allow me to interview them separately one at a time at a different table on the other side of the diner. For the most part, they all agreed on the sequence of events, but there were minor differences in their tellings. I have code-named them Teenager A through Teenager D, with B and C being the girls and A and D representing the boys. All showed me ID that they were 19, except for girl C, who was 18. All 4 were from down in Cape May and were driving to attend a friend's birthday party in Wildwood. Not only were they not attending the Sly and the Family Stone concert, they were unaware of the show entirely. Teenager A was the driver, and he says he was the first to notice something was wrong. He pointed forward and to the right, asking his friends if they saw that thing down in the distance standing alongside the road. He says he was concerned with driving, so he asked them to look at it and tell him exactly what it was. All of them agreed that as they drew closer, it appeared to be a man in dark clothing, but a larger man than any of them had ever seen before. Teenager C, the youngest of the group, said she screamed when she saw that it didn't have a man's head. It had a dog's head. The 3 passengers all reported that as Teenager C shouted in fear, the thing turned its head and looked straight at them and their vehicle. Teenager D told me that it had a look of evil or malice in its eyes, even before it saw them. Then it seemed to smile at them, or grin, or maybe just bare its teeth. Teenager A, the boy driving, slowed the vehicle down and, craning his neck to get a better view, asked out loud, "What the heck is that thing?" The other 3 say they shouted for the boy to resume driving and get them out of there, but he had not seen the creature's fangs, and he did not yet understand that they could be in grave danger. The creature took advantage of the car coming almost to a halt, and it sprinted toward the open-top vehicle. Now the driver finally understood his friend's calls for a hasty egress, and he hit the gas pedal. All the witnesses agree that the monster lunged toward their car, grabbing onto the back hood or the rear bumper as they drove away. Teenager B, the older girl, claims the creature tore her outfit as it grabbed hold of the car on her side. The shoulder of her garment was in fact torn, but she had not been cut or bloodied in any way. Teenager A claims he kept asking the others if he could slow down yet if they had outdistanced the creature. There was general confusion at that point about whether the creature was gone or still hanging on to the bumper. Teenager A says he knew the creature was still hanging on when all 3 of his friends screamed at once. He looked in the side view mirror and saw nothing, but in the rear view, he now saw the face of an absolute monster. The Dogman stood on the back hood of the car and growled. This is the point where all of them agreed they got the best look at the creature. It was a large man covered in dark gray hair or fur. Its hands had huge nails or claws on the ends of the fingers, and its head had a long snout and ears on top like a dog. Teenager C said it had the head of a fox, not a dog. They all agreed it had no markings in its fur and was a uniform dark gray all over. I asked them for details about the hind legs, but I don't think they saw or noticed that, as they each shrugged their shoulders and said it seemed to walk like a man, so they imagined its legs looked like a man's legs. From the nature of their testimony, I would surmise that they were more concerned at that point with the creature's fangs and claws than with its hind legs. Teenager A says he told everyone to brace themselves, and he hit the brakes. The Dogman tumbled forward, rolling over all four of them, hitting its head hard on the top of the front windshield, then somersaulting over the hood to land with a sickening smack onto the highway directly in front of the car, where they could not see it. The girls said they were crying and couldn't look, but Teenager D says he was shouting at the driver to go forward fast, run the thing over and get them all out of there before the monster ate them for a snack. In response, Teenager A says he floored the gas pedal, but instead of getting them out of there, the car engine stalled. Oh no, is what they all thought as Teenager A furiously turned the key in the ignition once, then twice, then 3 times. Teenager D told me, of course, this is when the Dogman decided to wake up. It stood up, with both palms down on the hood of the car, pushing the convertible down in the front, and then it screamed. I could smell its breath from the back seat. I was certain we were going to die. The 2 girls were hiding their eyes at this point, but both boys report that the Wolfman began taunting them, scratching the hood of their car up with its claws and then creeping toward them, continuing to scratch the car on the side as it slowly put one step in front of the other, inching closer toward them. I knew we were its dinner, Teenager A said. It just wanted to torment us as much as possible before doing us in. But then, the engine turned. Flooring the pedal, the car accelerated at its maximum rate, but the Dogman raced after the kids, at first nearly pacing the car, then eventually being left in the dirt as they hit full velocity. I asked them to show me where the monster had scratched up the vehicle, and sure enough, the marks on the car matched precisely the story they told me. Teenager A asked if I could help him break the bad news to his parents. He was concerned they would think his wild story of a werewolf messing up his car was unbelievable. I told him that even if I could get his parents to believe, he'd never get an insurance company to believe it. I felt bad for the kid as he was screwed, but not as badly as he'd have been if those claws got into him instead of the car. This creature sounds like something flesh and blood. It might be a naturally occurring predator being driven out of its normal turf by encroaching human development. Or it might be something spawned from toxic waste and mutation. It's not impossible that it travels here from elsewhere, although I've seen no direct evidence of that so far. If I could manage to get the creature in front of my car, I could direct its various sensing apparatus at it, and maybe I could learn more of its physical nature or lack thereof. Tomorrow, Sunday the 13th, they're going to have a concert by David Cassidy from the children's television program The Partridge Family. He's giving one show at 1800 and the other at 20:30 hours. Sundown tomorrow is a little before 2000, so I suppose I should begin similar patrols as I did tonight, starting around 1900 hours. It is my hope that I can come up with something to establish definitively whether this is a subject that bears further investigation by our department or not. I'm going back to my hotel room to study the inside of my eyelids for a while, then we shall recommence once more tomorrow in the early afternoon. To be continued.
by the Sea, New Jersey.
Did you know that way back in 1972, over a 3-day August weekend, that there was a near riot in Wildwood triggered by Dogman sightings and actual physical attacks? Of course you didn't know. Nobody knows about it because it was quieted down and covered up by field agent Herman Bruland, at least according to Professor Panic. Today's story is adapted from the notes and personal diary of the professor's good friend, the late field agent who we are calling Herman Bruland in this series. Bruland's job was to investigate reports of strange occurrences to discover whether they were actually evidence of the use of his company's technology or that of other companies or unknown sources. He would bring all evidence of possible new tech back to the department that the professor worked in for reverse engineering. Dogman of the Wildwoods, Part 3, Conclusion. This video is better if you've seen parts 1 and 2, but it's not necessary. I'm about to read from the notes of Field Agent Herman Bruland, investigating strange sightings of a dog-like animal which haunted residents of Wildwood, New Jersey one weekend in August 1972. For the purposes of clarity, portions of these notes are paraphrased or partially rewritten. The morning of Sunday, August 13th, 1972 started early for me. My phone rang and I picked it up as a reflex before I was even conscious. It was someone from downstairs at the hotel saying they had a call from someone whose name I at first did not recognize. Sitting up and forcing myself to concentrate, I realized she was talking about the witness I codenamed Mr. D back on my first night of this investigation. He was the airport employee who reported having a physical battle with a man-sized bipedal wolf. I asked that he be put through as I saw on my alarm clock that it was 6:05 a.m. Mr. D was in a most agitated state. He said that he had learned new information the previous night after midnight and had been unable to sleep. He felt such urgency to pass this information on to me. Apparently, the night before, the witness was at a party in town. The host of the party was eager for him to meet a new neighbor who had recently moved in, just 2 blocks from where Mr. D had reported his battle with the Dogman. He informed them that they had both recently had very strange encounters in very same location. Grudgingly, she admitted she had seen something strange, but that her husband asked her to stop talking about it, since he didn't relish the idea of being the town's laughingstock. Mr. D says he related his own story to the woman, how he had been stalked and jumped by a gray dogman that had 2 very large but otherwise normal-looking wolves traveling with him. He claims the lady listened wide-eyed and slack-jawed, then asked the host if there were a place that the 3 of them could speak more privately. They adjourned to the backyard, and Mr. D claims she quietly unraveled this yarn for them. She was outside her new home, warming up their car, which has an engine that has a tendency to turn itself off on its own. She was waiting for her husband to emerge from the house so she could drive him to work, then use the car to buy groceries and supplies for their new residence. She says she noticed a man coming down the street toward her, and that she planned on saying hello when he got close enough. She did not recall his appearance, since she had only noticed a figure wearing a suit approaching and had not yet given him her full attention. Instead of proceeding past the car, she said the man turned away from her to face the fence surrounding her property. He seemed to be having convulsions, and she became alarmed that he might be in need of medical treatment. She got out of the car, intending to run inside and phone for an ambulance, but something made her stop. Then she looked at the man. When she looked at the man, he didn't seem to be collapsing. He seemed to be growing larger and larger and larger. His clothes began to seem too small for him, and he started divesting himself of his garments. This revealed a form under the clothing that the lady could no longer describe as a gentleman. Although she says she only saw the figure from behind, his shoulders were covered in gray fur like an animal, and he had pointed ears. She says her first thought was, "I am watching a man transform into a werewolf," and she says she got back into the car
and drove away in terror. Once the beast man was out of sight, she says she remembered her husband and got up the nerve to circle back around. When she did get back, her husband was there instead of the wolfman. I asked Mr. D to please put me in direct contact with the female witness, but he says she no longer wants to talk about it, even anonymously. Apparently, her mate does not believe this story, and the incident has opened a rift in their relationship. The husband is now suspicious of where exactly she went when she was supposed to be waiting for him that morning. I'm not even certain that this woman actually exists, so I wouldn't know where to begin to try to gauge the veracity of her story. It could just be something made up by Mr. D, which would call into question whether he was telling me the truth in the first place. But I knew from the horrified looks of those young people last night that they had seen something which terrified them in the neighboring vicinity of these two other reported sightings. Their description largely matched that of the other two cases. There were also differences between the three cases as well. Mr. D says he saw the monster come out of the swamps, accompanied by two large four-legged wolves. Neither of the two other witnesses reported seeing the wolves, only the upright walking Dogman. In the first and third instances, the witnesses assumed that what they were dealing with was an animal coming in from the wild, towards civilization. In the lady's encounter, however, she claims to have witnessed a human male transform into a wolfman creature. Hers is the only encounter in which the monster was not witnessed from the front, and she never saw its face. As unlikely as it would seem given the closeness in time and location, is it possible that what she witnessed was unrelated to the other two sightings? Assuming, of course, that she is a real person and that she is telling the truth about what she witnessed. I began to wonder about the possibility of directed hallucinations. Could each of these witnesses actually be seeing something entirely different, but only remembering an implanted cover memory? I am aware that these techniques have been used before to control secrecy surrounding espionage, but what world power, either governmental or corporate, would have such a vested interest in little suburban Wildwood, New Jersey, as to go to such extremes? I will recommend to HQ that we open up an ongoing investigation into this area as a location of interest. If something man-made isn't occurring here, then it's possible this is a naturally strange area, and those are always worthy of further investigation. A new possibility dawned on me. What if this was a local high school football player with a scary-looking costume, just doing it to relieve boredom? It would be a ridiculous waste of resources to study an entire area because a kid pulled a prank. I have one more night to investigate, tonight, August 13th, 1972. There are going to be 2 performances by David Cassidy of the Partridge Family tonight, which should cause plenty of traffic to flow both ways through Dogman Swamp. I'll follow the same plan of attack as last time, traveling back and forth between the rest stops on either side of the highway and haunting them, eavesdropping on conversations in hope of stumbling upon witnesses. There are 2 shows, 1800 hours and 10:30 hours, or 6 and 8:30 p.m. I stayed near the Performing Center's parking lot until I saw the audience begin filing out to their cars at 19:21 hours and headed for the rest stop on the far end. From there I watched the traffic swell, then watched it wane, and only 3 stragglers had stopped in for food, none of them seeming to be talking about anything but David Cassidy. I decided to drive around, first in the direction of the show, then back around to this rest stop. As I was about to leave to head back toward the theater, I saw police lights coming from the gas station on the edge of the rest stop. Heading over there to see what was happening, I noticed a police car with lights flashing on top, but siren turned off. One officer was talking to a muscular fellow, who I later came to understand was the owner and attendant of the gas station, and the other was talking to a woman in her 30s with 2 preteen children, who I assumed were hers. Approaching closer, I could hear all of them excitedly describing a monster. It seemed that the strategy of the local law enforcement was to humor the witnesses to calm them down, then to discourage them from reporting the encounter to anyone else. It felt as though this was not the first such story that the police had heard, and that they already had a plan of action in place for when things like this happen.
Maybe their discouragement played a key role in keeping these sightings from becoming national or even local news. I certainly had never heard of any of this before. I wondered how many other monsters or bizarre local anomalies were being covered up across the country on a local basis, remaining entirely unknown to the rest of us. After patiently waiting for the police to finish, I got statements from all of the witnesses. Since they excitedly spoke over each other, there were no chances to catch differences in their versions. The following is my composite description of events compiled from statements made simultaneously by the mother, the son, the daughter, and the gas station attendant. The family were leaving Wildwood after having enjoyed the performance of David Cassidy from the Partridge Family, when suddenly their station wagon's front right tire blew out. Slowing down and pulling off to the side of the road to assess the damage, the mother says her children began screaming at her to drive away. When she looked over to see what they were shouting about, she says she saw a large monster, like something from out of a Hollywood horror movie, walking toward their car. Both children called it a wolfman, but the mother only described it as a hairy monster with big teeth. I asked the kids, who seemed to have seen the monster most clearly and for the longest time, to try to remember as many details about what it looked like as possible. The daughter told me she saw it first from within the wood line. She pointed it out to her brother, and they both stared as it emerged from the trees, watching them. It was the big bad wolf, the girl told me. But her brother objected to this description and insisted it was, quote, a man-eating monster wolfman, unquote. Pressing them for further details, both agreed it had a long snout like a wolf, but stood like a man. They said it had arms and hands, with claws at the end of each finger. Its teeth were like a prehistoric monster, according to the boy. It was King Kong with a dog's head, insisted the excited boy. Although it was moving in the same direction as they were, both agreed it was not at first coming at them. It regarded them for a while, then seemed to decide it was angry at them and began furiously storming in their direction. Even with the flat tire, the mother drove back out onto the highway and got the car going as fast as she could under the circumstances. She said she knew she might be ruining her car, but it didn't seem as though there were any option. The kids insisted that the monster pursued, running faster than any man, and that it took a few minutes for the car to outpace him. I asked the mother if she thought about whether it might have been someone in a costume trying to pull a hoax. She said that if it was someone in a costume, they seemed to be out to do something a lot worse than just pull a hoax. She felt that whatever that creature was, it wanted to do terrible things to her. Pulling into the gas station with her damaged car, the mother ordered her kids to stay in the station wagon while she went in to talk to the attendant. According to all the witnesses, as the woman walked between the car and the station's office, an immense hairy thing swooped into the lot, grabbed her, and ran off. It brought her to a small hill at the edge of the forest and began baying and screaming like a dog. The mother showed me scratches on her back, and I could see bruises beginning to darken all over the poor woman. There was no doubt something or someone had manhandled her within the past hour. She told me that the pain of being carried so roughly and the unbearably loud howling of the monster caused her to eventually black out, and she missed most of the next part of the event while unconscious. This was when, according to the children, the proprietor of the gas station heroically chased after the Dogman. When he caught up, the creature then dropped the woman and fought him. The man told me he has battled for his life in wartime, but he never fought someone or something like this before. It was a man, but it wasn't a man, he said, and even so brave a fellow as this could not prevent his voice from quavering when he described this creature. It was every bit as tall as I was, maybe even taller, he told me, still horrified by what had happened. I wanted to hit it, to subdue it, he said, but it took nearly all my strength just to keep it from tearing my throat open. It clearly knew how to kill humans, he told me, and I obviously would not have been its first murder.
I asked how he survived, and he told me he used Eastern methods, rolling with the monster's attacks, waiting for his chance to hurt the creature in vulnerable areas. The blow that drove him off was nothing heroic, he said, but in fact was entirely accidental. I slipped on some mud or something, he told me, and I accidentally kicked it hard with my boots right on its elbow, on its funny bone. Funny or not, the pain from the accidental kick caused the creature to run off and allowed the gas station owner to save the kid's mother. The description of the fight seemed very similar to that of Mr. D. I have no doubt that this gentleman also experienced a physical attack, as he too was bruised and cut up all over his arms. An Army veteran, the proprietor struck me as an honest man, and there was no way he and his family could all be lying to me at once. I asked if I could take photos of the injuries, and both adult witnesses declined. They had taken the admonishment of the police officers very seriously and had no plans to go public with what had just happened. Neither wanted to be identified by name, and both chose to nurse their wounds privately. Neither went to a hospital or saw a doctor in relation to this incident, at least not to my knowledge. I left my card with the adult witnesses in the Wildwoods and asked them to contact me should anything strange of any sort ever happen to them again. At the date of this writing, I have not yet heard back from any of those involved. In the end, without even photos of the wounds allegedly inflicted by the alleged monster, all we're really left with are some interesting stories. I plan to strongly encourage HQ to allocate funds to research this area in greater depth, but I don't really expect them to respond. For one thing, I wouldn't know whether to classify this as an unknown cryptid, shamanic shape-shifting, hallucination, or some sort of mind control. After all, the testimony from the lady in the car of the man transforming into a dogman in front of her eyes seems to indicate this is either the witnessing of human shape-shifting, or perhaps evidence of an agent, either chemical or human, causing hallucinations in the local residents. Fast-forwarding through Brulan's notes, we find one more entry about this weekend, written 20 years later in 1992. Here's what it says. In the 20 years which have passed since the New Jersey Dogman sightings of 1972, I have never again been able to find another story of a similar incident from this location. HQ never approved any funding for the study of this area, as I knew they wouldn't, and nobody from that locality ever reached out to me ever again. To the best of my knowledge, this was a series of circumstances that occurred over a very short period of time, and then never recurred. To this day, I have absolutely no explanation for any of it, and I guess that's why the Dogman of the Wildwoods remains one of my favorite stories. Dogman gave me insomnia. I apologize in advance if some of what I say doesn't make sense. I haven't slept in 3 days, or 4 days maybe. I know I need to sleep, but when I do, I dream about that face, that demon dog face I saw at my window, and then I wake up screaming all over again. Ever since I've seen it, I can't get it out of my mind. I can't escape the face of the Dogman. It feels like as soon as I fall asleep, the dream begins again. I know it's not supposed to work like that, so maybe it isn't. Except it is. The Dogman is in the woods outside my house. When I sleep, I start to dream, and he tries to break in to kill me. Then I wake up, and usually there's nothing there. It was just a dream. One time, I woke up and the Dogman was there, his face in the window. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking around at the interior of my room like he was casing the joint. Maybe he was. I turned on the lights and foolishly blinded myself. By the time I could see clearly again, the Dogman was long gone. I don't know if he walked away or if he vanished. Was he really there, or merely a hypnagogic projection? The thing that started all this was not a dream, and not a hypnagogic projection at all. I was alone in my living room watching some comedy movie from the 80s or 90s, and a large figure just walked up to one of my living room windows, bent down, and peered in at me. It was a very tall, very dark figure, and when I saw its face, I screamed and stood up. This guy was wearing the ugliest and most terrifying looking Halloween mask I'd ever seen. It moved and writhed as though it were attached to an actual face, as though it were the face of an actual monster. I ran up to my bedroom like a small child. I had no weapons in the house. I got my old aluminum baseball bat out of my bedroom closet, and I slept with it that night, but it was a fitful sleep. The next night, I went upstairs at dusk. I didn't want to risk seeing the face again. The idea that this huge, monstrous thing was everywhere around me, that it had free reign while I was paying the rent just to be locked in my bedroom all night. I obsessed over these injustices. I seethed over the unfairness of it. But when I would start to get up the nerve to go downstairs, to claim my own house as my turf, I would hear him. Maybe I might hear him howl. Maybe I might hear him run past the house and hit it, then keep running on. I've put the house up for sale, but I can't move till it's sold. My own family won't take me in. They think I'm crazy. I just need some sleep. Do you know a safe place I can get some sleep? Do you know a place where I can stay? Do you know a place where I can get some sleep?
The Dogman of Van Cortlandt Park. When I was much younger, about 5 or 10 years ago, I used to date a girl that lived behind Van Cortlandt Park. One night after walking her home, I saw a dogman in the forest behind her house. This was long before I had ever heard of such a thing as a dogman, and so I did something very foolish that nearly cost me my life. Let me go back to the beginning. I don't need to tell you much about the girl I was dating, but when I met her in the city, I had her pegged for a Manhattan girl or Brooklyn possibly. We made casual friends right away, and the second time we ran into each other in a club, we got much closer. I wasn't just attracted to her, I was falling for her quickly, and before you knew it, I had a girlfriend that had to ride trains for 90 minutes to get home. That meant a lot of alone time in public for us, but it also meant incredibly tedious 90-minute rides back to civilization for me after the dates were over. I liked her a lot, but I don't like the suburbs, and technically I think this girl was officially 1 block into Yonkers, for crying out loud. I kind of made up my mind to give it a chance until the fall, then if we were still together, decide what to do then. I sort of enjoyed being alone walking back to the train on summer evenings, but I knew I was going to really begin to dislike all the traveling once the weather got colder again. Maybe we'd get serious by then and she could move in with me in the city, or maybe we might want to move on from each other before the winter. So, to walk her home from the train, we'd have to walk a few blocks along the back of Van Cortlandt Park, which is a huge natural area that also includes a golf course and I forget what else. I think there's a cemetery there too, if I'm remembering correctly. So anyway, we'd walk down this long street for 4 or 5 blocks with the houses on the right side of the street that people lived in, and on the left side of the street was just jungle basically, forest, straight up to the edge of the tar, with a little 1-foot-tall metal fence marking the border between. I remember asking her if animals ever came across the road into people's yards, and she said yeah. Sometimes you'd see a squashed possum or a squirrel on the road. There were a few points where the trees had branches long enough that the squirrels could leap across the highway from one branch to another and make it across safely. Most of the time. I used to kid her when we were walking there on dark nights that the forest clearly held Sasquatch. I think I would tell her that it was very squatchy and try to get her scared. It never worked, but on those long walks back alone, I was certain I heard Bigfoot, serial killers, probably even Freddy Krueger back in that forest. It always sounded like someone was tailing me. In fact, it sounded so much that way every single time that I figured it had to be an echo or something like that.
but when I would walk toward her house, the sound was definitely not there. I figured maybe it had to do with me being alone, that the echo might get canceled out if there were other sounds like talking. Still, my walks back got a little faster each time, as I could just not be certain of what I was hearing. Okay, so fast forward to me agreeing to go to a party up in her hood that doesn't start till late. That meant I'd have to be doing the perp walk back to the train at dawn, but whatever. Summer party, meet new people, all that. So, on this occasion, I had to meet her at her door, actually meet her parents. Then they would drive us over to the party. I ended up getting along with her father well enough that he suggested we walk to the place alone. It's just 7 or 8 blocks, and it's such a nice night, he told us, and so, with her parents' blessing, off we went into the night. So we walked, and even though we were making chit-chat, I could hear that echo, which never really sounded at all like an echo. It sounded like something was walking through the brush alongside where we were walking. It would stop when we would stop, and it would go when we would go. The girl noticed the sounds and noticed me noticing them. This got her nervous. "Listen," she said to me seriously, "if that turns out to be like son of Sam Jr. or something in those woods, you've got to carry me." I was like, "What does that mean?" And she was like, "You need to pick me up and carry me because you know I can't run in these heels." It was true, she couldn't. Her parents wouldn't let her go out in a miniskirt, and they ended up agreeing on this pencil skirt thing that went down below her knees, and she ended up wiggling more than walking. How her dad saw that as less sexy, I'm not sure, but the louder that noise got in the woods, the more I wish that girl was wearing roller skates instead of heels. I heard branches breaking at heights much higher than mine, so I got the sense of it being very tall. Consequently, I stopped thinking this was a human stalker at all, and I relaxed a bit. I was thinking it might be a deer or a moose or something like that. I was from Manhattan. I didn't know that moose aren't supposed to run through Yonkers, so this made sense to me. Then, whatever it was came out of the woods, and you know what? Just like moose, these things aren't supposed to be in Yonkers either. Picture a trick dog that walks on its back legs on a TV show, right? Now imagine this dog is like twice your size and half crazy from hunger. Dogs are cute when we're 5 times bigger than they are, but what about when the tables are turned? This dog looked like it would take a lot of Alpo to stop his stomach from rumbling. It took a step forward, and in that one step it was nearly already at the painted yellow lines in the middle of the road. I noticed when it took that step how sure-footed this creature was. We were not watching a stupid pet trick. We were watching a graceful, giant predator working its craft. The craft of hunting humans. "Call your father," I suggested strongly. She began fiddling with her phone nervously. I looked around desperately for anything I could use as a weapon. Just then a loud beeping scared me, and apparently the Dogman too, as it fled off in the forest somewhere. A car screeched to a halt, and the driver got half out of his front door, leaning up over his car hood and asking if we were okay. I said we were thanks to him, asked if he could stick around for a minute while my date called her father to have him come pick us up. He said sure, and she made her call. Then he sort of made comments to the effect that he had places to go. I reminded him of the giant dog-headed thing in the woods that he had just stopped to save us from, and for some reason that only seemed to make him even more eager to leave. Then we all heard it. A growling from the forest. Our rescuer fled the scene like in an old Keystone Cops black and white comedy. Now there was nothing between us and that Dogman except some leaves, branches, and 2 lanes of blacktop. "Let's move," I said. "Carry me," she said. I grabbed her right hand with my left and pulled her away from there. She squealed and did her best to keep up as I heard the thing emerging from the trees. I knew it was on the road now. I knew it was coming toward us. I could hear it breathing. I could smell it now. It smelled like the entire zoo was walking toward us. I suppose, in a sense, that was true. Funny the weird things you think of as you're about to die. I could hear the creature just a few feet behind me, and I figured it was time for me to face my fate. Maybe I could keep him from getting the girl, if nothing else. I turned, ready to fight for my life, and instantly realized how ridiculous the notion was. This was taller than a tall man, and it had claws like nothing I had ever seen. I guess they were claws like a bear, but they were shaped more like human hands. It had teeth like an alligator, I guess you could say. It did not look like it led a vegan lifestyle. It took a step forward, and I literally had to look up to continue to watch this proto-cave dog monster face drooling at me. Suddenly, the Dogman was illuminated from its right, and a car was speeding directly toward us. I backed up, and so did the creature, and my girlfriend's father skidded and screeched into the picture. He shouted at us to get in, and we sped off. I didn't see the creature reemerge from the woods as we left the scene. He claimed he hadn't seen anything, but he seemed as upset as we were, so I didn't really believe him. We didn't stay long at the party, as we were both concerned with getting rides home. I wasn't ever interested in walking that girl home again alone. When I would visit her from then on, we would cab it. And since that ate into my vast fortunes, I gradually dated her less and less as we headed into the autumn months. We never had a big fight or a breakup. We had gone through a traumatic event together, and it had changed us. Sometimes that makes two people bond together more strongly, and other times it changes them each in different ways so that they just naturally move on. And that is the true story of how I saw the Dogman of Van Cortlandt Park.
Paranormal Interdimensional Dogman Ranch.
As told to Peter Bernard. Read by P.Q. Ribber
and Madeline Starr. Welcome to Scary Stories. Today we have an especially strange and weird episode for you called Paranormal Interdimensional Dogman Ranch. This is not the same story as Dark Waters' Dogman Ranch from 2017, although that is a great video. You should check it out here on YouTube. We'll put a link to it in the description. This version we're about to read to you came to us back in January from a husband and wife who each have diametrically opposed opinions about the paranormal events they're both experiencing. He's being menaced by dogmen on his own property, while let's just get straight to the letters. I'll read the parts written by the husband, and the wife's parts will be read by Madeline Starr. Fasten your seatbelts. This one goes in 3 directions at once. I own a ranch that my friends have recently taken to calling Dogman Ranch. I'm not going to tell you where it is because as much as I love America, I don't want all of America showing up on my back porch. I'm not ready to sell to Bob Bigelow yet or anything of that nature, but I am at the point where I want to begin to reach out to all of you about it. This is because my wife is starting to go public about what she views as the supernatural or paranormal aspects of the place. The two of us have differing opinions about what is going on here because the phenomenon manifests to us each in somewhat different ways. For instance, she has never seen one of the dogmen, and she is firmly convinced that we are haunted by ghosts. My experience does not match with those conclusions. We'll both attempt to explain our sides of the story, and we'd be interested in any advice or information that you guys out there in the public might want to share with us. Let me begin at the beginning. We lived in this ranch, which we do not actually farm on, for 5 or maybe 6 years before I noticed anything unusual. Since then, I have seen giant, prehistoric-looking dogs or wolves that sometimes stand on their hind legs and walk around. I have seen things that appear like silver flying objects in daylight, but look more like multicolored glowing flying orbs at night. I have heard disembodied voices or invisible people speaking to me, calling me by name, saying, insulting, bullying, and threatening things to me, and one time even physically assaulting me. Like I said, the ranch was just a normal place for me for over 5 years before any of this began. My wife, on the other hand, started having what she views as paranormal experiences far earlier on. I'll let her explain.
For the sake of this story, let's say my husband's name is Joe and that my name is Mary. Neither is our actual name. Once our youngest daughter had moved out and we were finally on our own again, Joe and I really wanted a place that could be like our own little world. We looked into getting an island, but this place here was more land for less money, and so we grabbed it. This was our dream retirement plan, and we were getting to live it out. Joe and the real estate people call it a ranch because it used to be part of a huge cattle ranch a long time ago. But it's just our home and our meadows and our various small lakes and streams and patches of small forest, which all connect to a large state forest that our property is alongside. A little patch of heaven, just for the two of us. So Joe never believed me when I told him the ranch was haunted. I can't say I blamed him at first, because it really only started after we had settled in a few months. It's not like I sensed something strange when we first saw the place or anything. It seemed like a lovely old house and a beautiful bit of country surrounding it. But things got weird after I finally went through the old boxes left up in the attic. Previous tenants had left belongings up there that they didn't want to move. We were fine with that, since maybe something valuable was in there. And I love to go through old things looking for lost gems. I didn't really find many gems up there, maybe a few baubles. There was an interesting portrait of someone. It looked to be a woman in her later years, photographed in black and white and framed behind glass on a large frame too big for me to even lift up. The stare of the woman was intense, and I found the portrait unnerving. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. and went downstairs for some reason. I figured I must have been hungry or thirsty, so I headed toward the kitchen through the living room. But before I got to the kitchen, I heard a voice. I wasn't sure if it was a male or female voice, but it sounded sad. It just said, "Please hang up the picture." And that was it. I wasn't really hungry or thirsty, but I was now frightened. And so I went back upstairs quickly. That weekend, I got Joe to help me lift the portrait up and hang it in the attic. I hoped that would please the voice. Joe thought I was crazy, but I still hadn't told him I'd been asked to do this. So that night, or the night after, I had a dream where the lady in the photograph asked me to please hang the portrait over the fireplace. I told her it was too large for me to lift and carry down from the attic, but she reminded me that my husband is very resourceful. I woke up knowing I was going to have to tell Joe I wanted to hang the picture over the fireplace, and that he'd probably have to hire someone to get it done, due to the size and weight of the thing. I knew this would annoy my husband, and that it would be a real test of our relationship. Joe hired people to professionally move and hang the picture, which now dominated the room. He absolutely hated it. He said that wherever he went in the room, that lady was staring at him. That was true. It felt like this was now her room and not ours. Joe stopped using that living room entirely and started spending his leisure time in some rooms he redecorated in the north wing of the building. I soon joined him there because I never heard voices from that part of the house. The old lady's living room, as Joe now calls it, remained mostly unused until I made friends with the owner of an occult bookstore in a nearby town. Soon the store owner, let's call her Martha, was holding weekly seances in the old lady's room by the fireplace. We learned the lady's real name, which was later verified using records at one of the local libraries. I won't give her name here, as that would tell you exactly where I am writing this from. We were told there is also the spirit of a child upstairs who died in the house, but we have not found corroboration for that in the state's records yet. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. There are ghosts of several pet dogs and cats who sometimes jump into bed with us at night, but not all the time. My husband more recently has claimed he hears male voices talking, but I am certain he is imagining this, as we have never been informed of male spirits in the house in any of our seances. I have also seen orbs, both on the grounds of the estate and in the house itself. One time during a seance, a brightly colored globe appeared like a flying electric light bulb made out of soap bubbles, flew into the room from an open window, flew a figure eight over our heads, terrifying us, then flew straight up our chimney and out. It seemed lit from inside, and the color of the light was continually changing. It was the most beautiful and otherworldly thing I had ever seen. Martha said this was a great spirit, a very strong manifestation. It left too soon for us to ask its name. Another time, about 5 years after that, I was walking outside with Joe just after the sunset, and we both saw a very similar thing, but this one glowed and shone orange, red, and yellow over and over. It flitted about in the forest around us, then emerged from the trees to either present itself to us or to look us over. I remember we were in the field behind the house, not more than 50 or 60 feet from our back door, when the light flew in front of us, blocking our path. It was probably about the size of a basketball or soccer ball. While I stood entranced, Joe picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the spirit. Rather than returning to the forest, I saw it shoot directly up in the air until I couldn't see it any longer. Joe and I got in a quarrel because I was upset that he would throw a rock at a ghost visiting us. He said those things are not ghosts and started telling me all these weird theories, which I admit I still don't fully comprehend. He thinks the ghosts aren't ghosts, or something. Maybe I better let him explain.
My wife likes to read vampire romance novels and watch ghost hunting TV shows, so she's sort of brainwashed to view all phenomena through those filters of interpretation. I prefer to stick with the facts and not embellish them or go crazy with theories based on fantasy. There's one thing I can be certain about with this phenomenon or phenomena. There are at least parts of it which are intelligent. There are parts of it that are listening to everything my wife and I say, and possibly what we think as well. Then, parts of it say or do things that make us think our theories are correct. If my wife thinks they are ghosts, they'll walk up and down dragging chains in the hallway outside our bedroom at night. I haven't heard that myself, but my wife insists it happens. A friend of mine who was visiting had a theory that these are invisible space aliens using my ranch as a base, and then that night at dusk, we both saw a classic silver disc flying saucer over the forest. It was dancing along the top branches of the trees for some reason. As dusk became night, it continued its movements, but now it appeared like one of the multicolored glowing orbs I described earlier, not like a silver disc at all. It would move left, right, front, back, up and down in a way that no helicopter could. They fly more like insects or hummingbirds, or really, it doesn't even look like flying, it looks more like swimming. They resemble jellyfish swimming through the ocean of the sky. They appear to my wife as ghosts, to my friend as UFOs, but to me as bizarre mysteries that I haven't yet been able to define. Now, the first time I saw one of the Dogmen, I was with a different friend of mine, who I will call Felix for this story. That is not his real name. I was out walking on the grounds with Felix, who was visiting me for the first time in years while my wife was out of town. We were reminiscing, and I was also telling him about the weird lights on the ranch and how my wife thinks the place is haunted. Out of nowhere, we heard this incredibly loud scream. We both dropped to the ground, not having any idea what made that noise or if we were in danger or not. We just lay there, not moving, listening and watching to see what would happen next. At that moment, an immense dog or wolf thing came bounding out of the forest in a playful manner and started sniffing around vigorously, probably for us. I grabbed Felix so that he wouldn't run away. Better to keep still. Running away would make us look like prey and probably cause the animal to hunt us instinctively. I think the dog caught some of our scent because it began a low growling and became even more intense in its search through the forest floor for us. I was shaking all over and sweating so much it felt like I had just walked through the rain. The monster dog was inches away from finding us. "I'm going to run for it," whispered Felix, which alerted the dog thing instantly to our presence. It lurched toward Felix, grabbing him with its dagger-like teeth by the front of his jacket and pulling him quickly up in the air. Felix was a rag doll to this dog. I stood up, trying to figure out how to rescue my friend, when the dog thing dropped Felix to the ground in front of himself and began licking the guy all over, wagging its tail. It wanted to play. I grabbed a branch, the largest branch I could see near me that I thought I could throw. I whistled to the dog to get his attention away from Felix. Once it looked in my direction, I wiggled the stick and its ears perked up. I hurled the branch with all my strength as far as I could throw it, and the dog stood up on its hind legs to try to catch it. Missing, it took off in the woods after it, not returning to all fours until it had traversed maybe 90 or 100 feet of meadow and was about to re-enter the woods. "Let's run," I ordered Felix, and we raced back through the early evening to the house. About halfway there, the Dogman emerged from the forest and playfully ran toward us, the tree branch looking like a twig in its immense jaws. We made it back inside, and the dog jumped up and down on the back porch, begging to be let in. Felix and I went to the wine cellar, locked ourselves in, and got royally drunk. When we resurfaced hours later, the creature had gone, leaving a dirty mess and the tree branch on our back porch. I have seen these creatures, which Felix calls dogmen, on 3 other occasions, but I have never seen the same one twice. They always have different markings, but they seem to be of the same species. Since they seem to be on all fours as often as I see them on 2 legs, I'm not sure if they are the same thing as the dogmen other people report. I also sometimes think that what I'm looking at is a prehistoric wolf or dog that is capable of walking on its hind legs, probably in order to see farther and to intimidate enemies. I have not seen it enough to know whether it walks mainly on 2 legs or 4. Another thing is that I have not noticed their hands or front paws when I've seen them. I'm not certain if this creature has paws or hands, but I know that whichever it has is large and dangerous. The first creature we encountered wanted to play. The other 3 I saw seemed extremely less friendly. If there's any interest, I can go into further details on these encounters. I also want to get back to my wife's claims of ghosts in the house. I have experienced what I think are the same entities she thinks are spirits, and I can assure you that they are quite solid, whatever they are. And I also want to point it out that they are complete jerks. One time, I worked all day erecting a fence on part of our property. I don't know why, but some people using the state forest would park in our land before hiking, so this fence was to prevent that. As I was walking back home proud of myself that I handled the job without hiring someone to help me, I was met with invisible voices mocking me. They were making fun of how I walked. They were accusing me of having too much pride in building a mediocre-looking fence. It sounded like 2 men and a woman, and they seemed to surround me. They called me terrible names I won't repeat here, and said I should move out and leave my wife here. That was all I could take, so I started swinging my fist wildly toward where I last heard the voice speaking. I connected with something solid. It felt like I hit someone on the shoulder. It felt like a man, wearing clothes, but I could see nothing there. That's when nothing hit me square in the nose and turned my lights out. I woke up on the grass a while later with a bloody, broken nose. In spite of this physical evidence, my wife does not believe me that this is evidence disproving her ghost theory. She insists that I injured myself somehow. That was over a year ago, and in my opinion, the doctors did not restore my nose to its original appearance. My face was altered forever, yet my wife still insists that these invisible bullies are ghosts and spirits. Why don't I let her argue her own case?
My husband mischaracterizes my opinions and statements. I don't know how he injured his nose, but there is no reason to tell horrible stories like that about the spirits in this house. Maybe he's just jealous that they like me more than they like him. These are most definitely spirits. If he studied the subject even a little bit, he would learn that spirits can manifest in various ways in the material world. For instance, we have experienced much poltergeist activity here. The conventional explanation for poltergeists, which means noisy ghosts, is that a teenager is making the objects move around by themselves using psychokinesis. We no longer have any teenagers in our house, and I can assure you that spirits themselves are sometimes the source of poltergeist activity. They can pick things up and move them. The photo of Joe that I keep on the desk in my office is always turned face down every morning when I go in there. I turn it back to face me, but then the next morning it's been turned back down. That is a ghost or spirit doing that. And if you ask me, that's Joe's karma. He can never be nice to them. He accuses them of bullying him. He won't hang out in the old lady's living room. He's just openly unfriendly to the spirits. If this were not a ghost haunting, then why did the spirit identify herself as the lady in the portrait and ask that her picture be mounted again over the fireplace? If these are invisible people, as my husband claims, why are they haunting the old lady's mansion? What about the ghost cats and dogs we feel get into bed with us? Are they real animals who made themselves invisible to bully my husband? And why does my husband insist that the glowing orbs we all see around here are not manifestations of ghosts, but rather some sort of UFO or flying jellyfish or something? Years of tradition, as well as Occam's razor, dictate that these are ghosts, not flying saucers. And if this ranch is inhabited by giant wolves who talk like men, why have I never seen any of them? Why only my husband? Why do the ghosts only insult him and not me? They've never told me to move, only him, supposedly. I love Joe, but sometimes I wonder if he's making up stories just to get attention.
And there you have it. I'm married to a woman who holds seances and believes what she hears, and then goes around telling people that I'm the crazy one in the family. I don't even have a theory about what is going on, so I think I'm the sanest one. I've just described these incidents to you. I didn't push a worldview onto those experiences the way my wife does. It's easier to believe her because she's answering all the questions, but in my opinion, when it comes to things like Dogman, UFOs, and invisible entities, it's probably foolish to think that we have any of the answers. I sure don't know what any of this is. I'm the owner of Dogman Ranch. If you have advice, please leave it in the comments. And have a safe day.
Thanks to all of you for watching this far. If you liked it, please click like. If you'd like to see more of our work, please subscribe. And also click that bell icon if you'd like to be notified when we put out a new episode. To become an executive producer, you can donate to us through the thanks button under each of our videos or through our paypal.me/PeterBernard209 page. To receive cool perks like secret uncensored Dogman episodes far too wild to ever run on this channel, you can become a YouTube channel member by clicking the join button, or join our PayPal subscribers club at peterbernard.com. Joining either at the $3 a month level or above gets you access to our over 25 hours of secret uncensored Dogman stories available nowhere else. Do you have a scary story about Dogman or some other kind of high strangeness that happened to you? Let us know by emailing us at scarystoriesnyc@gmail.com or by leaving us a voicemail message at 804-LA-SCARY. You may need to call back on that one. It cuts off after, I think, 3 minutes. And if you don't want to do any of that stuff, thank you for simply watching to the end. Good night, and have a scary tomorrow.
Come back for more scary stories.